Fraser with bowls, and Rashid's guided is going to be caught by the keeper, and England lose again, and they are now officially out of the World Cup.
It's going to go for 4. Afghanistan have won this match. Shahidi points to the sky, holds up one finger. He might as well hold up 4 fingers, because that's how many matches Afghanistan have managed to win now in this World Cup.
A very good afternoon from a sunny Mumbai for match 39 of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup. Australia, who've beaten England to continue their path towards the semi-finals, up against an Afghanistan side who have won 4 matches, as we've just heard, and still have an opportunity of making it through to the final 4. It is a glorious day, boiling hot here on the west coast of India for a match that should be absolutely fascinating. I think when we saw the fixture list ahead of this tournament, we thought, well, maybe at this point Afghanistan's hopes wouldn't necessarily still be in the existence that they are for making the final 4, but they've given themselves an opportunity. A game against Australia today, then South Africa. Australia, meanwhile, 1 win will guarantee a place in the semi-finals. They could lose their last couple of games and still make it. They're on a great run of form and looking to continue that momentum heading towards the final 4. Let's get news of the toss then. Out in the middle with the 2 captains, Natalie Germanos.
It is a fixture that will have a bearing on our final 4 of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup. It's Australia up against Afghanistan. And for the toss, we've got the match representative as well, the toss representative, and, of course, the match referee, Geoff. The 2 captains, Hashmatullah Shahidi of Afghanistan and Pat Cummins of Australia. Pat, you're going to take the coin from the toss rep.
Thank you.
And Hashmat will call.
Heads. Heads call. Heads it is, Afghanistan.
Bat first.
What are you going to do and why?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. We want to bat first because the wicket looks good now, and we are hopeful that it will be spin and seam in the second innings.
So you're going to bat first. You've been chasing really well. How does that maybe change the tactics a little bit?
Yeah, we are doing well in chasing, but you have to look at the opposition team also and look at the ground also, what's suiting. So that's why we decided to bat first.
In terms of the team coming into this fixture, you had a little chat with Sachin Tendulkar as well. Nice inspiration for this fixture?
Yeah, definitely. He is one of the best players and a legend of this game, you know. We were excited to see him and learn from him, so he had some words for the whole team, and we will try to learn from that words.
Obviously, bring you some good inspiration. What have you done with your team for today?
We have one change. Fazal Haq is not playing. Instead of him, Naveen is in. Naveenul Haq.
Good luck. Play well.
Thank you.
Pat, you're going to have a bowl first. How does that affect your plans for today?
Not really too much. We would have had a bat, but yeah, it's fine.
How's Steve doing? I know he was struggling a little bit with vertigo. And what have you done with your side then for today?
Yeah, 2 changes. Steve's struggled a little bit in warm-up, so he's going to miss out today. Cam Green misses out as well, but we've got Maxwell and Marsh back in. Looking at the side and how things have gone, you're obviously gone on a really good run at the moment. How do you assess the team coming into this fixture? Because obviously a win today, you know you're going to make it through. Yeah, really happy with how we've gone, 5 in a row. I think one of the most pleasing things is we've had 14 guys that have played so far this tournament. Everyone's done well, so we feel like whoever comes in, it's pretty seamless, and yeah, long may it continue. As a captain, management now of your players in the conditions, the heat, it is obviously a little bit warm again at Wankhede, as we expect. How important is that from your point of view, managing the players in the field? It's always a factor. It's a bit cooler than it was a month ago. So, yeah, we'll be fine. We've got plenty of bowling options, so if we need to have shorter spells, we can. Good luck. Play well. Thank you. Ta. Well, that's it. The news then from the middle is that Afghanistan have won the toss, and they said we'll have a bat first.
So that is the news from the middle. Our thanks to Natalie Germanos alongside the 2 captains. Afghanistan winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. Alongside me, Geoff Lemon, Australian writer and broadcaster, and also former England captain, Michael Vaughan. Well, Michael, we will get on inevitably at some point today to talking about the decision to have someone timed out. What is going to be the amazing thing that happens in today's game, because you never know. What it could be is another Afghanistan victory, because I tell you what, they're not an easy team to play against these days. Gone are the days you look at this fixture and think it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, and the Afghanistan captain has made exactly the right decision. He's boiling hot and he's chosen to bat first. We haven't seen that yet here at the Wankhede. They're playing good cricket. Do I think they can get the 399 that South Africa got against England here? No, but can they get get a 280? Absolutely. And to get that kind of number, Australia will find it difficult against a bowling attack that has a bit of skill. We've seen the spinners, the mystery spinning, Mujeeb, Rashid Khan, Noor Ahmed, great that he's playing as well. So I feel that they think Australia have got a little bit of a problem against spin, and I think they're right. But I do think that the Australian side, with the unfortunate incident to Steve Smith, it's almost like they've stumbled across their best team. It's either Smith or Labuschagne plays in this side, and with Marsh at 3, Inglis at 5, Maxwell at 6, Stoinis at 7, I think this is Australia's best lineup in terms of formation. It's either Smith or Labuschagne at 4. I don't think both of them should be in the one-day team.
Geoff, we got little whispers of the potential of Smith missing this game. What's the story? What do we know?
It's a strange one, isn't it? Because he had a long net session yesterday. He batted for a long period of time and hit a lot of balls, and that was after there'd been reports that he'd been suffering from vertigo on and off for a few days. Obviously, he's had concussion issues in the past. 2019 missed a chunk of time during the middle of that Ashes series. So whether it's got any sort of concussion relationship, we're not sure. But he hasn't been feeling right, and he's looked a bit off it a couple of times during this tournament as well. And Marnus Labuschagne, the great survivor, every time he's about to get pushed out of this team because someone's coming back, someone else goes down with an ailment. Maybe there's one common factor here. Maybe we should be keeping an eye on the CCTV.
What do we make of this fixture in terms of Australia's path, Geoff? Because it's been an extraordinary one, really, when you look at the diverging narratives, say, of England and Australia. Start of the tournament, Australia lose a couple of matches, England fight back against Bangladesh, and at that point we all think that which way it's going for the two sides. Actually, it's gone completely the opposite way, and Australia now one win away from guaranteeing a semi-finals place. They're looking brilliant for.
Yeah, we were looking at this fixture a few weeks ago and saying this would be a must-win for Australia to claw their way into the finals. Well, they could probably lose this and maybe lose the next one as well and still potentially qualify. Part of the path that's interesting is that Australia boycotted a series against Afghanistan back in March, refused to play 3 one-dayers that they were scheduled to play, played some one-dayers against India around about the same time, coincidentally. But they don't seem to have a problem with this fixture and have decided not to boycott the one in the World Cup where they need the points to guarantee a semi-final. So make of that what you will.
It's going to be entertaining. We know that much, Michael, because this is a ground that provides runs. We know that sides, if they can get going, can get in and pile on millions here.
Yeah, I mean, and Natalie's question at the top was right. Afghanistan have been good at chasing, but just go back to the England game. They got runs on the board and they defended under lights in Delhi. And we saw last night the Delhi pitch got better, and generally that is the case, but against England in their defence of 270 odd, they bowled with great skill. They did get the ball spinning. I think this Afghanistan attack will always get some movement, particularly with the spinners, because they're outstanding, and I guess if you're going to challenge Australia with anything, spin is the way to go to try and beat Australia.
Well, they're coming out now with two sides. Australia in the green and gold. Pat Cummins leading the way in a wide-brimmed yellow floppy hat, and Afghanistan in the sky blue with the red caps heading out there. I
don't think I've seen Pat with a floppy on before. Is that right?
He does wear it in the field a fair bit these days. He's sort of moved on from the cap. Tends to do the baggy green bit at the start of a test match, but doesn't mind the extra sun protection.
He sounds quite relaxed to me, Cummins. He doesn't seem like a captain that's filled with tension, angst.
But his interview answers have got shorter and shorter. He does about 4 or 5 words per answer now when he does the pre-match spot.
Yeah, it's I suppose the joy of captaincy, as you know, Michael, you have to do an awful lot of interviews.
Yeah, you do, and you're relaxed when your team's playing well.
Yeah, well,
you've got plenty
helps.
of players to pick from. It's not a bad position to be in.
Indeed. Right, the two sides out there in the middle, and it is time for the national anthems. two national anthems there. Advance Australia Fair. They're belted out by the Australian side, who line up like this. Just the couple of changes that we heard about, with Steve Smith out, as is Cameron Green, and coming back into the side, Glenn Maxwell, after recovering from falling off that golf buggy a few days ago. He's okay after concussion concerns. Mitch Marsh back in the country, having gone home for personal reasons. So Travis Head, David Warner, Mitchell Marsh, Marnus Labuschagne, Josh Inglis, Glenn Maxwell, Marcus Stoinis, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazelwood. Afghanistan line up with Ramanullah Gurbaz, Ibrahim Zadran, Hashmat Shahidi as the captain, Ramat Shah, Azmat Amarzai, Imran Ali Kil as the keeper, and then the experience of Mohammed Nabi, Rashid Khan, who I passed in the lift this morning, and he smelt absolutely terrific. His aftershave was marvellous. Mujiba Rahman, Noor Ahmed and Naveed Al-Haq. So that is how the two sides light up. Michael Vaughan, Geoff Lemon standing by to take us through the opening phases of the game.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, you have to make sure you smell good when you're an international superstar, because you never know when you might make an impression on somebody.
Well, I think we'll run a little bit of a calm. We'll ask Rashid, won't we, later on? What aftershave was it?
What's the scent? Maybe it's just natural.
Old Spice.
I think he'd be a bit more sophisticated
Bit of brute.
than that. I think he's worked his way up from. Didn't Shane Watson used to do the promotion stuff for them? I seem to remember some.
Yeah, I think he did.
Clobbering a cricket ball around the dressing room or something like that. He's kicking around somewhere on TV commentary. He's become quite the established figure in India. Doesn't do much commentary in Australia on telly, but he's been doing a lot here.
Yeah, I asked him that actually the other day. He says he likes the Australian summers with the kids, and he comes over for the IPL, and obviously he's doing this World Cup. Good to see a lot of the old players. Aaron Finch, he's joining us today as well. It is a scorcher, and captain has won the toss and decided to bat first in Mumbai. We applaud that decision. Whatever the score that Afghanistan get, it's the right decision, because it's scorching there. It's certainly hotter than the India versus Sri Lanka game. I wasn't here for the England-South Africa game, but Phil generally tells us the heat factor by the sweat factor from walking here. Phil, how hot is it?
Yeah, it's hot again today. Yeah, I don't think it's quite as hot as England, South Africa. I think that was a little bit more humid. I think that was the real key, the real draining factor of those England fielders. But yeah, it's warm.
India, Sri Lanka, is it hotter than that?
I'd say about on a par. I think it's roughly where we are now, yeah.
Yeah, probably at the start of the month. So if you talk to Mumbai locals, they describe something called October heat, and it's just the month of October, which is differently hot somehow. It's always hot here, but...
Who needs the expertise, Geoff, of all the weather people out there when you've got Phil, who just gives you the sweat count?
Yeah, exactly. How sweaty did you get walking to the ground
Half an hour stroll to the ground. Yeah, not too bad today. I say, still very warm, but the humidity's not quite there. But, as we know, having read the local papers this morning, there's a bit of smog in the air, so that might be a factor as well.
Well, Mitchell Starc has the ball in hand. He's got those protective skins on his sleeves. He wears the short sleeve shirt with the tight skins. He's had a few different colours. I think he's got the black ones on today. Been keeping a close watch on that. He's had the green ones, the gold ones, and he's got a couple of slips in position. So this is interesting. Just scratching out a guard is Ramanullah Gurbaz, who's been so impressive at times during this tournament.
Geoff, the Aussies look a big team, don't they? Look at Marsh at second slip, huge.
He is massive.
Mitchell Starc's huge.
You ever find
Hazelwood,
yourself,
Cummins.
You stand next to Mitchell Marsh or Cameron Green and feel quite intimidated.
It's that Stoinis at square leg, he's big as well.
He's massive. He's taking up most of the room from mid-wicket to the square leg umpire. Got Zampa, who's not so big, down at fine leg on the fence just in front of our broadcast position, and Gurbaz is not happy with someone running around in front of the sight screen. So that's a good start to the day to have a guy in a blue shirt who just decides to walk all the way across in front of the sight screen, grab something and then come back again.
I think it was the bottle put it off.
Good timing. Great.
Grab the bottle.
Okay, well, everything is clear now. Mitchell Starc will come left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Gurbaz, who's tapping his bat, waiting for Starc and playing with an open face down to deep third. A single without any drama or concern from the first ball of the match, and that's a nice way to start for Ramanullah Gurbaz. Ibrahim Zadran comes on to strike, and Afghanistan 1-0.
Yeah, Gurbaz against England when he came out in Delhi, he was electric, wasn't he? He got Afghanistan off to a flyer. Can he do the same here?
Compelling that day. Played really well against Pakistan too in that run chase, got them going there.
They've had Sachin with them. Afghanistan, he joined their training yesterday.
under the statue, the Tendulkar statue up in the stands.
Oh, let's not talk about that.
I think we exhausted the conversational possibilities of that last time we were here. Stark up to Ibrahim Zadran, very wide outside the off stump. Umpire says that's okay. Yes, the statue we chatted about, that maybe it's not the greatest likeness and they might have got him playing a more picturesque shot, but nonetheless it's a powerful swat down the ground is what it looks like.
I know Steve Smith's not well, but if there's ever a chance to Steve just go and stand next to that statue.
It does look a bit like one of the strokes. It looks like the shot he played off Chris Wokes after he came back from being hit in the head in 2019 when he slapped that one over mid-wicket.
Even the face looks a little bit like Steve Smith.
Maybe they sent the wrong photo to the sculptor's studio. Stark up to Ibrahim Zadran, who's spilled behind the wicket. Inglis comes across. I don't know if he got a touch on that. I think he felt for it and didn't edge it, but Inglis didn't take the ball cleanly, so it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, I mean, the second ball didn't swing for Stark, and this ball a bit straighter. And he just goes with the angle from the left armour over the wicket, just straight on with the line. Little bit of seam movement.
Swings after it passes the bat, so it did look like he'd edged it for a moment. Survives. Ibrahim taps the bat. 2 slips. Point, backward point. Stark bowls to him on the pads, clips it away. He runs here out through square leg. It's rolling up towards the lines. Adam Zampa coming around. And it wasn't the cleanest contact. Oh, there might be a mix-up here. There could be a run-out. No, the ball's gone to the wrong end. So that's not great running, but it's not great fielding either. Zampa, maybe he just let go of the ball before there was that stutter. Because from one end, one of the players was moving, the other one decided not to go.
Or Afghanistan have done the homework. Zampa doesn't have a rocket arm. And just knew that he's on the boundary edge and he's not going to be able to throw it in that hard.
So Gurbaz was already coming back to the striker's end, and Ibrahim Zadran was still there. Left very late. Had the throw gone to the other end, he would have been out. But he survives. He's picked up 3 runs. Therefore, with that loss, Stark bowls to Gurbaz, who presses the ball into the gap at cover and takes a single. This is good running so far, 5 for none.
It's quite a solid start by Afghanistan. I mean, we shouldn't even describe them as being anywhere near minnows. They're a quality team. So it shouldn't surprise if they keep their composure and calmness and just play like they have been doing. I don't think they're going to be scared because they're playing Australia. They've played some really good cricket, beating good teams. So they've just got to keep their same mindset. They'll put Australia under pressure if they can just stay very composed.
They were. It was only the occasion of the World Cup that I thought that might overawe them. That hasn't done. Stark bowls full, driven away on the bounce. It's nicely struck in the end.
It's a beauty, isn't it, already? You can see it's a good pitch.
But it's fielded and there won't be a run. So 5 for none after the first over. That was very true, that shot off the middle of the bat. Yeah,
and again, just in the day, it just doesn't do anywhere near as much as it does under the lights. Seamers running in when the lights are on, it's a bit cooler. And your team have got a score on the board. It's always that little bit easy. The key is batting first and getting over 300. Only one team have chased over 300 in the World Cup. That was Pakistan against Sri Lanka. It was a good chase last night. Bangladesh chasing down the 280 odd against Sri Lanka. Chased down quite easily in the end, 40 odd overs.
Well, I'm thinking back to that match that Afghanistan played against Australia in the T20 World Cup late last year. Would have been November, I guess. And they came very close. They were 4 runs away. Australia made 168. And Afghanistan ended up 164 for 7 after their 20 overs. Gurbaz and Ibrahim Zadran were both playing that day, made some runs. Rashid Khan smashed some down the order. They weren't afraid of Australia that day.
Rashid Khan certainly smashed them, 48 off 23.
Yep.
4 6s, 3 4s, strike rate of 208.
He laid into them near the end.
I love his batting.
Yeah. I want him to take more of a...
I want him to float a bit more.
Yeah.
Every now and again, get him in.
Hazlewood start his first over of the day to Gurbaz, who's almost edging in the channel, and he just feels for it. That's a perfect length, that Hazlewood length. Yeah, you seem to feel with Rashid Khan that he doesn't want to bat. He doesn't want to have the responsibility of being relied on with the bat. But there are times when he needs to... He comes out in the 47th when he could have come out in the 43rd or the 42nd. And he is still just about the cleanest hitter of a ball in this lineup.
Especially over backward point.
That sort of helicopter wrist cut shot that he can play for 6, extraordinary. Whips them over the leg side as well. Yeah, like you, I'd like to see him. I'd like to see them be more flexible with how they use him. Hazelwood pitches up, driven. They'll take a run down to mid-on. Doesn't strike it that cleanly. Travis Head gets across to his left to field. The score is 6 for none, Phil.
Yeah, Rashid Khan, if it was 1996, would be a pinch hitter, wouldn't he? Absolutely designed for that role. Afghanistan, it's their 23rd World Cup game. When batting, they've scored 23 half-centuries. No batter has yet to hit a century in World Cup cricket for Afghanistan.
That carrot's still there, and these guys have gone close. You had Ibrahim Zadran made 83, was it?
80 versus India. Gurbaz made 80 versus England.
Yep.
Sorry, Hashmatullah made 80 versus India. Yeah.
That's right. But Ibrahim Zadran made a high 80s.
Yeah, 87.
87. There you go. That's the one I'm thinking of. Hazelwood pitches up again, and just coming forward and defending that one is Ibrahim.
What a lovely day to
make 100.
Well, someone get a first ton against the Aussies. That would be nice. I've just had some nice news. I've no clue about the Melbourne Cup, Geoff.
Yep.
But I was part of a little bit of a sweepstake, and I don't think it was that I pulled this horse out, which is called, let me just get it.
It's called Without a Fight.
Yeah, Without a Fight. I was given Without a Fight because of England's performances in the World Cup, and it's gone on and won. So I've won a few quid.
Hazelwood comes up now, and forward in defence is Ibrahim Zadran once again. So
Which was nice.
You've been sledged and you've come out the winner for it.
Yeah, they sledged me saying, you're having that horse. It was with the TV channel I worked with in Australia. They said, that's yours because of your team's performance. I said, OK, that's fine. Didn't know much about the horse. And there you go, it's romped home.
Well, sometimes karma does something nice for you if somebody's
Does that mean a moral victory for England in the Ashes?
It's a moral victory and an actual victory in the race. You've got both. Hazelwood, again pitching up. He's felt pretty full in this over, which is interesting. Attacking the stumps. It's pushed away to point.
Yeah, it's really good length, but it's the kind of length I think when a batter gets in, he'll start to drive that. I'm impressed with Ibrahim because he's just having a look. Just having a look at the conditions. Boundaries here are always quite short, 66 metres square. The wicket's 61 on the other side, so you know that you can always play catch up here. It's a great place to bat. True bounce, fast outfield, short boundaries. Ball seems to fly.
And the difference between losing an early wicket versus getting through 10 overs, none down. Hazelwood. He bowls a little bit wider this time, and it's chopped hard into the ground. Labuschagne fields at point. That's the end of an over that only costs Josh Hazelwood a single run. Afghanistan 6 for none, won the toss, elected to bat. There was a little cheer of celebration in our commentary box when that happened. We wanted to see a team win the toss, bat here, make the other team do the hard work in the heat, and then with those 4 spinners as well. That could be so tasty this evening. Australia, Maxwell aside, aren't the most accomplished side against spin. If you've got those 4 spinners swarming Australia under lights, maybe it's skidding on a bit, maybe the pitch gets a little worn. We haven't seen Dew play a big part here. That could be very, very interesting tonight if they can put up even 250.
Yeah, it's the right approach for Afghanistan. It's the way that they can win the game. They've taken seconds. First slip out, David Warren's gone to extra cover. The big Mitchell Marsh is covering a couple of places in the cordon.
He's got hands on his knees, Mitchell Marsh, waiting for Mitchell Starc to come up and bowl outside the off stump, and Gurbaz is letting the ball go. Phil?
Yeah, 3 games in the World Cup at the Vancouver so far. Team batting first, scored 399, 382, 357. Team batting second, 170, 233, and Sri Lanka's 55. Why wouldn't you bat first?
Ooh. Well,
was that Sri Lanka's 55?
I was just remembering it. We were here doing that game, and it was a display of brutality.
They've had a tough week, Sri Lanka.
Yep.
Been a bit going on. They sat the whole board, didn't they?
They've had a tough tournament. Starc up and struck on the pad is Gurbaz, but too high and angled across.
Just tell me, Geoff, right? Sacking the whole of the board.
Yep, because the players have played badly.
Yeah, couldn't they? They're not going to obviously qualify. Couldn't they just wait a week just to sack the board? Why did they have to do it with just a week to go of their World Cup campaign?
Well, after they got bowled out for 50 in the Asia Cup final, we had reports that they'd sacked the captain, Dasun Shanaka, and then a week later he was back again. And he hadn't been formally sacked, but he'd been informally sacked, and then that had been retracted, and then he captained them to this World Cup and then got injured and left. So there's been a bit going on. Starc bowls full over pitch, beautifully played. by Gurbaz. Draws the applause around the ground and in the comm box because he's timed that beautifully out to wide long on. Slide and a tap back out there. Might have saved one run. Umpires will have a look at that. Travis Head did his best.
Geoff, I think it's a really good sign that he's in good form, because this does swing back in, and I think if you're out of form, this goes square of the wicket because you fall over a little bit, because you go with the line of the ball, then it swings and you hit it to square leg. The fact that he's gone in front of square and just beats mid-on's right boot, it just tells you that he's nice and upright, he's allowed the ball to swing, and he's played it exactly where he needed to play. So that's really good balance, a good sign for Afghanistan.
Travis Head's slide has worked. He did the relay fielding with Stoinis and kept them to 3, so it's 9 without loss. Stark up to Ibrahim, who's defending the ball. Short cover runs into field. David Warner is wearing the hat today. He's been alternating between hat and hatless. It's been a very important thing I've been keeping tabs on through this World Cup.
Yeah, well, it's not an afternoon to be hatless, that's for sure. He's got to get the cap on or the floppy. The floppy of Pat Cummins, I don't think it's it's not pristine.
No, it's quite.
It's a little bit floppy-ish, isn't it?
It is actually floppy. And normally those broad-brimmed hats have a pretty well-starched brim, but the Cummins one is descending, like the shoulders of a bowler who's just been clobbered. Stark comes up to Ibrahim, who again isn't scoring, just pushes the ball back to Stark.
Yeah, Warner under lights generally without the cap on. He likes to show off his hairdo, doesn't he?
Is that also to make sure that your eyes are adjusted to the floodlights? If you've got I was thinking, if you have the cap on and you've got the brim blocking the floodlights, and then a high ball goes up, you look up in the air, the floodlights hit your eyes, and then there's an adjustment period.
One thing's for sure, he and Martin Labuschagne have been outstanding. The boundary riders for Australia. They've saved so many runs, taken some brilliant catches.
Stark. Tall and lean, and he runs up, and he's being driven. He's being driven square for 4. That's an incredible shot. Just leans back a little bit on it, Ibrahim Zadran, but crushes it out of the middle of the bat. Through point. 13 for none at the end of the over.
What a shot that is to end Mitchell Stark's over. He's gone for 12 in 2. Just a little bit of width. It's full. Again, great balance. Doesn't move. The front foot goes forward, and then he's in a great balanced position, and he just throws the hand at the ball straight off the middle back. Good news for England fans. I've just seen a magnificent table on the television. England are top of the catch efficiency league. 85%.
Wow.
Top of the league. There you go, Geoff.
That is
a moral victory.
That is something to take home.
Yeah, that's the one you come for.
Is there a trophy for that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge one.
Nice shiny one.
Yeah, that's the one that they came for.
Pop that up at ECB Towers.
Another cabinet to be built.
Do you think there'll be a reunion in 20 years' time?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Get everybody together. Remember when we held on to a few? Hazelwood starts a new over and coming forward and defending. It's Gurbaz this time. Hazelwood's been very tidy so far. Well, I think as an Australian, it's in my interest to not get stuck into anybody on national grounds, because, people tend to misread that. There's a certain kind of smug parochialism. So I'll leave that up to you.
The catch efficiency, I need to see that league table again, because I don't know how many catches England have actually had.
I was thinking that. How many opportunities have... With volume comes the opportunity for mistakes. It's 13 for none. Hazelwood. Tall, pitches up, driven away, sliced slightly off the outside half, but there'll be runs here. There might even be 4. The ball's slowing up. Labuschagne slides and scoops it up inside the boundary line, up at deep backward point. And a couple more runs to the score. 15 for none. Gurbaz goes up to 8. It's been a steady enough start from this pair. Michael Vaughan off for a spell. Alex Hartley for the first time today. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's Mumbai. It's steaming hot. It's your last day in Mumbai, isn't it? Are you off tomorrow?
For now, yes. Yes, we come back for the semi-final. Whoever that may be.
Well, India will definitely finish top. We know that. In at the hip goes Hazelwood, and there's a howl of no from Gurbaz after he drops the ball to the leg side, and for half a second they think of a run. So India will finish top, but if Pakistan sneak into 4th place, India go and play them in Kolkata. Whereas if anybody else is 4th, then they will play India here in Mumbai. And the other semi-final will be in Kolkata. You'd think Australia will be desperate to make sure they don't slip to 4th. They want to finish 3rd or second, so that they don't end up in the India game.
Yeah, teams often speak about in World Cup, so, you know, it doesn't matter who you play in the semi-finals, but it does. You know, no one wants to play the strongest team. And in this case, it's India, and it's India at home. You want to allow someone else to knock them out.
Counterpoint. If you get India in the final, you're playing at a stadium in front of 100,000 people who will be, you know, 99,500 of them will be supporting India.
Think of the pressure that puts on India.
Yeah. It's one way to look at it. Hazelwood. Up and just bowling on a length in line with the stumps. It's defended back to him. Maybe you'd rather get them in the semi-final at a smaller ground where the crowd won't be as big, the noise won't be as loud, the stakes won't be as high.
I think when it comes to finals, anything can happen. Anything can happen, and you know, you don't want to be playing the one team that have won all of their games and been so dominant. You know, imagine if New Zealand knocked them out and you go, oh, we get to play New Zealand in the final.
Hazelwood pitches up, driven. This might go for 4. Cummins is chasing it back to the line. Long strides, but he won't get there. And that is another boundary for Ramanola Gurbaz, who's striking them quite nicely. 19 without loss. He goes up to 12. And finally, laying into a fuller delivery. Phil?
Alex, you've got experience of that, haven't you? 2017, you allowed India to play Australia in the semi-final. You let India do all the hard work.
We did
put
indeed.
Australia out in that incredible day at Derby.
And then when it came to the final, you know you've just got to stay in the game for as long as possible because you're not playing the strongest team in the world, and anything can happen.
Hazelwood to Gurbaz, and he pitches up, thick outside edge. There'll be more runs here, just the one down to deep third, because they've got the fielder back there. 20 without loss after 4 overs. So a decent start from Afghanistan. Chose to bat. Gurbaz 13 at a runner ball. Ibrahim Zadran 7 from 11, and a couple of nice shots in there to the boundary in those first 4 overs, Alex.
Yeah, there has indeed, and just playing the patience game, Afghanistan, and just capitalising on the poorer deliveries that Australia have given them. I think Stark obviously not starting as well with the ball as he would have liked. A little bit of pressure from Hazelwood's first over, but I've been really impressed with Afghanistan throughout this whole World Cup. You know, they come into this tournament having only won 1 World Cup game in a tournament, and they've won 4 in this one, and you just think the turnaround from this team and the change, and it's all down to the basics of being patient, and if they lose wickets they now rebuild partnerships. Maybe that's the experience of having someone like Jonathan Trott in your coaching staff.
Mitchell Starc will continue. He's coming left arm over still. Hasn't changed that angle today, and swishing outside the off stump is Gurbaz. He's playing a big back foot drive and missing that ball. Mitchell Starc, we're used to him taking early wickets and taking bags of them in 50 over cricket, especially in World Cup cricket. He got 1 in that first over against India to start the tournament, but that was the only one he took that night. Ended up with 1 for 31. And he took a couple early against England. In between times, really struggled for wickets. 2 for 53 against South Africa, 2 for 43 against Sri Lanka, 1 for 65 against Pakistan, 1 for 22 against the Dutch. None for 89, his first World Cup none for against New Zealand. And then that 2 for 66 against England. Driving, attempting to drive, thick inside edge behind square leg for Gurbaz. He'll get 1. 21 for none. So he has been taking wickets, but he hasn't taken stacks, and we're used to seeing him take 4s and 5s and 6s in World Cup matches, and he's been taking the odd 1 or 2. He's been expensive throughout. It just hasn't clicked for him.
No, it hasn't, and you know, maybe it's, you know, the end of an era when it comes to 50 over cricket. You can't imagine that he'll play in another 50 over World Cup, and maybe, you know, that extra pressure that he maybe wants to do well putting on himself. But you have tournaments like that, you know, and he's gone such a long time with taking bags of wickets, and you know, that first time he didn't, it is almost everyone's going, can't believe he's been so long without a wicket.
Starc up and bowling, and Ibrahim is getting a run out through square leg, 22 for none. There also hasn't been much new ball swing. No. Is a huge factor, and for him, you remember him in 2015, it was all about that ball was going a long way.
The conditions are unlike any other out here in India.
So 27 wickets he took in 2015 in that World Cup, 22 in the next one. He's got 9 so far, with a couple of group games to go here, and potentially a final or 2.
He might get into double figures.
He might. There might be a bag at some point. Surely he's got to take a 5 or a 6 at some stage. He comes in and bowls full, and he's being driven to cover, where Warner grabs the ball and pretends to throw and doesn't. Just giving himself something to do, David Warner.
He's saving them for the World Cup final against India.
That would be fun. Just storm in, 6 for 22 with the ball swinging.
Thank you, bye. Probably retire on the spot as well and say
Probably have to be
good night.
smuggled out of the country. Need to be helicoptered off the middle of the pitch. One thing in this country, very competitive, but those India supporters love good cricket. Stark up and bowling short and hooked away. Might have been more glove than bat. But Gurbaz will get a boundary here. A little bit streaky. It's over what would have been a short fine leg, but the fielder well wide of there. He picks up 4. 26 for none.
Yeah, with a short fine in place, you're always going to take that ball on. Wasn't a bad ball from Stark, maybe slightly leg side. Top edge is always going to fly away for 4.
So that's how it would work here. If you did take 6 for and beat India in the World Cup final, people would be upset for about 10 minutes, and then they'd offer you a huge IPL contract and say, please come back and play. You know, there is that love for great cricket as it is played, even against India. Not at the time, not at the exact second in the stadium, but as soon as the game's over. Stark up and bowling full. He's driven down to mid-off. They run with the shot. Could be trouble. The direct hit might have run him out, but it misses. Cummins at mid-off has a ping at the stumps. 5 overs have been bowled. It's 27 for none. And Gurbaz is on 19. Ibrahim Zadran on 8.
Here, look at Sam Curran. He had that test series against India, didn't he? I can't remember what year it was now.
2018.
2018, and then next minute he's signing for millions in the IPL.
He's had an IPL contract ever since, hasn't he?
Yep.
Every time he's come back, he played 4 tests. I think Phil might be able to look this up. I think he might be the only player of the series who's been dropped during the series. I know Chris Wokes was player of the series without playing the first 2 in the Ashes, but Curran, I reckon, played the first test, got maybe the first 2, got dropped, and then came back and played the next couple and was player of the series. Can't think there'd be too many who've done that. But
Maybe
yeah,
it was a rest and rotate thing.
it's earned him a nice little sinecure ever since, it must be said.
And then obviously last year's IPL going for something ridiculous at 1.6 million. That pressure that does to a young player, and didn't really have a good IPL either.
Cameron Green, who basically belted 4 sixes against India in a test match at the MCG and was hot property at the IPL ever since. So pick your moments.
Sort of jealous, to be honest.
Yeah. Just need one good game against the team in light blue. Well, one of them. There are about 14 teams in light blue and about 10 teams in green at this World Cup. Australia-Netherlands was great for that. Finally, we got 2 different colour matchups. The yellow and the orange. It's a bowl of citrus fruit. Some sort of still life situation. It's quite refreshing. Hazelwood, bowl his 3rd over. And he's just on a length outside the off stump, being driven down to mid-off by Gurbaz. It's been a good mix from this Afghanistan pair. They haven't wildly chased anything. Been a couple of slightly streaky moments, but they've been tempering their approach. They wait a little bit, they look at a couple, they pick the ball they want to attack.
Well, they've got their points, haven't they? Their power play, what they want off the power play, then the next 5, the next 10. And I think that gives real clarity to a team.
Hazelwood. No slip cordon anymore. Short ball pulling, and there's no appeal from Inglis behind the wicket, who takes the ball, but that flew over the top edge of Gurbaz as he tried to smack that out through square leg, where they've got a fielder back. So it would have been a comfortable single. I suppose if you'd got it behind square, it might have gone away for 4. So at the moment, deep 3rd and deep square leg of the fielders out. They've got a short fine leg up in the circle, as well as a mid-wicket and a mid-on the leg side. On the offside, they've got a backward point, cover and mid-off. All pretty conventional there. And Hazelwood is up to Gurbaz, who's just defending, and he runs with the shot. He's called through by his partners. Hazelwood tries to soccer it into the stumps. Just a little toe poke into the bottom right corner after a deflection in the box. Misses, 28 for none with the single.
I hope he shouted Ronaldo as he kicked that.
He's put it miles wide.
Yeah. It wasn't quite Ronaldo, was it? Actually, it probably was of recent performances.
It was a little side foot, but it caught the toe, the side of the toe, rather than the instep. So the technique was horrible there. Bad techers.
I'm never for one for kicking a cricket ball because they're rock hard and your shoes are soft.
Yep.
Hurts.
He's tried to curl that top corner, hasn't he?
He's not gone for the base of the stumps. He's gone for the top of leg.
Hazlewood got the ball back in his hand now, a bit more comfortable with this method, and he bowls short down the leg side. Umpire says that's okay. No, after a belated little pause, he signals wide.
I'd have thought the wide would have come from down the leg side, not height there, but it came from the square leg umpire.
I thought it was just down the leg side. It might have just gone over the line of the batter's body outside the leg stump, which is not wide. But in height, that's not a wide for height. We're just seeing the side on replay there, and he was a bit dipped at the knees trying to pull, misses the ball, but it was only a ball's width above the height of his helmet, and that was with the knees bent. Anyway, maybe eventually we've arrived at the right answer by the wrong road. It's 29 for none with the extra. Hazlewood pitches up, driven. It won't get past short mid-wicket where Stoinis runs across and does some circus tricks as he picks up the ball with one hand and flicks it behind his back to the other hand as he pirouettes. Very graceful, considering the relative size and bulk of Marcus Stoinis. 2 to come in the over. Gurbaz on 20. Ibrahim Zadran on strike has 8 from 13 balls. Looks solid enough at the moment. Has a look around the field, reminds himself where everybody is. And Hazlewood bowls to him, and he's opening the face and does beat the field. Gets it down to deep third for 1. Imagine that shot will be played many times today. 1 ball to come in the over. 30 without loss.
It's a great shot to be able to rotate the strike. I see so many players now purposely play it. Joe Root does it a lot. Danny Wyatt, you always know that's how she's getting off strike. Playing that shot.
It's a strange kind of stalemate thing, isn't it? The fielding side's happy for you to play it. The batting side's happy to take it. They'll put the deep third back and say, fine, you can have 1 there.
Respect.
You might chop on. You might nick it. Hazlewood to Gurbaz, who says no. They've been calling loudly. They did have that one mix-up, which could have led to a run out earlier. End of the over. That's 6 overs gone. Gurbaz on 20. Ibrahim Zadran on 9. Afghanistan 30 without loss. Alex Hartley watching on with our scorer Phil Long, and Henry Moran will join them soon.
It's been a pretty solid start for Afghanistan, as we were saying, just taking things easy, capitalising on the bad ball, just rotating the strike. But we know that they have their targets, their power play targets, what they want from each section of the game. And as a player, that does give you real clarity, because even if you lose a couple of wickets here and there, you know that you've got the next 10 overs to score 45, 50 runs and really just keep ticking over.
As Michael was saying, it's a good ground for catching up if you need to. If you go a little slow for a while, you've got the opportunity to plunder runs later on. So then, the sun is shining in the sort of hazy way it does in this part of the world. Glenn Maxwell is going to have a bowl, fresh from the back of a golf buggy.
Can't see a lump on his head.
I know. Honestly, golf's a dangerous business.
I tried to get the gossip from him as well with that.
Did he tell you?
No, did he? I said, what really happened, Glenn? He just put, I'm okay. All right.
Okay, that's quite a shutdown, actually, isn't it? You know, if somebody says that, you're not going anymore. Right, then he's in now to bowl to Ibrahim on 9 and whipped away off the pads into the leg side. And Maxwell's first ball with his darty off spin, it's sort of just flicked in down towards the toes, quite flat.
But what we do know from Australia is if you have a concussion.
Here's Maxwell again, bearded figure, bowling, and a run will be taken this time. Zampa moves to his left at fine leg, 31 without loss.
You're out for a minimum of 7 days anyway.
Okay.
So if you fail one concussion test, it doesn't matter if you pass the one the next day or the day after, you're out for a minimum of 7 days.
Right.
So that is probably most likely what happened.
Yeah. And good. I think it's really important that these are the sort of protocols that you take seriously, because you got to. Maybe you might think twice about golf buggy. As Marcus Stoinis said, boys will be boys. It does lead you to think, what on earth were they up to?
I did something silly in the 100.
What was that?
tried to jump on Luke Wells and smacked my head in the middle of the road. I had a big lump, concussion the next day.
Here comes Maxwell, drops it short, and Gerbaz whipping the ball into the onside. Will get one to the right of Cummins.
Look, had I not had a few sherbets, I wouldn't be jumping on a man as tall as Luke Wells for a piggyback.
No.
But I had, and it happened, and I had whiplash, and...
Did you get checked out properly?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. Here's Maxwell, bowling to Ibrahim, and he plays off the inside edge of the bat onto the pads. 32 without loss. I suppose that the argument always is, you know, players do need to be able to switch off, unwind. Maxwell again, moving past the umpire, and this is hiked into the onside. There's going to be runs here, could be 4 of them. Fielder running around, does well, very well. Travis Head moving to his left. There's 2 on the boundary on the leg side. And as it was dropped in short and hammered away, it looked like it was going to be 4. But a good bit of work from Travis Head means in the end, actually, only get through for the 1. 33 without loss.
Short into the pitch, but a lot of turn there for Glenn Maxwell.
Maxwell moving in again, and, deep in the crease, and pushed towards cover. There'll be no run there. Dot ball to finish an over that concedes just 3, 7 gone. And Afghanistan 33 without loss. It's one of those, though, Al, where if you're Afghanistan and Australia, well, if you see one turning at this point, it's a bit of actually a mixed blessing. You'll be thinking, well, okay, you wait till Rashid Khan's got the ball in hand later.
Rashid Khan's licking his lips, isn't he? Sees a couple go like that and goes, I can get them to go sideways and both ways.
Phil, how have your adventures been the last few days? What have you been up to?
Last few days I've been over in Ahmedabad watching England, Australia. Yeah, great time. Big crowd in.
Yeah,
I'd expect. A bit tricky getting out. The metro goes out to the station there now, goes out to the ground there now. The ground wasn't full, but it was absolute chaos at the metro. So if you're thinking of getting the metro to the final,
don't bother.
Or leave early.
33 without loss. Here comes Josh Hazlewood bowling to Ibrahim. Plays the ball skewed away towards backward point, where it's fumbled, but there's no time for a single.
It's like Edgbaston, you know, you've just got to wait around for 2 hours, otherwise you're not getting out of the car park.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing with the metro that goes out to the ground, it's at the end of the line, so everybody's going back the same way. So it was, there was a queue that, literally that was half a mile long to get onto the station platform.
And that was a ground that was probably, what, a quarter full?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Was strap in for a long night for the final of India there.
I think if India win, I think people are prepared for a long night.
I think so. 33 without loss. In comes Hazlewood, bustling forward once more, defended into the ground by Ibrahim, and points his sword out towards the batter like a sort of jouster, do you know what I mean? I like that when they do the fencing, the sword sort of...
Wait on.
Yeah, a little bit. 33 without loss.
And then yesterday morning I came down from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, and despite having been on 1 or 2 Indian trains, first ever time on a double-decker.
Oh!
Very exciting.
Yes, I saw that on your... I have to say, your social media, 1 billion rupees. Is that your
1 billion RS? Yeah, short for rupees. Yeah,
it's great content to see India. Here comes next delivery from Hazlewood, and it's pulled around the corner, and that's going to be 4. That was a poor ball up on the hips, and Ibrahim just helped it on its way. No one protecting that boundary down towards fine leg, and 4 runs as Ibrahim Zadran gets just his second boundary. 37 without loss.
Your content's great, Phil. I love it. I've got one problem.
Go on.
We need more. I'm constantly waiting for your next adventure.
Okay. Well, I've got a big adventure coming up after Pune. I come back to Mumbai, and then we've got 32 hours on the train over to Calcutta. So I'll keep you updated as we go.
32 hours.
What do you want to? Let me know what you want to see, Alan. I'll produce it.
Zadran on strike. Here comes Hazlewood again. Oh, it beats the inside edge, and there's half an appeal from those square of the wicket. Eventually, Hazlewood goes up in collaboration, and now Pat Cummins comes jogging in from mid-off. They'll have a little conversation. There was conviction, particularly from David Warner, and it can only have been the inside edge if there was a noise. Cummins is yet to be convinced, and now with 2 seconds left, he does say, we'll have a look at this. It's umpire Worf who's said not out, but we'll have a look.
My first reaction was that's got to be out, and then thinking about it, we've not seen the replay. Could it have come off the iPad? Cut him in half. So at first I thought that's got to be out, and then I'm thinking potential thigh pad involved.
We'll have a little look. Jonathan Trott is shown on the big screen looking rather nervous. Hazelwood bowling it, and it's just back of a length. It's a good ball. And Ibrahim coming for his pocket. That's what it is. It's a very baggy, flappy pocket, isn't it?
That is actually really flappy.
That is...
I don't think I've seen a flappier pocket.
No. And that's
Baggy,
what it is.
isn't it?
It is very baggy. Just look at the replay there. That's the noise. And I quite like that because unless you're risking being given out with no reviews left, it's a good way of getting the opposition to use one.
What you need to do is get the actual flap of the pocket out.
Yeah.
And wave it around.
Yeah. And it's exactly what's happened is it's this pocket hanging out as it goes on through. That's the noise that that David Warner heard. Wasn't bat. Bit of flappy pocket.
He's had his car keys in there, hasn't he?
He's pulled his phone out, he's pulled the pocket out.
Oh dear. Right, so Australia lose a review. He wasn't certain, Cummins. He was rather convinced by Warner, who stands a little sheepishly now, waiting cover. And we've got a bit of a delay because Gurbaz, I think, has left his gloves halfway down the track. And
Just putting his pockets in. Or taking them out.
37 without loss. Hazelwood again is going to come marching in. Tall, powerful figure in past umpire Worf, and just played nicely off the back foot down towards Zampa at deep third. 1 run taken, 38 without loss. If you want to get in touch today, let us know what you're up to. Maybe what you want to see from Phil's journey to Kolkata. TMS at bbc.co.uk. Matt's done that. And the subject, vertigo. So I'm not saying I love Steve Smith, but I take meds that cause vertigo, and it's miserable. Stairs, escalators, glass lifts. Makes me feel sick.
Wow.
So, yeah, not much fun. It's a horrible thing to have. 38 without loss. Here comes Hazelwood again, and helped into the leg side. Fielder coming in for the boundary, takes the catch. Gurbaz it is, the big wicket. And as the ball went skewing up in the air, fielder running in, takes an easy enough catch. And there is the first wicket. Mitchell Stark, very good in the field. And Hazelwood strikes to make it 38 for 1.
Yeah, Gurbaz not happy with himself there, and rightly so. Short ball, just picked out Stark perfectly. One of those deliveries wasn't great from Hazelwood, back of a length, didn't sit up, could have hit it anywhere, hit it slightly earlier. It's 4 into the leg side, little bit top edgy, and the dangerous Gurbaz, he's got to go. Afghanistan had built a decent platform. We've seen them collapse a few times in this World Cup, so they're going to have to just build those blocks again.
Well, you saw it, Phil. He proper teapot on, didn't he? Hands on hips, Gurbaz.
Immediately it was caught, he dropped his bat, put his hands on his hips, and he must have had 5 or 10 seconds. It did not move.
Oh dear. Well, Gurbaz going is a real jolt for Afghanistan, because 8 overs gone, power play hasn't really moved that quickly. 4.75 the run rate, and he's somebody that can go on and score rapid runs.
Well, that's one of those as a fielding team or a bowler. You get in the middle, you go, oh, that could have gone anywhere.
So Ramat Shah comes to join the action. 38 for 1. Described recently on one commentary as the Rolls Royce of Afghan batting, which was an expression I did enjoy. I mean, I don't even know what it means. Sort of got a great big 12-litre engine or something, I don't know, really. 38 for 1, 8 overs gone. And Gurbaz departs for 21. Ramat Shah, then, he's averaging 44 across this World Cup, past 50 on 3 occasions, is what I'm trying to say.
That was a good one.
And we're going to see Maxwell continuing. From the President's box end, and deep in the crease is Ibrahim, helping the ball round the corner towards David Warner, who is as energetic and fit and good at moving as anyone in the field, despite his advanced years. Well, there's some talk, he may continue. Here comes Maxwell as the ball is played into the ground, back towards the bowler, because he's a proper athlete, is Warner. He's as enthusiastic, and the form in this tournament's been brilliant. Forward, in the air, it's chips, I think probably over Stark it is, running round from mid-off. He's going to dive as he stops the ball probably 5 yards inside the boundary at deep extra cover. And there was just a little bit of a chance taken by Ibrahim. And he'll get back for 2, 40 for 1.
One of those where, especially early on in the game that could go straight to the fielder.
Cries of catch it as it's helped round towards backward square leg, and Travis Head rolls from the crowd because they see the intent on the shot from Ibrahim. Moves to 19.
I'd love Maxwell just to flight one up here. Tempt the batter to go down the ground. He's bowling quick into the pitch, darts. I understand why he is. We're still in the power play. You know, only 2 fielders allowed outside, but I'd like the little teaser.
Just toss it up.
Go on then. Hit me. It's only 4.
Well, the fielder is going a little bit straighter at mid-off.
Or 6.
6. And a momentum shift. This is quicker and flatter from Maxwell, and towards Labuschagne. Hits, or if he doesn't hit, certainly the throw is good enough to see Maxwell just help the ball onto the stumps from half a yard or so away. And Labuschagne, who maintains his place because Steve Smith suffering from vertigo. A lot of talk that he wouldn't be playing in this game. Labuschagne. But he does play again. Here comes Maxwell. And this is outside the off stump, guided towards backward point, where the returning Mitchell Marsh will field. 9 overs gone, 41 for 1 is the score. Rachel is listening. Holiday team emailing in from Australia. I could be watching this on TV, but I love the radio commentary you provide. I post some of what you guys say on Reddit, and I get 10+ upvotes on my comments, so they must all enjoy it as well. Keep up the great work. That doesn't necessarily mean anything to me, but I trust that it's good news.
Must be what we're saying is either entertaining,
informative, educational,
or rubbish.
Well,
we might get downvotes if it was.
I tell you what, I don't think there's anyone on the BBC website that gets more downvotes than me.
No.
It's hilarious.
Oh,
do you remember that time we?
down.
Yeah. Do you remember the time we tried to get as many as we could on it? We got a few thousand.
It was very funny. Cummins into the attack for the first time, the Australian captain. This is angled towards cover point, where Warner energetically again runs in. 41 for 1.
Now I need to just discuss a topic, and it's the content topic.
Oh yeah.
So we've got a competition. Team Moran versus Team Peach.
Yeah.
And Team Moran are winning.
Yes.
It's 52% to 48%. And the teams...
What a memorable split.
Teams are set in stone.
Right.
Aren't they? You'd think?
Yeah, you'd think so. Here comes Cummins again, plodding away from us. In past the umpire, driven gloriously through the offside for 4. That's as good a shot as we've seen all day. Ibrahim leaning on the ball. It was outside the off stump, but it's not an easy shot to play that. And he's crushed it through the covers for 4. 45 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot. Through the covers. Slightly fuller from Cummins outside the off stump, but just no foot movements. Trusts himself. Probably the best shot of the day so far. To the teams. Me, you, Dan Norcross.
Yes.
The other team, Peachy, Carlos, Simon Mann.
Yes.
Well, Peach has only gone and asked Phil to do a video for him.
Well, that's point shared, surely.
And trying to claim it. I said, you can't just rope in random team members. I'll try and get Virat Kohli otherwise.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. 45 for 1. This is again just outside the off stump, but this time the drive, a little more checked, finds the hands of the fielder at cover.
I had no idea this was a thing. I didn't know I'd wandered into this.
Yeah, so your content cannot go towards Team Peach. We could, if you want to play that game, I'll rope in a few players and we'll be flying then, Henry.
Who are you going to call up?
Glenn could be my first. He's massive in Bangalore, isn't he?
He is, and he replied so enthusiastically to your last message.
That's only because I was trying to get a bit gossip.
I know, you and he are very good friends. 9.3 overs gone, 45 for 1. Cummins once more, bowling a ball, this time on the top of off stump and defended into the offside. Oh, right, so
if you want to play games, Tim Peach.
We did have a very good idea for today, but we're a team member down. Poor old Daniel's not feeling very well today. So we're a team member down. So that ruined our plans for this morning.
We'll do it in Bengaluru.
We will.
Teaser.
It's a bit of a teaser. Yeah. 45 for 1.
All we do know is I'll be wearing my RCB shirt.
I know, you're very excited to go. You've never been to Bangalore?
And I'm so excited.
No. Cummins again. 2 balls left of the over. 45 for 1. This is a slower ball, just back of a length, which is defended into the ground. And in the end, the throw from Inglis, so enthusiastic, hits the stumps. They do get through for a run. That won't impress the captain. 45 for 1 becomes 46 for 1 with the ball left to the power play.
And also, we've got somebody on our commentary team today that's huge in India. So
Geoff Lemon.
We can always drag Vaughan in as well.
Oh, well, I think if you start bringing Michael in, it's too big a trump card. It's start bringing on Lionel Messi in League One, you can't be doing it.
Exactly, so Peachy, you can have Phil, but we'll have Vaughan.
He's making the symbol for a bit of money, so chuck him a few rupees.
I'll get you an ice cream.
Right then, Rachel's back in touch. She says, just to clarify, people are loving the camaraderie between the commentary team, especially sarcastic remarks about the lack of success by the English cricket team. Trust me, it's a good thing. In comes Cummins, bowling outside the off stump, defended away, so 5 from the over. The power play comes to an end. Alex Hartley departs to come up with some more ideas for things to drive the numbers on the social media. And the 1 wicket to have fallen in that power play, that of Gurbaz for 21, caught off the bowling of Hazelwood by Stark for 21, and Michael Vaughan. So you think, what do you reckon it would take? A few biscuits?
Yeah, an ice cream or two.
Yeah.
A few bickies. The lady here that's Rachel, yeah. I'm with you there, Rach, about... I think we are the best nation in the world that takes being rubbish the best.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're great at being rubbish.
Well, bearing in mind we had a member of our broadcast team for many years who people would tune into, especially when England were rubbish.
Sir Geoffrey.
You've got it. And you sort of wind him up and let him go.
Yeah.
And about in the batting performance.
Oh, yeah, off his long run.
Glenn Maxwell to continue then. For the far end of the ground, Ibrahim, the right-hander, deep in the crease, will get a single towards wide. Mid-on, 47 for 1. What have you made of this start then?
Yeah, circumspect. They played okay, Afghanistan. They just look like they're just hanging in there. So they've played throughout the tournament. Australia, I don't think they'll be too worried at the minute. That big wicket of Gurbaz was a key because he can score quickly.
Maxwell over the wicket. And just a gentle nudge for Ramat's first run to the right of mid-on. 48 for 1 now.
Yeah, you can see that mid-on's up because it's spinning quite a lot for Glenn Maxwell. So they've got a cow corner on the boundary, a square leg just behind square on the boundary.
Maxwell again, this time through the offside. Behind square, it's going to be 4. That was nicely angled by Ibrahim. It was looking a good touch here, moves to 29.
Yeah, when he's spinning a lot, you generally do get hit square of the wicket because of the sharp spinner right-hander spin into the right-hander. Has to be right under your nose to hit it down the ground. That's why Australia have got this field. That's just a bit of width. It's probably quite quickly, isn't it? What pace is he bowling? So 96 kilometres an hour, so he's darting them in there.
Yeah, sort of 60 miles an hour, something like that.
Yeah.
52 for 1 then. Ibrahim's on 29. As Maxwell moves in once more, and again deep in the crease, just cautiously looking to try and find a gap on the onside. Won't do so.
Just going to put mid-on back for this last ball. Glenn Maxwell and square leg, who was on the one, that's Labuschagne. He goes a little bit straighter to mid-wicket. So it's more of an orthodox field that you see for off spinners. Mid-on back, our corner back. Behind square on the leg side on the boundary.
Maxwell bowls. This is drilled into the turf down towards Mitchell Stark at wide long off, who's taken the catch. Let us see in the 1 wicket to fall so far.
Is this a fresh wicket or is it a pitch that's been used?
It wasn't used in the last game here, but I don't think it's entirely fresh.
It's certainly spinning a little bit more today, which will please Afghanistan.
Well, every time one turns, it's going to make them feel a little more in the game for the second innings. This will be runs into the offside, nicely threaded through cover, and Mitchell Stark dives almost like a sort of tumbling stepladder. And 55 for 1 after 11.
That was a nice shot. They played that over really well, Afghanistan, because they didn't take any risks, and they've hit it for 9 by just playing good, strong cricket strokes. 55 for 1 after 11. They'll be. I mean, I don't know what the whiteboard is saying for Afghanistan. It's usually 50 after 10, isn't it? So they're on track.
Yeah, coming along okay. David Jefferson then in Pakenham, Australia, says great end to the day here in Victoria. Been enjoying the afternoon Melbourne Cup with Without a Fight winning at Flemington. Now, perfect end to the evening, listening to TMS via the ABC Listen app. It is, of course, going every ball of every game across Australia as well as across the UK. David says, keep up the work and go Aussies.
It's a big day, isn't it, the Melbourne Cup day?
Oh, yeah. You see some sights across Australia that day.
Oh, do you? Yeah, they'll be enjoying themselves, that's for sure.
Pat Cummins, starting in new over, his second. And bowls a ball onto the hips of Ibrahim. He'll get a run into the leg side, and the throw comes in and threatens the non-striker's end, but nothing doing. Yeah, it tends to be a little like... Yeah, it's a sort of stop-the-nation kind of event, like the Grand National, really, in Australia, though.
Yeah, you do see some states, don't you, later on in the day. All the hotels, they all generally host big events, don't they? The big screens all over Australia, not just in Melbourne.
Jim Maxwell, big fan.
Oh, yeah.
Loves that. 56 for 1. Here comes Pat Cummins. In now, bowling a fuller ball, which is clipped up towards Travis' head at mid-on.
Did you get decent odds on your winner, or was it just a sweepstake?
I'm waiting to hear. I've sent the message. No one seems to be replying to my message.
So Ramat's going to be on strike on 3. Gareth's been back in touch. Now, we heard from Gareth a couple of days ago. Still building the dry-jointed hedge we heard about.
The what?
Well, you may well ask. David Warner chews his gum, waits at cover as in comes Pat Cummins to his right. This is pushed away down towards deep third for one more. Morning all, says Gareth, the Cornish hedger. Still building the dry-jointed hedge, only this time Oberon the chocolate Labrador is at home with his mum. A Cornish hedge is a double-sided stone wall using soil as a binder so that it can be planted. They're the oldest man-made structures in Britain. Well, there you go.
Oh, I like a Cornish hedge. Yeah, when you drive down there, I mean, those little windy roads, narrow, aren't they? Always admired the hedge. I didn't realise that's how they were made. Marvellous.
In comes Pat Cummins. Running into bowl to Ibrahim, who's going to work the ball in towards the onside. Won't find a run there because Maxwell's at mid-wicket. Okay, so that's what Gareth's up to today. TMS at bbc.co.uk. If you want to join the conversation. Lots of, I think we are quite good as a nation in England at seeing sporting failure and sort of, you know, frustration initially is replaced quite rapidly.
With humour.
I think it has to be.
We're very good at that. I think we've become quite used to it.
Here comes Cummins, and this is a full ball which is angled towards backward point. Matt in Beckenham, on the subject of revelling in England sporting misery, no better radio than a Yorkshire pundit after a day of underwhelming performance on a cricket field, or Chris Waddle on 5 Live 10 minutes after England have gone out of a major tournament.
Chris Waddle.
Yeah, fair point.
Played a bit of football with Chris Waddle. He plays for the Devonshire Arms in Dore Village. Also at Hallam. Registered.
Cummins bowls, short ball down the leg side. That should be wide. No, says the umpire. End of the over, just 2 from it. 57 for 1 after 12.
Yeah, Hallam FC the other week was struggling for play, so he registered himself again to be playing. I think he's 63, Chris. He was going to play for Hallam. Still plays 5-a-side a couple of times a week with that left wand. Shimmying, you know, dropping the shoulders.
Yeah. Still got it?
Oh, has he? Yeah, has he? Wonderful player.
I can well imagine. Sort of player that, a bit like Jan Molby.
Jan Molby, now we're talking.
They're sort of, in the advancing years, the pace didn't really matter.
Well, he didn't have to move because he knew where the ball was going to be.
Yeah. Well, Teddy Sheringham, an extra 5 yards in the head, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Michael Carrick, he was like that.
See, Phil is thinking about some of his favourite players who play for Kettering Town, his team.
Kettering, Phil?
Yeah.
The Poppies. This is pushed into the onside at the start of a new over. Ramat moves to, or stays on 4, this time from 8 balls.
3-1 on Saturday against Royston. We'll take that. Poor start to the season for the Poppies, but they're slowly turning things around.
Maxwell coming in once more over the wicket. And down the track he comes, Ramat. Chips the ball in the air, down the ground. He's going to get probably just a single in the end, actually, because Zampa will scooped round from long on to pick up. 58 for 1.
Yeah, there is that spin, because he went down to go kind of straight down the ground, just kind of a straight mid off, and it grabbed in the surface, and it was thick outside edge that didn't quite carry down to Zampa.
Maxwell into bowl to Ibrahim, who plays with a high elbow down the ground for 1 more.
Yeah, Zampa's been outstanding, hasn't he, for Australia? Obviously got, Phil, is it 19 wickets? His length against England was immaculate. Didn't bowl anything loose, didn't bowl any half volley. It was just that in-between length, just spinning it slightly either way.
Maxwell bowling to Ramat. It's onto the pads. There'll be a run there towards mid-wicket.
Yeah.
From the boundary. The fielding is done by Stoyne. It's 60 for 1.
19 wickets for Adam Zampa in this World Cup at 17 apiece. He's second in the wicket takers list. Madhushanka, top of that, was 21.
Round the wicket, Maxwell just changing the angle.
Maxwell round the wicket then, and that's a little short, whipped away out towards the deep.
So it's funny when you mention Chris Waller. I've just looked at Phil's straight away. He's gone to Diamond Lights. Waddle and Hoddle.
Well, that was one of the great travesties of late 80s music, wasn't it? That they went for Glenn and Chris for their music name, not Waddle and Hoddle. Diamond Lights.
Those days are gone, aren't they? Footballers doing songs and teams doing cup final songs.
Forward, defending, and a dot ball to finish the 13th over. And 61 for 1 is the score. I know, and it's...
Why has that stopped?
It's a real pity.
Yeah, the old World Cup songs were great, weren't they?
Yeah, I think footballers are a bit sort of... they're a bit too cool now, aren't they?
Do you think their agents are all over? Well, you can't be seen doing something like that. It's too much like fun.
Well, I do wonder, there's a sort of a sense that, I don't know, that...
You're open to ridicule very slightly, aren't you?
Yeah, but that's half the fun, isn't it?
Well, that is half the fun, yeah.
Maybe we should bring it into the Cricket World Cups. Get the England team for the T20 World Cup next year to do a song.
Do you remember that in '99, England's World Cup song came out after England were knocked out?
This all sounds familiar, doesn't it?
I know. Right.
Well, there's one for the listeners. You know, what would England's World Cup song have been this time round?
I don't know. Here comes Pat Cummins, and defended into the offside. Failing, we are failing. Geoff is going to come in at the end of the over is what we're going to do here. Forgive me. 61 for 1 is the score.
Yeah, that first ball from Cummins was an off-cut, 118 kilometres an hour. There's plenty of those on this surface. It is dry. You can see the footholes. You know, they really are churning up already. Looks to me like it's a lot drier than the previous wickets that we've had here at the Wankhede.
Cummins turns beneath us once again. Ibrahim on 33, waited as Cummins is digging one in short. Oh, what a shot that is. Over the keeper's head, a little ramp. And that is brilliant batting for 4 runs. Fabulous to see.
Yeah, pace on 140, and he just uses it. Sees it short, and he just kind of sways only slightly, and then he just opens the blade. And he hardly does anything with the bat. He just allows the ball just to hit the blade that he's just opened, and he just... Yeah, he doesn't even put any kind of momentum with the hand. He just lets the ball hit the blade and it just flies over the keeper's head. Brilliant shot.
65 for 1. Here comes Cummins. He seems to put a little bit more into that as it's defended up on his toes by Ibrahim on 37 from 45.
Have we had any songs yet?
I haven't had any song suggestions, but we'll get some. Nigel's been in touch regarding hedges. He says here in Pembrokeshire we also have a type of hedge. It's called rather than a Cornish stone hedge, it's the Cornish pasty hedge. Half-eaten pasties. Van drivers have chucked out of their windows on the way past. Similar.
I don't mind a pasty. Lamb and mint pasties, that's a nice one.
Cummins again. Past the umpire, driven into the offside. That's going to be runs. It could be 4 of them as it goes behind square. Dive from the fielder will save the boundary, and Maxwell's as good as any. And manages to prevent that 4 runs, and they will get back.
I reckon the Aussies, Henry, are the best team in the tournament for saving runs on the boundary.
Yeah.
And they never look like missing. I mean, look at that. He's dived with his right hand, full stretch, and he's stuck in his right hand, and he's flicked up onto his legs and thrown it in all in one motion. There's some teams that you just know they're going to miss it. Do you know when they dive on the boundary? I don't want to point out, but Bangladesh are one of those teams that when they dive on the boundary, you just know they're going to miss it.
67 for 1. Cummins running in and bowling. It's defended towards backward point. It's interesting, we had that very same conversation in the summer during the Women's Ashes, where it looked as though Australia was saving 20-30 runs a game. And there was a theory from Alex Blackwell, the former Australia captain. She said a lot of it comes down to the fact that you spend all year as a kid outside diving around on the ground because you can, because the weather's good enough and you're not on AstroTurf or an indoor hard ground, so your body becomes so much more used to it when you grow up in Australia.
Yeah, and they dive in a lot more swimming pools as well, don't they?
There's also that. 67 for 1. Here comes Pat Cummins, and this is pace-off delivery, which is run down towards deep third. 7 from the over. Profitable one for Afghanistan. 68 for 1 is the score. And here we go. Rosemary and Dorset. Total eclipse from the start. Just a suggestion for the England's very good.
That's a beauty.
Well done. That is a very strong start. Keep them coming. Geoff Lemon is going to come and join us, and Alison has been in touch and said all of your commentators are wonderful, but Geoff Lemon is the cream of the crop. Wonderful calling, sounds so relaxed, but we all know how much hard work he does in the background to stay informed. Plus, he has a voice like honey.
Like honey?
Here comes our very own walking beehive. Geoff Lemon after some more from Michael Vaughan.
Here he comes, Manuka.
Buzzing in.
Come on, Manuka. Get your cans on. It's going to be Zampa, Australia's best bowler so far in this World Cup. How are Afghanistan going to approach facing Adam Zampa? Can they put him under a bit of pressure? How are you, honey?
A voice like honey. Here we are. Thank you. Yes, I've never blushed while starting a commentary stint before, but thanks, Alison. Glad to know that you're enjoying the coverage. It's been great fun across the last few weeks. We've worked with so many tremendous people and bounced all around this huge, chaotic, wild country. It's been the run of a lifetime. Adam Zampa, he's been having a pretty good streak himself. Right arm leg spin. And he comes in and bowls big loop. It's a low full toss by the time it reaches Ibrahim. He drives it for a run.
Well,
quiet start.
England didn't hit him for any boundaries. 21.
They didn't hit him for a 2.
No.
They scored only singles.
Yeah, 21 singles off Zampa. Will Afghanistan get him for a boundary? And where's the boundary going to come? Can they sweep him? Can they get him over mid-wicket?
Do you have it in the sweepstake? That's the big question. 69 for 1 is the score. Zampa with the dark shades on, in and bowls in at the leg stump. This one does pitch. It's driven down to long on. I'll get one more. 70 for 1.
Phil, can you go back to his previous game when his last boundary was hit off it?
I was just looking at Adam Zampa's figures. You mentioned that. It was interesting. He didn't bowl a maiden in that 10 overs at 3 for 21, but there were no boundaries. There was always just enough.
Just a run somewhere.
What about his previous game?
Trying to think which one that was. That was against the Dutch, wasn't it? Low full toss again, driven down the ground. They might get back for 2. No, happy with the 1. 71 for 1 was it? So the Dutch game he took 4 for 8, and I think also didn't bowl a maiden in that spell, if I remember correctly. I can't remember if he got hit for a 4 in that spell, though. Zampa up now, and he's bowling a leg break, driven down to long off by Ramat Shah. 72 for 1.
Yeah, there's New Zealand in between. 10 overs,
oh, yes,
no maidens again, 3 for 74. And as you mentioned, 3 overs, no maidens, 4 for 8 against the Netherlands.
So did the Dutch hit him for a boundary? Zampa.
All down.
Nicely pitched leg break, and just stretching forward. Ibrahim Zadran defends it into the onside, making Phil earn his scoring keep today.
Well, I just think it's remarkable. He's bowled 10 against England without boundaries. He's bowled 5 balls here, yet to be hit for a boundary. So it's definitely going to be 11 overs, you would think, unless this one goes to the rope.
Ibrahim might try it. No, he just drives it down to long off for 1. So they've been nice and circumspect here. 5 singles from the over. 73 for 1 after 15. Afghanistan winning the toss and choosing to bat, making a good fist of it so far. 73 from their first 90 balls. They're not flying along, but they're only 1 down.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark's going to replace Pat Cummins. And it's a dry day. Will Australia get a little bit of tail?
This is interesting, bringing Stark back so soon. Normally they hold him back for a while. He's tended to bowl 3 up front, then Cummins will come on during the power play, and Stark might come back in the late 20s or early 30s in terms of overs.
Yeah, I think they're just having a look to see if we can get a little bit of tail across the 2 right-handers.
Switch of ends, so he'll bowl from in front of our broadcast position, closer to the marine drive end of the ground here at the Vaughan.
I haven't seen my ice cream, mate. Oh, he's just him here. Just here with his big box. He's just arrived.
Oh, yeah. He's walking through.
He's just arrived, hasn't he?
I think he's got something else in that box rather than ice cream. Here goes Stark. Left arm over, outside edge, but it's safely down to deep third for 1. Well, 74 for 1.
I think he's got nuts on the top. They're kind of little balls of nuts that he likes to sell. He's had a good day with the nuts. There's not many left. He's got 6 left. It's like a crate of the milk crates you used to get at school. Yep. Well, he's got 6 left in the nuts department,
and a big styrofoam box underneath, so that probably has ice creams in it.
Got to have the Belgian chocolate in there.
I think I recognise the little branding, the red oval. It's one of the ice cream companies that you see around these parts. Stark up and bowls full, looking to get through onto the stumps. It's kept out though by Rahmat Shah.
He's not getting many takers. Well, it's hot this side of the ground. You're just in the sunshine all afternoon. I think it's the southern side. You're in the shade.
Maybe you don't have time to eat the ice cream before it melts if you're in the sun.
Yeah, you've got to be sharp.
Mitchell Stark. Turns at the top of his mark. Rahmat Shah, first drop for Afghanistan on strike. Stark bowling to him, and he's reaching and steering it out to deep point for 1. 74 for 1. You meet some interesting people knocking around here. I was on a flight up to Ahmedabad. I was sitting next to a fellow who, it turned out, owned one of the big ice cream companies in India, and he was telling me the story about how his dad used to have a couple of ice cream push carts in Karachi, I think it was, pre-partition, and they left when partition happened and came over the border and ended up in Ahmedabad, and their couple of ice cream carts ended up being one of the biggest ice cream companies that you see in...
Is that right?
You see their carts in every city across India. Almost nicking is Rahmat Shah as he pushes forward at Stark outside the off stump.
Yeah, there's that little bit of tail away from the right-hander. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the new Indian left-hand sensation, had incredible IPL for Rajasthan. He had a cut, that's how he started out in Mumbai. He had to come down to Mumbai and desperately wanted to play cricket, to play in the cricket team. I think the person that ran the team, said, yeah, you can, but you've got to sell a little bit of something to earn your crust.
Stark up to Ibrahim, who's coming across the pad to mid-wicket. There's no run. It must be a great business to be involved in because everybody's happy. Nobody is sad when they're eating ice cream. Some people are sad, and that's what makes them start eating ice cream, but it at least makes them feel better.
And you don't get many complaints, do you?
No. Even if an ice cream is just mid-range...
You're not going to go and complain, no, you just have it.
You don't say, well, that was rubbish ice cream.
You don't go on social media to complain about it, do you?
And you've had a better ice cream than the one that you had when you weren't having an ice cream. There's almost no downside. It's a cheerful line of work. Stark up and bowls and steering it, getting it out to deep point for 1. They're managing to milk the singles here. Nothing more ambitious than that in this over. 76 for 1 after 16 overs. Rahmat Shah's on 9. Ibrahim Zadran's on 45. Gurbaz is the man out, caught in the deep hooking.
Yeah, there's going to be a little drinks break. I think if you went and asked both captains, are you happy? I think both captains say, yeah. I think Afghanistan will be pleased with the start. They've not lost early wickets. They're in a decent position. I think if you said to Pat Cummins, are you happy? They'd probably still have like another wicket or 2, but they haven't got away from us. We're controlling the rate. They're only scoring at 4.75s. We know this pitch is pretty good, and it'll potentially get better later on in the evening. So, yeah, I think both teams will be happy.
And Australia will know. You get 1, suddenly you can put the squeeze on, and there's that possibility, and Afghanistan will know, well, if this pair bats another 5 or 10 overs, keep ticking away, then they can find themselves well set, start to up the ante a little bit. They've got power down the order. It's one thing with this Afghanistan team. They do bat pretty deep. With Nabi coming in, down the order. Rashid Khan, Majid can smash a few sixes.
No, here's my man. This is him. Sorry, this is the guy here with the sub. He's arrived. The guy wasn't the same guy. My man just deals in ice creams. He doesn't have nuts. Here he is, going up the stairs.
He's straight to the point. He's got the styrofoam tub on his shoulder, so he's ready to go. He's ready to dish out a cone to anybody who wants one.
He's looking for Vaughan, isn't he?
He is. I'll get one later.
Give him a wave. Let him know you're a prospective customer again. You don't have anybody dancing on the balcony next to our commentary position
today. No, it's a bit quiet next to it. That's the fact. There's no one in.
There's no one in. They do have the buffet set up. This is the Sunil Gavaskar Lounge, if you're wondering, which is right next to our commentary position. Full floor to ceiling, full length windows between the two rooms, so we can see everything that's going on in there. Big leather recliners and a buffet set up at the back, but nobody's there. Maybe they'll come down for the second innings.
Yeah, and is that Indian radio? Just in the next box along, which is good to see. Just give them a wave.
On the far side.
There you go.
Colleagues over there on the air. Everybody's involved. So, drinks break. Phil, what have you got for us?
A little pocket of Afghanistan fans just down to our left as well. Stood up. 76-1. They'll be quite happy with this so far, I imagine.
Not as many Virat shirts in today. We've got a couple of Dhonis and a Rohit down beneath us. So, not a huge crowd here as yet. Might fill out later in the day when things get a bit less hot. We've had some great crowds for some of the neutral games. New Zealand, South Africa at Pune was packed. Australia, New Zealand at Dharamshala. Australia, Pakistan at Bangalore. They've all been very well attended.
Well, Delhi yesterday with the Sri Lanka Bangladesh game, that looked a good crowd. I mean, I was thinking at the start of the World Cup, there was clearly an issue, wasn't there, with people getting the tickets?
Yeah.
And I don't think they had the perfect game for the first game of the World Cup. You know, England versus New Zealand in Ahmedabad, there was very few people there.
On a Thursday afternoon.
Surely you start with the host, don't you?
You would have thought so. You would have thought so. I suppose the rationale was the teams that played in the last final, but you need to be a bit of a badger to really be interested in the fact that it's the teams that played in the final 4 years ago.
Sure, you start with the host, get the tournament off and running with a packed crowd. India versus Pakistan, that's the game that should have started this World Cup.
Well, they wanted time to build up to that, to pump that up for a week or so before it happens.
It might happen again.
It might happen again.
I'm led to believe in Bangalore on Thursday that the forecast for New Zealand Sri Lanka is not good. I think, are you going there, Geoff? Or
No,
I think Henry and Alex is going to see the rain.
They're heading for that game. You and I are going up to Pune to do England-Netherlands.
Yeah, for the massive game. The Champions Trophy qualifier.
European Championship, that game.
Champions Trophy final. Whoever wins goes to the Champions Trophy.
The bragging rights for all of Europe.
Yeah.
That game. There's no Ireland here, no Scotland here.
Holland did beat England in a T20 World Cup at Lords. What year was that? That was
2009.
2009.
Stuart Broad bowling the last over and misfielding just about every delivery. Missed the stumps with an underarm from about 2 metres away. It's quite the thing. So we'll finally get going after the drinks break. Adam Zampa to bowl his second over. We're on Zampa boundary watch. When will it happen? Ibrahim Zadran is who he has to bowl to. He's coming forward and driving a run out to deep cover. 7 balls for Zampa today without a boundary, 77 for 1.
Yeah, he went for 6 fours and 3 sixes in that game against New Zealand. There was a 6 in the last over he bowled, so there was 10 overs against England.
Yep.
1 so far today, and we're 1 ball into his second over.
The things that we get interested in watching cricket. Zampa darts it through and stepping away to the leg side, punches it hard into the ground. Ramat Shah out to deep point. 78 for 1. Ramat into double figures, the Rolls Royce. Michael Vaughan's off for a break. Alex Hartley's back.
Hello, hello.
This is what we're all invested in. When does the first boundary come off Adam Zampa, who did not concede one against England in 10 overs the other night?
Yeah, that was a great stat, wasn't it?
Indeed. When does the first 2 come off Adam Zampa? Driven down the ground for a single, this time by Ibrahim Zadran, who gets it just past Cummins, sliding across. He was in at short mid-wicket, couldn't cut that off. 79 for 1.
Well, he's really come into a bit of form, hasn't he? Started the competition not as well as he would have liked. He had a few niggles here and there, back spasm, bashed his head in the swimming pool.
Maybe it helped.
Boys will be boys.
Maybe it helped. Zampa up and bowling outside the off stump, driven to long off for a run. They go up to 80 for one. So ever since he hit his head in the swimming pool, it's a bit like Alex Carey falling into the pool in Pakistan. He had a great run for a year or so after that.
He's done all right, hasn't he? And then, you know, he's just really come into his own and keeps the game simple. He's got a great outlook on cricket, actually.
Zampa bowls a leg break, coming forward and defending. Ibrahim on the full stretch down the wicket. Zampa fields.
Says he wants to work hard, win World Cups and be the best he can be, but he also knows it's just a game of cricket. It keeps you very level-headed. You have good days, you have bad days. As long as you work hard, you trust your skills.
Zampa to Ibrahim, little bit of flight and just having to pause the movement forward eventually. Coming forward to defend. That's a dot ball to end the over. 4 singles from it. 80 for one. Rahmat Shah on 11. Ibrahim Zadran on 47. There is that sense of levelness about Zampa. You know, he's got his farm up in country New South Wales. He goes back there, grows some vegetables, you know, feeds a llama, does the sorts of things that keep you grounded.
His post-career goals are to grow his own veg, rent out Airbnbs and be a handyman.
There you go. He's already got the shades, the goggles, so he could do a lot of drilling and carpentry work. Be fine.
He said he don't know what veg he's going to grow yet, though.
Okay. Maybe a few courgettes. Maybe some peppers. It's fertile ground up there, North New South Wales. Mitchell Starc starts a new over, driven nicely out to deep cover. They'll just take one. Stoinis thundering in off the rope there and uses that beefy right arm to ping in a throw to the wicket-keeper. 81 for one.
It's not easy growing veg, though. They take a lot of love and maintenance.
Some of them, some just grow themselves. Pumpkins. If you have a compost bin and you put some pumpkin in it and then you put it on the garden, suddenly you've just got 40 pumpkins. They just grow themselves.
Sorted, isn't it?
Yeah, you're done.
Tomatoes, they need love and care.
Yeah, they need sunlight and water in the right quantities. Starc bowls on a length and just dabbed away. A little flick of the wrists to take it down to deep third for another run. Just dealing in singles in the 18th over.
My old housemate was a plant woman.
Okay.
And when she moved into my house, it's very much show home vibes. There's no pictures up, there's no plants. I'm never there. Can't be bothered. She brought a load of plants. And she strokes them, she dusts them.
What description? Do you think she would enjoy being described as a plant woman?
Yeah,
She's
she'd
a
love
plant
it.
woman.
She'd love it. She wants a bathroom full of plants.
Horticulturist? Gardener? Green thumb? No, plant woman. That's what she is. Down the leg side from Starc, who had a bit of a problem with that when he was bowling a couple of games ago. 83 for one with the extra.
I think if she had to choose between her plants and a partner, she's picking the plants every day.
Yeah. They're more relaxing than people.
Plant woman.
They don't hassle you. And they just give you gifts randomly out of nowhere. Here is a tomato. I grew it myself on my vine.
And houseflies.
Well, there can be that. That's all part of the skill of tending the plants, isn't it? Almost down the leg side again. The Australians are going up for a caught behind appeal, but that must have been off the giant pocket once again. Nothing doing from the umpire, but there's no wide signalled, so it hit something. 83 for one.
Yeah, a bit of thigh pad. It sounded different. You could hear it on the stump mic. Sounded like pad, not bat.
Two of the fielders on the offside appealed and nobody else did. Not Josh Inglis, who's not a huge appealer anyway. Inglis.
Oh, he's not, is he?
Just sometimes you want your wicketkeeper to give it a bit more. Starc in and wide of the off stump, slashed away on the bounce. Inglis half stops it. They're able to get through for a single with the fumble as he went across to his right. Wasn't able to glove it cleanly on the bounce. 84 for one, Phil.
As we've seen in this World Cup, and as David Warner will tell you, umpire's call is a big thing, and if the wicket-keeper can persuade the umpire to put his finger up, that's a big shout.
Exactly. Umpire's call increases or decreases the area of the stumps by about a third, effectively. So you want to get the umpire's arms moving out in the middle when you're fielding. Inglis taps his gloves together, waits behind the wicket for Starc to come up and bowl. It's down the leg side again. That one will be a wide. There's no pocket, there's no thigh pad. So a couple offline for Mitchell Starc in this over, which will extend to at least 8 deliveries, 85 for 1.
But I learned in this World Cup that umpire's call isn't to protect the umpire, it's to protect the technology. So the technology can't be 100% correct, but surely over the last, I want to say 2 or 3 years, it's got better.
It's a bit of both. So this is a bit of a pet subject of mine. I've spent some time down in the truck and talking to the technicians and interviewing people about it, because this is the kind of stuff that gets me up in the morning. 85 for 1's the score. Starc slashed away just wide of Inglis for 4. Streaky runs there, throws the bat, Ibrahim Zadran. It raises a half century. Not in controlled fashion, but up to that point it's been a pretty controlled inning. 62 balls for the 52. That was his 6th boundary, but that time just flashed at it, thick outside edge, and Inglis was very nearly in the game.
Yeah, very, very streaky to get to his 50 to bring up his half century. As you say, flashing outside the off stump, no foot movement whatsoever, about a foot away from the wicket keeper. Brings up his 50. A decent knock.
89 for 1. Starc up to Ibrahim Zadran, down the leg side, it's a wide. We'll have a 9-ball over.
Lost his radar.
Who was it who took a wicket off the last ball of the 9-ball over the other day?
I don't watch that much cricket.
It was, I've just watched so many games and been at so many games that, was it the India-Sri Lanka game?
I think it was a game, I'm just looking back, I think it was a game I was doing, yeah.
No, it was the Australia-England game, wasn't it? There was a...
Yeah, there it is, Mark Wood.
Mark Wood, that's the one. Labuschagne. 3 wides, and that'll be another wide outside the off stump. Mitchell Starc. The submarine is about to run aground. The radar is not working at all. Alarms are going off. 91 for 1.
I'm trying to work out if I'm watching Patarana from Sri Lanka or Mitchell Starc from Australia. This is not Starc-like whatsoever. He's changing the angle of his approach now to just try and get out the over. There's 1 ball left.
Well, it's a 10-ball over, so he's effectively bowled 2 overs on the trot here. In this sort of heat, that's taxing work. He will come around the wicket to try to finish it off to Ibrahim Zadran, and does, but he's driven out through the covers. Should be a couple of runs here. They touch down and come back comfortably for 2 as Stoinis fields. So it ends up being an expensive over. It goes for 13 with 4 separate wides bowled in it. 93 for 1 after 18. So to get back to the umpire's call point, the accuracy of the technology, certainly the people who are involved in operating it regard it as being more accurate than it's given credit for. The margin for error is not half the width of a ball. It's much smaller than that, because they have 4 cameras situated around the ground at different vantage points that all track the movement of the ball, and they track every few inches in its trajectory. They've got 4 different points so that they can compare them against one another and work out, make sure that it's as accurate as it can possibly be. And once you've got that trajectory down and then part of the bounce up, you can very accurately plot the movement after that. So they're convinced that it's within a millimetre or less. They think that it is absolutely bang on. The reason you have umpire's call is that you can't expect an umpire to make decisions as the first ball of the over is driven to short cover. There won't be a run. Umpires can't make a 1 millimetre one way or a 1 millimetre the other way decision. If you don't have umpire's call, you need an umpire to give something out when 1 millimetre of the ball is hitting 1 millimetre of the outside of the stump. That must be given out, or it's an incorrect decision. Zampa comes in and bowls, punched off the back foot, back to the bowler, no run. And so that is considered to be unfair on an umpire, because it means that when something looks like it's sliding down leg side, but it might just be clipping, they need to be giving that out, because it means that they have to take a risk in their decision-making process. It doesn't give them a buffer to say this is most likely out or most likely not. Down the pitch he comes and smacks a ball down the ground. It won't be a boundary off Adam Zampa, though. Those don't happen. 1 run down to long off. 94 for 1. Run up goes up to 14. So that's effectively why they have that margin, to make it more possible for umpires to make decisions.
So who's saying it's 99% accurate? The company?
Well, there are several different companies, but this is coming from various of the technicians who operate it, who are running it, who aren't the people who own the company or have vested interest in it. But the maths, as the next ball's driven out to deep cover and they get through for a run, think about a second, it's not there, 95 for 1. The maths supports that the technology is more accurate than the amount that is supposedly the margin for error.
Okay, so it's not like the company that invented it is saying this is 99% accurate, like you would if you were trying to promote it.
Right.
The science is saying that.
Yeah, it's less because there are several different companies that operate this kind of software and hardware that's involved. Zampa bowls to Ramat Shah, who drives back to him, no run. So they're confident that they don't need a 50% of the ball width margin for error, because that's a huge margin for error by their calculations.
Yep.
They think their margin is much, much smaller and that their accuracy is extremely close. But if you're an umpire in the middle, you can't be making a decision based on 1 millimetre versus 1 millimetre. Ramat Shah looks for a single, will take it. It's stopped at cover. No need to scramble through, but they're able to get there. 96 for 1, just hit it at Labuschagne, who didn't quite stop it cleanly, and they went through on the misfield. 19 overs gone. 96 for 1. So it does leave you with that irritation that you get the umpire's call decision that can be both out and not out at the same time. But if you want to have standing umpires giving decisions, there's really no way around that. The only way to remove it is to take that off them completely and say that Hawkeye, whatever you want to call it, ball tracking, decides LBWs from now on.
You couldn't have that though, could you? Because it takes too long.
It doesn't take as long as it used to.
It doesn't.
It is much quicker.
It is much quicker. But if you had no umpires and a team appeals, and you're waiting every single decision for the LB, the game will go on forever.
Potentially, but it could become almost instant, because a lot of the time when we see umpires go through, a third umpire going through a process, they have to do things in a certain order, which means they have to look at ultra edge first. They have to see if there's a nick on the bat. They have to look at a slow motion replay first, then an ultra edge, then they do their ball tracking. If they've got the hotspot technology, they use that in between. They have to do it in that order. Travis Head's going to have a bowl, some part-time off spin. It's flicked away off the pads past short mid-wicket for 1. 97 for 1. But that means that it makes the process slower and ball tracking comes last. But it's not because it actually takes that long to come up all the time. But it does take a while some of the time. So if they could get that faster, like in tennis where you can get the Hawkeye almost instantly, then that might be something that comes into the game more. Head round the wicket, flat in at the pads of Ibrahim Zadran, takes a run to deep mid-wicket, 98 for 1.
Well, you can guarantee when the technology's there'll be a umpireless tournament somewhere in the world.
Yeah, it'll probably happen. And there is that argument that why do you want to do that to umpires?
Yeah.
Do you want umpires to be part of the game or not? Coming down the pitch is Ramat Shah, driving a run down to long on, 99 for 1.
I think referees are important in all sport.
Someone just to run the game and deal with the players and liaise between the two teams and all the rest of it.
And also, I use the umpire for my run-up, so without one I'd be really confused.
Head, bit of flight. It's driven back hard at the bowler, who stops it falling over to his right.
And a lot of seamers do as well, with where the umpire stands. They'll use that for where they bound and things like that. So, yeah, you could keep them. Otherwise you need a little statue.
Hat rack. Head pulls in at the pads. It's turned away to short mid-wicket, no run. Labuschagne in quickly. So you have that sense of you don't want umpires to become ornamental, to be disrespected by having everything taken off them. Head in at the leg stump, and again it's flicked to Labuschagne at mid-wicket, who tumbles and stops the ball. 99 for 1. Tidy over from Travis Head first up. 3 singles from it. Afghanistan 99 for 1. Ramat Shah 17. Ibrahim Zadran 56. But do you think is that where things will go? Will it be fewer and fewer decisions actually made on field by umpires?
I mean, yeah, I think so. It's one of those, isn't it, where the technology, if it's going to get better and better, will eliminate the human error. But actually, I like having umpires. I like the fact that, you know, human error happens. I mean, obviously the technology is there at the minute to get rid of that and minimise it as much as possible. But things that can... Imagine a perfect sporting world. It's just not for me, I don't think. It'd be much fun. And I like the little, oh, God, we're that close today, or that could have been out, it wasn't out, and you have a bit of banter.
Hello again, Al.
Hello, Henry.
99 for 1 then. There's 20 overs up now. And Adam Zampa, who I think has had a fresh trim. He might have had a little haircut.
More of a butcher, actually, I think.
He's going to creep in with his leg spin. 3 overs bowled, none for 12 so far, and there'll be a run there. Well, then, no, straight to backward point. Well, I'm convinced most exciting moments in sporting history have a degree of error to them.
Yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. because seldom do you get a moment of perfection which takes the breath away. Sometimes Zampa drops that short and it's clattered out to deep cover, and 1 run is taken. 100 up, 100 for 1. That's what the cheers for. And Afghanistan get there early in the 21st over. You think about, say, heading to 2019. And apologies for mentioning it to our Australian listeners, but
look, they're banging on about this World Cup.
Yeah.
Bring it up.
Yeah, no, you're right, actually. We're allowed this one, I think. But actually what made that was the mistakes, really. That was part of the drama, part of the fun of it. 100 for 1. Here comes Zampa in those glasses. That's down the leg side. There'll be a run punched off the back foot towards wide long on. And Glenn Maxwell. You think about, obviously, the Nathan Lyon fumble. You think about the fact that Jack Leach tried to take a run. Then that Ben Stokes played a poor shot and Joel Wilson didn't give it out. And all of these things that were mistakes, but were part of the fun of the narrative of it, the talking point of it. And you sort of need that in sport. 101 for 1. Zampa bowling to Ramat, a fuller ball this time, clipped down the ground for 1 more. 102 for 1.
Still no boundary for Zampa.
Yes.
Still only singles for Zampa. Oh, that's exciting.
There's been no 2 and no boundary.
And Jonathan Trott's whiteboard in the Afghanistan dressing room. Yeah, 99 for 1 after 20. He'll be happy with that as well.
Zampa moving in, and it's cries of catch as it comes off a leading edge, but closest to it was Inglis from behind the stumps, and he was never getting there.
What do you think they do if they're 99 for none? You think leave a straight one and then you've ticked off the board?
Well, I could be a pretty happy coach at the moment, don't you? 102 for 1. Zampa moving in, and this is driven, punched, and a single will be taken. So 4 overs bowled by Zampa, none for 16. It's 103 for 1. Well, presumably he wrote 99 for 1 because that's where they were rather than where they wanted to be.
No, it's where he wants them to be after.
So it's got 50, 100, 150, 200. It's not particularly complicated, is it?
I don't mind that, though.
It keeps it simple.
Keeps it very simple.
So what I'm saying is, if they're ahead of the game, they're none down. I think they're thinking out in the middle, oh, we've got to lose a wicket.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think you probably...
Simple messaging.
Simple messaging, right?
Apparently that's what England like.
Well, we've got a message from Edward Fox saying, "Morning team from Chipping Camden in Gloucestershire. Forward, working the ball into the onside, and the over from head starts with a single. Partnership's up to 66 now. It's 104 for 1. It could only be sort of Gloucestershire, Oxfordshire way, somewhere called Chipping Camden. Had to be. Currently gardening while listening to the coverage. I'm wondering whether Alex Hartley has created the latest superhero." And there's a pill for LBW here. Travis Head loves it. There's a shake of the head from umpire Alex Worf, who clicks his little counter for the over, and I don't think there's any interest there. 104 for 1. He loved it initially, and then I think, much like looking around, seeing his teammates, and at that moment he realised he didn't necessarily have it on. This is chipped down the ground. It's going to be runs here. It's going to be 4. And Ramat plays that really nicely, just lofting the ball over the fielder at mid-off. And Mitchell Stark, as soon as it came off the bat below us, just turned round and trotted after it towards the boundary. It's 108 for 1. Good shot. Good shot, but if you're Travis Head, you don't mind this. Wasn't hit with much force. It sort of plodded to the boundary, and as a spin bowler you want that. You want your bowlers playing you back down the ground, bring those mistakes into play, the catchers in, especially that mid-off region. Here comes Head again, round the wicket. There's a reverse paddle down towards deep third. Mitchell Marsh plods round powerfully and will pick up, sliding. 2 runs taken, 110 for 1, 7 from the over so far. So Edward says, currently gardening, listening to the coverage. Has Alex created a new superhero in Plant Woman? What could her superpowers be? Could she photosynthesize when exposed to sunlight? Here comes Head bowling a ball which is patted towards mid-wicket. Labuschagne, no run. Anyway, says Edward, back to the roses. Edward Fox, part-time all-rounder from Ox Hill Rangers Cricket Club. Advancing forward, work down the ground for a single. Warner it is at long on. 111 for 1 after 22. See, you can relate to anyone when you talk about anything. I'm talking about Plant Woman. I nearly called her 5 for Fee, which is a nickname at home. I'm talking about Fee Morris, plays cricket for Lancashire. Talking about loving plants, and Edward's going, Plant Woman. I'm being a planter as well. It'd be a great gardener. Come on. Be a great superpower. All set of superpowers, you know. You could think of all the things you could do.
I think I'd rather be able to fly, but fair.
Thank you, Edward, for getting in touch. We're discussing all sorts today as we move through the middle overs. It's a good time. You get a good chance to do that in one-day internationals. They are a long day, but it does allow a bit of room for some nonsense. 111 for 1. Just a reminder of the context of this game. If Australia win, they're guaranteed a place in the semi-finals. If they lose this game and their next game, they could still qualify Australia. So it's not, by any stretch of the imagination, a must-win, but it will be a guarantee if they do win this match. Afghanistan do have to win this game and their next one against South Africa to make the final four. So that's where we are. Phil?
Two things we're keeping an eye on. We're keeping an eye on Adam Zampa, aren't we? He's not come off now, actually, in terms of conceding a boundary or just more than a single. We mentioned at the start of today, there's never been an Afghanistan centurion in World Cup cricket.
Right. Ibrahim, 59. Good day for it. 111 for 1. Maxwell's going to bowl his 5th over round the wicket with his off-spin. And this is defended back towards the bowler. Nice, Max. We hear from Josh Inglis. Behind the stumps. Here comes Maxwell. And worked away into the onside and a single taken. 112 for 1. I think Australian wicketkeepers are the most chatty. I reckon you go through history, you think of Adam Gilchrist. Loved listening to him behind the stumps. 112 for 1. This is nudged down the ground. That'll be runs. Just a single. Ibrahim Zadran moves to 60. 113 for 1 as another train goes cruising past the back of this stand with a little toot of its horn. Alyssa Healy, another chatty wicketkeeper.
Oh.
Maxwell bowls a little quicker this time. Another single down the ground. And then you get...
Well, Ian Healy wasn't short of a word.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Runs in the fan.
Josh Inglis following that man. I like it. I like a bit of chat from a keeper.
They're the ones that can get right in the batter's face, aren't they?
Yeah. Here's Maxwell. Defended. I'm very happy just to push it into the onside.
Was it Tim Payne asking Rishabh Pant if he'd babysit his kids?
Yeah, it was brilliant.
And then he did it.
It's absolutely brilliant. Here comes Maxwell bowling a ball which is worked into the onside, and 1 run will be taken. So gentle enough over. 4 from it. 4 singles, 115 for 1 after 23.
If you're out in India at the moment, I know he's not playing in this World Cup, but we see a lot of Rishabh Pant, don't we, on TV?
He's a brilliant actor in those
Which
adverts.
is your favourite advert?
One where he impersonates a goat.
Oh, I prefer it where he wakes up Rohit Sharma in his room with the band.
I like that one.
Yeah.
He's honestly a terrific actor, Rishabh Pant. He stands in the middle of the road with a herd of goats as Ishan Kishan gets off a bus with Shubman Gill. And he stands there and he just looks at them and goes, meh. It's absolutely, honestly, it's so good every single time. I love it. And you're not short of an advert or two in this part of the world. So you see it about 8 times an innings. It's brilliant, honestly.
Well, I've not seen any of these
not?
adverts.
Oh,
no.
You'd love it.
I enjoyed the bus advert that I went past yesterday on the way back to the hotel. And it was a food delivery company. It said, "Deliver your food fast like Bumrah."
Oh, because so he works on one of those sort of quick deliver your groceries ones.
Just as quick as he bowls.
Stoinis into the attack with his medium pace. There'll be a dot ball to start. Ibrahim working the ball to mid-wicket. I hope it's not fully delivered like Bumrah. They sort of hurl a pint of milk at your toes at 90 miles an hour.
Sometimes you just get a slower ball. It gets delivered 4 days late.
An orange comes clattering through the window. 115 for 1. Stoinis turns below us, never knowingly in a shirt too big. Here's Marcus Stoinis. Runs in now. And this is onto the pads, worked into the leg side by Ibrahim. Philly missed out a little bit there. It was slightly loose from Stoinis, who plods back towards us. 116 for 1.
But it's not until you've been out here you do realise just how much sway cricketers have, certainly in terms of advertising. I think we've seen all the players across various adverts, past and present.
Well, we were talking about this the other day, and I had a message from a listener. I'm going to find it for you, because it was a very good point that was made about the fact that there actually are a few English examples. This will be runs down the ground, nicely played up towards mid-on. That won't be, in fact, as Travis Head moves to his left. I thought it was a little straighter than it was. 116 for 1 still. It's from Evelyn. And Evelyn Chambers said, you mentioned English cricketers not being as much of a thing advertising as in India. But don't forget, Ian Botham did beef, and Alan Lamb did lamb back in the day. Do you remember these? Here comes Marcus Stoinis. Ramat drive. There's a nice looking shot, but very well stopped by Stoinis in his follow through. And various breakfast cereals, and there's Jimmy Anderson does those multivitamins you see sometimes on the back of a bus. Owen Morgan did the rum that bears his surname. Plenty more. I remember there was one with, I know this is going back a bit, Tony Gregg advertising jockstraps.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yes. There's an alarming photo that you can see of the advert from yesteryear doing the rounds. 116 for 1. Here comes Stoinis. It's again played back towards the bowler, and again Stoinis will stop it. He's done well in the service. Just the one single so far with the ball left of it.
Well, Australia are really slowing Afghanistan down here. The spinners in particular, Maxwell, Zampa, Travis Head. No, with Stoinis coming into the attack. And actually, Stoinis for me in World Cups and cricket games, he's one of those players that will either go at 12 and over, or he'll do you a job like he is now.
Yeah, just very solid up and down.
Yeah, he's an intriguing cricketer for me, is Stoinis.
Well, mid-off in the form of Pat Cummins up inside the circle. Mid-on has gone back. As Stoinis comes into bowl to Ramat, he'll get a run into the onside towards Travis Head, who is fielding down at long on. To our right, he emerges as we look at it from behind the sight screen. It's 117 for 1, just 2 off the over. Stoinis chews his gum thoughtfully and heads off to graze another part of the ground. 24 overs gone. It's 117 for 1. That conversation we were having about the umpire's call, one thing and another, which is there's plenty of sort of interesting questions around it, because it isn't a certain science. And Phil in Melbourne says, interesting conversation, but why don't the users of the technology release data from controlled testing to demonstrate the level of accuracy? I don't know if they have ever. It's a good question, that. How can they be so confident of the accuracy? I mean, these things are done, I suppose, there's a lot of tech that goes into it, isn't it?
It takes like 2 days to set up at a ground as well. It's not like they just throw it together. But yeah, I think it's a good opportunity, a good thing.
Maxwell drops it short. Ramat will push the ball out towards wide long off as you put your teeth back in.
It's been one of them days.
You're right.
Yeah.
Score predictor, by the way, currently 295. I think that'd be a pretty good total.
Yeah, I do as well. Especially with, we're going to see, or we have seen, spin already on this pitch, and then you think of the Afghan bowlers, they'll be licking their lips.
Maxwell moving in once more. This is hammered into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder running round. Mitchell Stark will slide and stop it, and his knee jags into the turf rather painfully as a little clod of earth is tossed up, but he's okay, and they'll get back for 2. 120 for 1. So early on in the 25th over, yeah, almost at the halfway point of the innings, Al. The turn becoming increasingly significant, it feels. Maxwell bowls, high elbow from Ibrahim down the ground for 1 more. He moves to 65. It's 121 for 1.
We know if there's a little bit of dew, the ball will become harder to grip, but I think when you've got the skill of someone like Rashid Khan in your bowling attack, he's going to turn the ball on more or less any surface.
Forward comes Ramat in the air, should be taken. Easy catch for Josh Hazlewood. And Maxwell strikes. He tried to go inside out, and after all of that patience, Ramat just chips the ball so gently towards the fielder, who did not have to move. Second wicket falls, the partnership comes to an end, and it feels like he's given that away. 121 for 2.
Yeah, the first ball that Glenn Maxwell hasn't gone quick into the pitch. He's gone slightly fuller. It's still quick, but that slightly fuller Ramrat comes down the pitch. Mena goes straight back down the ground and just chips it straight to mid-off. Glenn Maxwell, he really enjoyed that one.
He did. He mouthed the words "thank you very much" to Ramat, who had had a little conversation in the previous over with Marcus Stoinis, and now heads back, having made 30 or 44.
Well, it was a bit of a freebie, wasn't it?
Little bit.
Well, both wickets, actually, for me in this innings have both been freebies for Australia.
So second wicket falls, and that will just require a little bit of a rebuilding job. It's been a good knock from Afghanistan so far, but 30 or 44. It's one of those scores you see in a scorecard. You think it was quite a lot of balls for not that many runs. If you get through that much, you know, you've almost faced across an innings. You're thinking up to 7-8 overs on your own, and you've not got more than 30.
And just the one boundary as well, that held him back.
So 1-2-1 for 2. Maxwell with a wicket. Right then, Al, I think you're going to have a break.
Well, I think Bonnie's coming in, but it's meant to be Finch, so should I just stay for 5?
It might be. 121 for 2. We'll see if he's around.
It's not like he's got much on.
He's the busiest man in show business. $121 for 2 is the score. It might be 3 at the end of the over. He's doing a lot of work. There's vertical commentary, there's all sorts going on.
I'm intrigued by that vertical commentary.
I know.
I might go and pop my head round. But so you can watch on your phone, isn't it? So you can watch, obviously, like your selfie side that you take a picture.
The commentators actually have to lie on their side as they do it.
Why does it need different commentary, though?
I don't know.
Different cameras.
1-2-1 for 2. Here comes Maxwell bowling to Hashmat, left-hander. As a dot ball to see the start of Hashmat's innings. 1-2-1 for 2. 1 ball left to the 25th over. And driven down the ground. That's going to be a single. So 25 overs gone, midway point in the innings. And the score is 1-2-2 for 2. So interestingly poised. It feels like that wicket sort of does rather shift the momentum.
Yeah, I think it does. You know, the current run rate, they'll get 245, which is not going to be enough. They are going to have to accelerate at some stage. But you think 280, I think it was Michael Vaughan saying at the start of the day, you do feel like 280 would be competitive. And you know, I don't know, 300's been about par, or 320's been par in this World Cup, but I don't know with the Afghanistan bowlers, like I was saying, anything up and around a run a ball, for me, is going to be competitive.
Scored 289 against England at Delhi, and at the halfway point we did say there are runs that still need scoring, don't they? So anything up around there, they'll fancy they're in the game.
Yeah. So Pat Cummins is going to bowl round the wicket to Hashmat, who was there on 1 from 2. Left-hander with mid-on and mid-off up. And Cummins comes in and swaying out of the way as Hashmat through to the gloves of the keeper. Now Brett, who's covering things from the ABC,
Spriggy
has sent me a reminder of a marvellous Rod Marsh advert from back in the day. Speaking of cricketers advertising things, I'm going to bring you the details of that, because there's a great history of it. And, you know, it's one of those things where you sort of go back through time and you can remember the amazing things from yesteryear. Help round the corner towards the leg side. There'll be 1 run there. You advertised Vaseline back in the day.
Vaseline?
Yeah. Marvellous stuff. Have you ever been asked to do sort of, I don't know, you know, paint or baked beans?
No, and I've always been disappointed that I've never been asked to do jam.
Oh yeah, because you share the name, don't you? Yeah.
But I don't think I've quite got the profile, to be honest.
Oh, I don't know. Pat Cummins moving in again, arms pumping, and past the umpire, defended into the ground. It's the offside, no run there. Well, it worked for Alan Lamb, didn't it? Doing Lamb, Beefy both doing beef. Phil, what would you advertise?
Oh, I don't know.
Do long car journeys?
I certainly haven't got the profile. I haven't even got an agent.
1, 2, 3 for 2. Midway through the 26th over, it's Australia-Afghanistan from the Wankhede Stadium here in Mumbai. As Cummins will come charging in once more. It's a length ball, which is nicely angled into the offside by Ibrahim. Moves on to 66. 1-2-4 for 2.
The last World Cup here in 2011, I remember there was a set of adverts with one of the fizzy drink companies in which some of the world's great cricketers, they had the sort of premise of the advert was it was how these shots came about. So I remember there was Kevin Peterson in the back of a watermelon van taking watermelons out the back of the van, and that's how the switch hit came along. It's a little bit convoluted. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube, but it was good fun.
So Pat Cummins is going to bowl with a little shift in the field. That's why we've got a bit of a delay. We've got mid-on Stoinis running round. Now we've got a backward square leg. I think this is the fact that we've got a fine leg, backward square leg, and a mid-wicket all pushed back suggests this might be dug in quite short. In fact, that square leg has now come up inside the circle. There's a deep cover and a deep third as well. So Cummins keeping his options open. He's going to run round the wicket. It is short and left alone outside the off stump. Hashmat it is, just swaying out of the way. I think there's a book to be made of athletes doing adverts that you never knew about.
I would love to do just a random ad for something and everyone goes, what on earth is she doing there?
There you go. I can feel I'm watching it. It's not a great experience for the wider public. I'm not sure this Phil. Here comes Cummins again. Final ball of the over. It's all right on the toes. That is well bowled. Right towards the feet of the left-handed Hashmat. And there is no run. So 26 overs gone. And the score 1-2-4 for 2. So the triple-decker Wankhede Stadium, which is reasonably well full. It's going to get fuller as we go through the day. Innings timer. They're ahead of time, Australia here, which is a good effort. There's a few Afghanistan flags, and inevitably a few India flags fly as well. Michael Vaughan joins us once again. Hello, Vaughanie.
How are we all? Look, that's a nice shot. Yeah, in the stands, the lady there was a baby by her chest with that little fan. Just keeping the baby nice and cool. Just a warm one.
So Glenn Maxwell took a wicket in his last over. He's going to move in now. Past the umpire. It's a little bit short, and Ibrahim, who's been pretty patient so far, works the ball up the ground and gets a single. What have you made of things? Where's this platform?
Well, Afghanistan have got that decision to make. Do they just keep knocking it around like this and hoping for an explosive last 10 or 12 overs? Or do they just gamble a little bit more so and just try and play a few more expansive strokes? Ibrahim is obviously the key, 67 from 82. You get a sense that he's probably been told to play the anchor role back the innings, and it's down to the players that come in to give themselves a few to get used to the conditions and then start to strike.
Hashmat is going to get a run into the onside. It's nicely played with a little flick of the wrist out towards deep mid-wicket. 1-2-6 for 2. We were talking about England's World Cup song earlier. We've had a lot of suggestions. This one's from Dragon Tiger in Australia. How about Carly Simon's You're So Plain? There'll be no run there, back towards Maxwell. Or maybe.
What about that first one? The first one was a beauty.
I'll find that in a minute. I can't remember what it was.
Total eclipse from the start.
Yeah, that was it. As Maxwell bowls, again, there won't be a run straight towards Marsh at cover. Yeah, and the message is, Carly Simon's You're So Plain. Or maybe something with the word moral in the title, with Piers Morgan on backing vocals. Regards from Australia. This is defended into the offside. I can't help but think the whole Moral Ashes thing's rather got under the skin.
Yeah, you sense that. Yeah, world. I think I might have to speak about it quite often when I go down under in a few weeks' time.
Here's Maxwell, pushed into the offside. And the score moves forward into... the deep it goes, actually. They're going back for 2, 128 for 2. That's nicely played and well positioned and placed. Ibrahim moves on to 69 from 86, 1-2-8 for 2.
Phil, just on the Australian spinner, Zampa's bowled 4, Ed's bowled 2, Maxwell's bowled 7, so that's 11-13. Has there only been one boundary?
Off the spinners, one off head, and yeah, that's right, yeah.
That for me is...
Oh, one off Maxwell, sorry.
Yeah,
one off head, one off Maxwell.
So 2 boundaries in 13 overs off the spinners. That's you know, very, very circumspect approach from Afghanistan. Can they just start to up the tempo? Can they up the just get into 3rd and 4th gear?
Pat Cummins is going to come round the wicket. 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, 2 on the off, mid on and mid off up, and it's going to be Hashmat on the strike. 9 fours only across the innings, so it has been a little slow going. Here comes Cummins once again at the start of an over. Dug in short, as rather predicted. Ducking out of the way is Hashmat. Simon the window cleaner, Stowmarket, Suffolk. Only way is up. England are bottom of the table.
Well, at the top of the catch efficiency table. 85% success rate with the catches.
That's the real quiz, isn't it?
Well, it's the big one, yeah. That's what they came for. Cummins is really good at this time because he goes hunting wickets. And he's got a field set for a wicket, a misplaced pull shot.
Cummins is digging it in short, and he almost gets that wicket. Helping the ball round the corner is Hashmat, but it came off a glove and looped rather invitingly, but just to the right, crucially, of Inglis and down to the boundary for 4. 132 for 2, and they haven't got so many on the board that he can't be aggressive like this.
No, absolutely. I mean, he gets in a good position here, Hashmat, to play the pull shot, but it's onto him a little bit quicker than expected. It just hits his bat, hits the edge, and it flies down to the boundary.
132 for 2. Cummins will try again around the wicket. Hashmat now on 7. Cummins once more. Short ball. It's a good one. It's not so short as to see the umpire signalling wide, but it is hostile and aggressive. Well bowled.
Yeah, just looking at the current rate gets them to 240. 6 and over from here, 267. 8 and over gets them to 312. I think that's a tall order from this position. Who can come in and give it a good old clout? Our friend Rashid Khan, he can hit a few at the back end, can't he?
I always think he bats too low.
Oh, absolutely. I love Rashid Khan's batting.
132 for 2. Cummins again. Round the wicket. And a fuller ball with the pace taken off it is driven out towards Maxwell at mid-off. And he's such a good fielder, Glenn Maxwell. He's a live wire, doesn't let anything through.
Yeah, I reckon they're the best fielding team in the tournament. They all move so well, don't they? They're so athletic. I said before the game, I just feel this is Australia's best formation, with just one of Smith and Labuschagne at 4, and then you've got Marsh at 3, Stoinis, Maxwell, Inglis 5, 6, 7, Head and Warner to go for it from the get-go at the top of the order.
Cummins bowling a ball which is defended into the offside. As half a thought of a run, but it wouldn't have been a very advisable one, and Labuschagne will field. Phil, here's one for you. Taffy from Bolton. Could Phil check Rashid Khan's stats for the last year or 2? Because I've always believed, says Taffy, in today's world people work spinners out with time, like Ajunta Mendes. I'm sure you can name a few yourselves. Not sure about Rashid's wicket stats, but he's not had the most effective IPL last year, and the same with this World Cup. On the contrary, Adam Zampa has been absolutely brilliant. But he wouldn't necessarily be on anyone's list when it comes to best spinners in the world. Interesting question.
Oh, I reckon he's pretty good now.
132 for 2. Cummins in again, digging it in short, and helps just with a gentle pull round the corner towards Stark in the sunglasses.
See, I bowled a bit of off spin, Henry, and I got found out pretty quickly.
Did you?
Yeah. I think it was probably 3 balls that people realised that it wasn't very good. That was what was coming out of my hand.
Well, actually, that statue up there to our right of Sachin Tendulkar with a wild swing of the bat, that I think was modelled on a certain delivery that you sent his way.
Yes.
What you can't see is the stumps rocked back behind him.
Yeah, I'd love to say that was true, but not too sure. Well, for one, it's not Sachin, it's Steve Smith. And I never bowled to Steve Smith, so.
Yeah, Rashid Khan in this World Cup, he's bowled 66 overs. He's taken 7 wickets at 43.85 apiece, so not particularly good on the average, but he's got an economy of 4.61.
Well, Glenn Maxwell's about to bowl, and here's Geoff Lemon.
Thanks, Henry. Here he comes, Maxwell, darting it in as he's done most of the day. It's just defended out by Hashmat to cover. Little drive, no run for it. Maxwell doing this job into his 8th over. He's just burgled this spell pitches it full, driven straight, beats cover down to long off, 134 for 2.
Yeah, he's done this quite regular, hasn't he, Glenn Maxwell? Come on and just held an end, chipped away. Not many teams are risking too much against him. Ball's into the surface, so he gets hit square of the wicket quite a lot, which he has protection for.
Maxwell, balls to the right-hander now, driven down to long off again for 135 for 2. In that South Africa game before it, Quinton de Kock was talking about Maxwell as being one of the most dangerous Australian bowlers and said that he doesn't get the respect he deserves, and de Kock played him very cautiously while making a lot of runs in that innings. It was a curious kind of thing that he'd flagged it ahead of time. Coming forward, Hashmat defends. Inglis likes it.
Well, what he does is he varies his pace. I think he thinks like a batter, which is important. And he gets through his overs quickly.
He's tearing through this over. In at the stumps, flicked away fine. Might have been off the pad. They'll get 1. They won't look for more than that. As Zampa comes around at fine leg, where he's set pretty square to begin with. 136 for 2. With the leg by. Maxwell. He'll come over the wicket now to the right-hander. Ibrahim Zadran's driving back at the bowler, who gets down low. Fields in his follow-through. End of the 29th over. A quick one, 136 for 2. Phil.
You mentioned the South Africa game. Michael's been mentioning how good Australia have been in the field. Put those two things together, it's almost inexplicable. They dropped 6 catches that night. They were awful.
They were shocking that day. Warner was the only one who held his catches. Everybody else was putting them down.
Yeah, and I don't know many that were giving Australia any chance of competing in this World Cup, never mind potentially winning it.
They didn't look competitive.
No. Having lost to India, played really badly against South Africa. Everything looked wrong with their formation. Dare I say it, their attitude looked a bit off. They looked like they were on it in the field, which is very unlike Australia. But from then, they've just found it. They've found their buzz. They haven't won so many World Cups. They're a very proud cricketing nation that just know how to win World Cups. They've done it a few times. Yes, not this group, but 1 or 2 were involved in 2015. And they've certainly got something going here. And I just keep saying this is their best formation with this team out at the Wankhede today.
Hazlewood. Start a new over. Coming up to Hashmatullah, the Afghan skipper. The ball ends up with the wicket-keeper off the pad down the leg side.
Do you have a record how many bowling changes Pat Cummins has made? There seems to be particularly from this end, there seems to have been a change every over or 2.
Well, he brought on Stoinis, didn't he, for just that 1 over. Head had a couple, Stark had a couple before that. Cummins came back for a couple, now Hazlewood. Yeah, so 2 over maximum spells since Hazlewood bowled 4 at the top and then Cummins 3.
Hazlewood did bowl from this end to begin with. So he's into his 5th over now. 1 for 16 for Josh Hazlewood as he bowls to Hashmatullah, who charges him and swats across the line. It's half stopped by Travis Head at mid-on. They'll get 2 runs here. Hashmatullah was thinking 4 as he skipped down at Hazlewood. Takes some bravery to do that when you're about, I'm going to say about 5'4", Hashmatullah, against the towering Hazlewood.
Yeah, but I think the skipper has to do that. He has to take the... Ibrahim now just bat the innings. You be the anchor. And then it's down to the players that are coming in to take the risk and try and get this scoreboard ticking a little bit quicker than we've seen over the last few overs.
138 for 2 with the brace to Hashmatullah taking him to 11. High back lift, and he hops up on his toes and works the ball around the corner with a horizontal bat down to Mitchell Stark at fine leg. 139 for 2. He's got 12. Hashmatullah, that is. Ibrahim Zadran's on strike with 70 from 88, so he's gone along at a reasonable enough number. I wonder if thoughts of that World Cup 100 are starting to enter his head. No Afghan player has ever done it. He nearly did the other day. He was pretty furious when he got out on 87. He's on strike now. Hazlewood pitches it up, drives away in the air off an edge to deep third, where Stark is waiting. 140 for 2, 71 for Ibrahim Zadran.
Yeah, I wonder if Hashmat will consider dancing down once again. Mid-off and mid-on stayed in the circle. Big vacant space over mid-wicket, over Travis Head at mid-off.
It's interesting that he wasn't trying to go over the field. He was trying to go wide of mid-on with that cross-bat swing. Hazelwood round the wicket to the left-hander, who is taking the ball off his hip for one to square leg. Easily done. 141 for 2. One ball to come in the 30th over. Afghanistan won the toss, chose to bat. Putting something together here. Hazelwood will come back over the wicket to bowl to Ibrahim. Last ball of the over. It's on a length and driven away, driven nicely out to deep cover. Should be a couple more. Will they take on the arm? No, in the end. They decide that Stoinis is not a throw to be trifled with. And he does rifle it in back to the wicketkeeper Inglis. So might have been trouble there had they tried to take the second run. A single added, Ibrahim Zadran up to 72. Afghanistan 142 for 2. They've got 20 overs left. Haven't been careering along. They're going at just under 5 and over, but it's a decent base, Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, it's decent. It's generally in this area you say double at around 30, 31 overs. So if they can do that and get to 280, they're well in the game. They've got Zampa to deal with though. He's got 6 overs remaining, which is well, it could be an issue for Afghanistan. They've got to find a way of putting Zampa under pressure rather than just knocking him for ones and playing sensibly. One of the players has got to take a risk, try and hit a boundary or two against him.
Interesting that they're taking Maxwell off with 8 overs bowled, 1 for 34. Has been so economical.
Yeah, but I think that's right from Cummins, because you don't want to, this partnership has been in there for 32 balls and they're just starting to get set. So I think Cummins has been really good today because he's not letting these batters settle against a certain bowler for too long.
4 overs, none for 16. Adam Zampa still hasn't gone for a boundary. And he's got Ibrahim Zadran, a right-hander, waiting for the leg spinner. His short run in, floats it up, big drive, it's just over the top of short cover, it's gone out to the boundary. And he's nailed that one. Labuschagne thought he was in the game for a minute there, fielding in close, but not quite.
Well, Zampa is a human being, he can get hit for a boundary. Great strike, smashes it over extra, it's a floaty one really, there's nothing on it, it's not like a Zampa delivery that we've seen in the last game or so.
Just a bit too full, able to slam it away. 146 for 2. Zampa right in at the base of middle stump with a ball that loops and dips down. It's driven back to him. There's no run.
Yeah, his length control against England was immaculate. I don't remember him bowling a half volley. He's bowled a couple today.
Finally punished after 14 boundaryless overs. He darts one through at middle stump. It's not quite stopped by Labuschagne at cover, who apologises with a hand gesture to Zampa. And then again, for good measure, they get 1 run for it. 147 for 2. Ibrahim's up to 77.
Yeah, left-hander against Adam Zampa. You've got more of a chance as a lefty. If you can pick the googly in particular, you can pick it out of the hand, it opens up the offside, and mid-off's in the circle. Got to pick it though.
Zampa will stay over the wicket to the left-hander. Maybe look to pitch one in line. Straighten down the line. He bowls down the line of the stumps and defending off middle is Hashmatullah. Been super impressive, the Afghan captain. Not out in his last 3 innings. He's made, 48, 58 and 60 odd. I'm sure Phil can find that. 3 substantial not-out scores in a row. A couple of run chasers in there. Zampa bowls to him down the leg side. Stumping attempt from Inglis. Keeps the back foot down. The extra is added to the score. Hashmatullah wise to that. They will have a look for the stumping, but that back foot was planted. I'm very confident.
Yeah, 48 not out, 58 not out, 56 not out. That goes with an 80 that he scored against India earlier on in the tournament.
That's right. 3 unbeaten in a row. As we wait for the third umpire to do the formalities, it's 148 for 2. The wide will be added to the score regardless, even if this were a wicket. One of the curiosities of our game, one of the ways you can be out for naught from 0 deliveries faced if you get stumped off a wide, as well as timed out, which we saw on the scorecard yesterday.
Yeah,
naught from naught balls.
First time in international cricket. Get out there a bit quicker.
Put your helmet on before you go out. A few ways to avoid that.
Or if you're strapped, pushing your face in the spinner, just face one ball, then change your helmet.
Yeah. I think
go on set your case out with the umpires and the captain of the opposition.
I think yes. Not to get into the whole debate again, but I think if he had asked Shakib, can I swap my helmet, then the opposition captain wouldn't have had much choice but to say yes.
It's the fact that he just walked off.
Yeah.
I'm swapping my helmet.
Yeah, when you've been around for as long as Angelo Matthews, I guess you're comfortable in the middle and you just assume that things will happen a certain way. They don't always. 148 for 2 is the score as the third umpire review concludes what we'd already seen, that the back foot was planted. And now the ball is planted down the ground. Galloping at it comes Hashmatullah. Big drive, and he picks up 4. Despairing dive from Sean Abbott, the substitute fielder, who has spent about 48 overs per innings on the field for Australia through this tournament. It's 152 for 2.
Yeah, this is really good from Afghanistan because they are putting Zampa under pressure. Exactly what you have to. Just use of the feet, hits it straight. Yeah, but it'll be disappointed with that. Used to see the Aussies stop those on the boundary. Who's off the footpath?
Mitchell Stark.
Stark's just having a rest, isn't he?
Can't see Stark out there.
At mid-off. He's at mid-off.
Oh, yep, Stark's there. So, good question. A little bit wide, a little bit short from Zampa. It's just started to lose the length a touch. But with a bit of pressure being put back on.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you have to do. I mean, he's a quality bowler, but you can't just allow him to bowl. That was my bugbear with the England side against the Aussies. That I've never watched England in the last few years facing a spinner and allowing him to bowl 10 overs for 21 with no boundaries. Yeah, he got 3 for, but England generally have always attacked the spinner in the last few years. Even the really quality spinners, they back themselves to hit boundaries and put them under pressure. And it's good to see that Afghanistan have just done that in that last over. It was off the park.
Just trying to pick this up. David Warner's down there. Travis Head.
Travis Head's at mid-off.
We've got everybody else. There's Marsh.
Marnus is at backward point.
Yep.
Stoinis is at square.
Stoinis is there. Cummins is there. The mystery persists. Round the wicket comes Hazelwood. Short ball pulled out to deep square leg. It's a single. After that single that was cut from the last ball of the previous over. 154 for 2.
Maxwell's at extra cover. This is a good game because we've got no clue.
I'm just running through the entire 11 at the moment. I've got Warner and Head, Marsh, Labuschagne, Inglis, Maxwell, Stoinis, and I can see Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins.
Is Abbott now off?
Maybe Abbott's back off again. By the time we've worked out who he's replaced, he's been replaced. Back of a length from Hazelwood, cut away hard into the ground to cover Marsh Fields. 154 for 2 is the score in the 32nd over. Hashmatullah on 19, Ibrahim Zadran on 77.
Sean Abbott, one of 4 players in the original squad pick for this World Cup who's yet to start a game. Will it be, Geoff? We've discussed it before, that fairy tale gets called up on the morning of the final.
Well, the Aussies would hope to get to the final to have that kind of call up, but
Hazelwood to Ibrahim. He falls over his front leg as he gets the ball out of his pads down to mid-on. No run.
There's a few more starting to come in here in Mumbai. The sun starts to set. The weather's still hot, but it's just getting a bit cooler.
The ice cream and nuts man is back. He's refreshed his nut supply.
Yeah, he's filled it up a bit, hasn't he?
He's got a dozen or so new ones.
He's doing a good service today. He'll be happy with that on a Tuesday, selling a few nuts.
154 for 2. Hazelwood, couple of dot balls to Ibrahim, who doesn't go after this one either, just defends it on the front foot, really. Push drive to Marsh at cover, but he fumbles and allows them through for a single. That will be annoying for Hazelwood. The pressure valve releases. 155 for 2. Ibrahim's up to 78.
Yeah, again, just a little bit unlike the Aussies. Saw the Abbott dive on the boundary in the last over that went for 4. Mitchell Marsh just losing concentration slightly there, giving the Afghanistan player a nice easy single.
Hashmatullah, the left-handed skipper, has been pugnacious. He's flashing outside the off stump, beaten on the inside edge, no run. Hazelwood into his 6th. He's only gone for 24 runs. There's been that one attempt from Hashmatullah come down the pitch and smoke him through mid-on, got him a couple of runs, but that's the only real attempt we've seen to get after Hazelwood.
Yeah, and the reason why he's not trying it again, because Hazelwood's giving him a couple of short balls.
The ball comes down from such terrific height with Hazelwood. He's got that steepness of bounce that he can use. Bowls again, and there goes Hashmat and tries the same shot and misses. Plays over the top of it. It ends up with Inglis. So he's given it an attempt. Points for trying, Hashmatullah. They've got 18 overs left, Afghanistan. 155 for 2. So 108 balls.
Well, it's a T20 game now. 18 overs remaining. Got 8 wickets in the dugout. Can Afghanistan start to really put their front foot forward and starting to strike? 12 fours, no 6s yet. Can they get a few 6s going in the last 18 overs?
Yeah. And if you were looking at it as a T20, you'd be thinking, well, you've lost a couple in the first overs, but you'd still want to put 140 up. Can you get that off this last 18? Not quite the same with the older ball, of course, and the lack of a power play, fielding restrictions. So 4 outside the circle at the moment. That'll be 5 in 8 overs time. Zampa in and bowls, flights the ball and driven back to him. Ibrahim can't get a run. Every dot ball here useful for Australia. Fancy their chances to chase whatever score Afghanistan can put up, but with 4 spinners in the side, might not be easy. Coming forward, Ibrahim can't score again. Pushes the ball to cover. Alex Hartley's back. 4 spinners. You looking forward to that?
Am I? Especially on a wicket like this. Has Zampa gone for a boundary yet?
Yeah,
oh.
He finally went for a couple in his 5th over.
Oh. Missed that. Nipped out for 5 minutes.
You're looking for an ice cream?
Oh, I've seen them. He's there.
He's down there. Zampa darts it through, and that one's driven out to cover. No run. 3 dots in a row. Nice dots, says Josh Inglis. That's very good, clean, wholesome wicketkeeper chat compared to some that we've heard over the years. A bit more flight from Zampa, driven back past him. He's wrong-footed, and he's a bit annoyed because he wanted to save that ball, make it 4 dots. They get a run down to long off, 156 for 2.
Be interesting to see what Australia do post Maxwell and Zampa, because obviously Travis Head has only bowled the 2 overs. He can bowl 8 more potentially. Stoinis just the one going pace off. Well, it looks like it's a pace off wicket. Stark's not bowled that well. He's been the most expensive of the bowlers.
Zampa comes up to the left-hander, and Hashmatullah will get a run down to long on. Little yelp of catch from Inglis as it bobbled in the air for a short distance, but wide of the bowler. 157 for 2.
I think for me it's a pace-off kind of day, and I'd like to see Head bowl a little bit more and see a bit more of Stoinis. And yes, we know how good Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins all are together, but sometimes you have to just adapt to the surface.
Zampa really sends that one through flat and quick, and it's pulled but well stopped by Cummins at short mid-wicket. That should have been a couple of runs. He would have thought that was off the bat, Ibrahim Zadran, but no. That's another dot ball. Just the 2 singles from the over. Ibrahim on 79, Hashmatullah on 20. Afghanistan 157 for 2 after winning the toss. We'll have a drinks break as well. And I wonder what you'd do with Mitchell Starc, because he's been out of rhythm. He had problems with wides a couple of games ago. He bowled 5 wides to start the last over against New Zealand. They were defending 19, Australia, and his first ball of that over went for 5 wides, brought it down to 14, and very nearly cost them the game because New Zealand got so close in the end. Neesham was only denied by a couple of crazy bits of fielding on the boundary that denied him a couple of 4s, and Starc didn't bowl very well in that last over. He nailed a couple of Yorkers, but he bowls that high full toss that Neesham isn't able to put away, He's just struggled for his rhythm. He's got his 9 wickets through the series so far, or through the tournament rather. So what do you do? Do you keep bowling him today in the hope that he can try to find it, or do you just say, well, you're having another bad day, let's leave you off?
I think if they carry on in the situation that they are, they definitely have the flexibility to give him a few more overs, and there's nothing like bowling in a game. So you can get his rhythm in the nets, in training, you can bowl out in the middle with no batter to try and find your rhythm, but nothing compares to being out there in the middle, competitive bowling at batters. So if we get to the latter stages of this innings and, you know, there are 220 on the board, I think you have that scope to be able to give him a couple of overs, and if they are expensive, it's probably not going to lose you the game at this stage. But if Afghanistan get a few big overs and it looks like they can get up and around that 280 mark, I don't think you should be bowling him, because 280 will probably be a competitive score.
Especially with that spin armada. That will be Australia's challenge. They'll have one fast bowler to face first up. Mujeeb will open in the power play, the off spinner of sorts, and they'll have Asmatullah to bowl some mediums. He bowls pretty brisk mediums, it must be said, for a notional seam bowling all-rounder. You expect that to be about 120 kilometres an hour, and he's more like, he can hit 140 at times, but that'll be it in terms of the quicker stuff today.
For me, it's going to be all Rashid Khan and Noor Ahmed.
Noor Ahmed, I'm looking forward to watched him take apart Pakistan down in Chennai. Got the 3 biggest wickets that day. Got Abdullah Shafiq, Babar Azam, Muhammad Rizwan, and just watching a left-arm wrist spinner, it's the rarest art, you know. Yeah,
his action is very, very similar to Rashid Khan's as well. Obviously bowls with a different arm, but the way he tucks his front arm in, the way he bends his body, it's almost identical.
Must have just grown up watching Rashid Khan tapes, I suppose. He's only 18. Noor Ahmed making a World Cup debut at 18.
I was surprised he didn't start in the Afghan team.
Yeah, well, they had been starting with the 2 principal quicks with Fazal Haq Farooqi, and managed selection really well too. So Fazal Haq missed that Pakistan game. He comes back in the next match against Sri Lanka, 4 for 34 off his 10 overs, the left armour. I wonder if they went with the right armour today, because Fazal Haq, the left armour, played the previous match. They've got Naveen ul Haq today, who's right arm. I wonder if that's to do with having the 2 left-handers for Australia, that they thought the left armour would be less effective to 2 left-handed openers, and they know that he'll be opening the bowling if he's playing. Get the right armour to have the angle across, perhaps. Might have been some of the considerations for Jonathan Trott, the Afghanistan coach, and his team. So it's 157 for 2. We've got 17 overs to go, which is 102 deliveries for Afghanistan to try to score 100-plus runs. Hashmatullah on strike. He's on 20, and he's waiting for Josh Hazlewood around the wicket and not getting a run. Just plays the ball to mid-wicket with a pretty straight bat. So they need to get things moving here. Afghanistan, 34th over. Take advantage of the fact there are only 4 fielders out. You've got one more gap you can try to hit.
It'd be interesting to see the Afghanistan whiteboard with their plans on. Just give ourselves a little reminder of where they think they should be at this stage.
Hazlewood round the wicket. And it's played away to point, and again they can't get a run. Ibrahim Zadran takes off from the non-striker's end and has to rush back. So they've got mid-on and mid-off up for Hazlewood. I assume with the expectation that given his length it's harder to hit him down the ground. That's why Hashmatullah was charging a couple of times, to try to upset that length or get to it on a half volley.
Well, interesting, Mitchell Starc is limbering up at the far end down at fine leg. Whether he's not, he's just trying to keep himself warm, but he's doing a few stretches to suggest he may be loosening up.
Hazlewood to Hashmatullah, short, hooked away off the top edge, but it'll land safely, bouncing out to deep square leg for 1, 158 for 2. So everybody who's out in the deep is either square or behind square. They had a deep backward square, deep point, deep third, deep fine leg. The 4 fielders out. Looking for Hazlewood to get those edges in the air behind the wicket with his shorter length. Tucks the towel back into the back of his waistband, Josh Hazlewood. Tall, right arm quick. It's up to Ibrahim Zadran, who's trying to pull. He's hitting the stomach as he goes across the line there. Trying that pick-up pull shot, see if you could get it in between the deep square leg and the fine leg. Doesn't make contact. 3 dots and a single to start this over. And it's starting to feel a little suffocating for Afghanistan here. Got those 2 boundaries off Zampa. That was a couple of overs ago now. Hazelwood to Ibrahim. It's full at last, and he can't get onto the drive. Just clunks it back to the bowler, mistimed. Another dot ball.
It's getting to the point now where you go, you've got to be rotating the strike. There's so many options to drop and run into the leg side, into the offside, and if you keep nailing the fielders, soft hands in a situation like this, there are single options. They're just struggling to find it. Can you just tuck it off your leg? Can you just knock the ball into the offside? Drop your hands a little bit.
Hazelwood to Ibrahim, who opens the face of the bat and with a little dab gets it down to deep third for 1. So that's the kind of thing they need to be doing every delivery. But they've been stranded at the moment. 4 dots and 2 singles off the over. 34 overs gone. 159 for 2. Ibrahim Zadran on 80. Hashmatullah 21. Phil Long. Microphone on.
I had a drink of water, moved my mic, forgot to put it back.
Rookie mistake. There's no time for drinks of water.
No. Unacceptable. 2 off each of the last 3 overs. As you say, Afghanistan feel a little bit stuck at the moment.
And for me as a bowler, in a situation like this, if you're just getting knocked around for 1s and you're going for 6 and over, it is still incredibly frustrating. Because although you're doing a job for your team, you think, oh, just need to squeeze a few dots.
Zampa will start his next over, way down the leg side. They'll squeeze something. They'll squeeze a wide plus an extra because Inglis can't glove it down the leg side. Not cleanly, gets a bit of glove to it. Cummins gets across from short fine leg to field, and they run through for an extra plus an extra. 161 for 2. Hashmatullah now on strike, the left-hander, and that's probably a better matchup for Afghanistan facing the leg spinner, who will stay over the wicket. Zampa. Really quick, just spins that one through. Might have been the top spinner, and it's hit back to him with a cross-batted shot. No run. Should have got something from that. Could have put that ball just about anywhere. It was a bit short outside the off stump. Hashmatullah waits for Zampa. More flight down the wicket, drives back past the bowler along the ground for 1. 162 for 2. Hashmatullah 22. Zampa stick with his over the wicket line, right arm bowler. He's got long on back and long off back for the right hander, plus a deep point and a deep mid wicket for the slog sweep. Driving down to long off, happy to take the 1. Ibrahim goes up to 81.
You can just tell now Australia, they're on top, but they're also getting to that stage of an innings where they're going, it's getting a bit boring. You know, they're not running between overs, they're not attacking the ball, because there's absolutely no need.
There's been no pressure put on them. Short ball tries to pull, gets a little bottom edge, and it ends up at short third, where Hazelwood is fielding in the ring.
And you can always tell a team's at this stage of an innings when they're on top, and you're almost waiting for something to happen, because the fielders, they're all just stood still. Wicket-keeper's gone quiet.
It is very quiet out there. Zampa over pitches, driven down to mid-off, and yes, says Hashmatullah, immediately sprints through for the single. So 3 singles plus the wide plus the extra they ran on the wide. 5 from the over so far, 1 ball to come. Hashmatullah on 23, Ibrahim Zadran on 81. He was out for 87 a couple of games ago. Never been a World Cup 100 by an Afghan player. Zampa bowls a little short, cut and nicely, but they've got deep point back. So again, it's only a single. 165 for 2 is the score. 35 overs have been bowled, 15 to go. That's 90 deliveries for Afghanistan to see what they can do. Hashmatullah on 23, Ibrahim on 82. We'll leave you with Alex Hartley and then Henry Moran.
Well, 90 deliveries left. If they carry on at this run rate, they'll get 236, and you would feel that is nowhere near enough. They've got to push up and around 8 runs and over to try and get that 280 that we were talking about. 10 runs will get them up and above 300, but can't imagine that they're going to go the 10 runs and over against this Australian attack. As we were talking about before, it is going to be Mitchell Starc that comes on from this end.
Well, this could be an opportunity. Pace on the ball, and Starc is the sort of bowler that can break partnerships or get a little bit of treatment around the ground. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. 165 for 2. Mitchell Starc with the ball in hand.
It's up into our TV.
Oh, telly's gone green.
Needs a good smack on the top, doesn't it?
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Back? No. Here comes Mitchell Starc then, round the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Ibrahim, who's on 82 from 106. Mid-on, mid-off, up. And this will be pushed towards that fielder at mid-on. Travis Head gallops in, will pick up. And the score moves to 166 for 2. Yes.
Someone's just wandered off the pitch and gone up into the dressing room. See at the far end.
Ah, yes.
Can't see who it is.
It might be Zampa. I think is who it is.
Oh, you've got 3 overs left, pal.
Oh, yeah.
Must be having a spell.
Yeah. I think a day like today, hot, humid, it's tough out there. And we were saying, as we walked into the ground today, you, sir, don't know how players do this. Right, you've done this, played 3 ODIs at this ground. 166 for 2. Here's Mitchell Starc over the wicket, down the leg side, half an appeal, nothing doing. I think it flicked a bit of pad, probably. And umpire Alex Geoff is looking up towards Hashmat, who is looking back at him and saying, well, is that not wide?
If I remember rightly, those ODIs here started at 9:30 or even 9 o'clock.
Yeah, they did.
Very early starts.
I mean, how on earth did you manage that, Al?
Yeah, look, post-career Alex and playing career Alex, 2 very different people. And it's now being called a wide.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind. Well,
Mitchell Starc gone up to the umpire then and said, I think that's wide.
No, what has happened is the umpire has to wait to see if they're going to review it for the court down leg side before he can say what he thinks has happened. Here comes Starc again then, outside the off stump, chopped out towards deep cover. Various Australia fielders point out to the man in the deep to pick up, who's Warner.
Well, they were having a little conversation, Alex Geoff and Mitchell Starc, and as Mitchell Starc walked back past, he said, oh, a bit of pad, bit of bat, and obviously Alex Geoff can't say anything until the DRS timer goes down, so that's where I got confused.
I'm going to pull the power out of the telly and turn it back on again. Don't worry.
It's not the red cable.
Not that time that you knocked us off air. We'll see how it goes. It's not doing anything now. Here comes... I think I might have broken it. Here comes Mitchell Starc.
Oh, good.
And round the wicket. 168 for 2. It's a fuller ball, which is driven into the deep. 169 for 2.
Fixed it.
Fixed it. There you go.
Do you know what? There is nothing better. If something's just a bit glitchy, turn it off and on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's, you know, it's always when you call technical support, have you tried turning it off and on again? So it's been, what, 30 balls since the last boundary.
Yep,
It's been slow going. Yeah, they need to find a way of getting a bit of a move on here to Afghanistan. Run rate for the innings just 4.76. Mitchell Starc cruising in again over the wicket to bowl. A ball outside the off stump, which is driven towards Maxwell, who's moving like a sort of whirl to try and pick up and throw at the non-striker's end. And the score remains on 169 for 2. We want 6er.
We want more than 1 as well. We want plenty.
Yeah, it's pretty tepid, isn't it?
There's been 6 4s in the last 25 overs.
169 for 2.
Maybe the game's changing back.
Maybe. As Starc bowls a ball, very full and very nearly getting through, but it comes off the inside edge of the bat and into the pads, and 48 off 70. Well, maybe Matt's changing it. Maybe it's not Bazball, it's Hasball. Shifting the dial back 30 years. 48 off 70 this partnership. 169 for 2. Have there been any falls in the partnership? Final ball of Mitchell Stark's over to be bowled to Hazmat, who's on 24 and will defend into the offside. No is the cry, and the ball goes away. 36 overs gone, 169 for 2.
Yeah, just the 3 boundaries from this partnership, 2 in 1 over off Adam Zampa. That was quite the over.
Right, so it's been slow going, that's what we say. But that's okay. If you have a big finish, that's the key. They can get up to 280.
What does the whiteboard say?
What does the whiteboard say? I'm praying that the TV crew put the whiteboard, or find the whiteboard. That's the job, isn't it? You got to find the whiteboard before you can put it on the telly.
I think there's some lookalikes in the crowd.
That looks like Virat.
Yes, and Sachin.
Yeah.
There's 2 lookalikes in the crowd. How good. I mean, that must be quite the existence in this part of the world. I'll tell you what, they look quite like them, in fairness. They're being shown on the big screen. Travis Head then into the attack once again. He's bowled 2 overs so far, none for 11. I think they've got to target him here. Yeah. Ball's whipped away into the leg side for 1. 170 for 2.
Yeah, this is the bowler that they really have to target, and if they don't look to target him in this over, you would hope a message will be run out and say, look, this is the bowler you look to take down, you look to take the risks against.
Well, they've got wickets in hand. I mean, it's the sort of innings, there's no excuse to finish your 50 overs 2 down if you haven't got many on the board. You're better. It looks better to be 7 or 8 down, having given it a go. Travis Head with his dark hair in the distance and that big moustache. He's making a signal out towards the fielder at wide long on, who's Josh Hazlewood, going a little bit squarer down the track and slapping the ball away through the offside. Is Hazmat. He'll turn for a second run. Not there. Throw comes in from the powerful Stoinis. 50 partnership up from 73.
Yeah, decent partnership, but now it's time to accelerate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now it's getting to the latter stages of the game. As you say, only 2 down. The part-time Head has come on to bowl. You've got to know where your boundary options are. Is it the sweep shot? Are you going to try and give yourself room and cut him through the covers? The problem is he's actually coming around the wicket to the right-hander, so cramp them for room.
Here's Head, and that's played back to the bowler. The part-time Head. It's not one end of a worm.
Part-time Head,
you
one end of a worm.
You know which end it is, which is his head. The next ball is well bowled. It's defended back to the bowler.
No, it's got a tail end on it.
Don't know.
Sounds like a character in Plant Woman.
Here is a Head bowling a ball which is played with a gentle push as much as anything out towards mid-wicket, and 3 from the over so far with a ball left of it. Yeah,
without a boundary in this over, this is a huge win for Australia.
I agree with you. 172 for 2. Head round the wicket again. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Hazmat. So he found the boundary twice so far. Deep in the crease, he won't find it there. He'll just get 1 out to deep cover. And so another over ticks on by. It's a little more slow going. 173 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership from these 2, but it's in danger of becoming a bad partnership. So although, you know, they've got their 50 partnership and, you know, they've been out there for a while, if they carry on going at this run rate, it's going to turn into a bad partnership because they're not going to get enough runs on the board.
Yeah. And there is somebody out now with a message and a drink, not an authorised drinks break. I hope that message is, lads,
Will you do it? Get on with it.
Get on with it. 6 overs previous have offered just 20 runs, which is, that's going at, you know, a really pretty tedious rate. Just over 3 and over is not what you need at this phase of innings when you're only 2 down as well, Alex. That's the point.
There's been no risk throughout this innings at all. Haven't looked to take any bowler on. They're not targeted a bowler. Almost been waiting for the bad ball, which has allowed Australia to settle into their spells. As a bowler, that is it's Christmas.
Yeah. Here's Mitchell Stark then, left arm over the wicket. And there is a bit more of an expansive drive immediately after that little word or two came out, but it goes straight to cover.
The Christmas sandwiches are out at home apparently as well.
Are they?
Yeah.
What, in the supermarkets?
Yeah, at the coffee shops. The Christmas paninis.
And I know you don't like Christmas dinner, you only like the Christmas sandwich.
Oh, but I do love a bacon brie cranberry panini from a certain coffee shop. Oh,
do you? Right.
I miss it so much. Every year I wait for it to come out.
Simple pleasures. 173 for 2. Mitchell Stark running in again, and bowls in! Hashmat trying to give himself some room. It's a full ball from Stark, and how many times has he done that over the years? This phase of an innings, when he gets it right, there are a few better. It's 173 for 3, and I think that's probably not the worst thing for Afghanistan, actually. Hashmat goes 26 and 43, 173 for 3.
Yeah, just looking to give himself room, actually looking to take a risk. Gives himself too much room, steps way outside the leg stump. The Yorker, the fuller ball from Stark, clatters into the stumps. As you say, I really don't think that's a bad thing for Afghanistan. His strike rate of just 60, 26 off 43. You need someone to come in now and look to take more of a risk and get things moving.
Ashmatullah Shahidi, 26 or 43, and for the skipper, it's okay, but it's not quite the innings they needed, I don't think, at that point. And suddenly to get to 275 is going to require 8 and over, which feels quite a tall order from this point. 173 for 3 as we see Hashmat replaced by Azmat Amarzai, who comes in at 5.
I love it when those two are batting together, though.
Hashmat and Azmat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's middle order for Afghanistan with the same names, similar names, sometimes spelled the same. 173 for 3. So we get a bit of AC/DC around the ground. We've had that a few times today. I think it's part of the Australian playlist. We had a bit of Midnight Oil earlier. Inevitably Men at Work.
I don't know who these people are.
Men at Work? Oh, you know that one.
But these lot out there are Men at Work.
No, Men at Work is the classic Aussie song.
No, Wagon Wheel is the classic Aussie song.
No, that's
Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. That is played everywhere in Australia.
It's by an American band.
Yeah, but it's played in Australia. And the Horses one.
That's Australian.
Yeah.
Very Australian. 173 for 3. Phil knows Men at Work.
Oh, huge.
Mitchell Stark then bowling to Azmat, 173 for 3. Round the wicket he comes now and bowls a ball driven back towards the bowler. And there is no run, so a wicket and a dot to start the 38th.
Shock.
She just gave me a Vegemite sandwich.
Yeah, it includes the word Vegemite. You didn't get more Aussie than that. And the song's called Down Under. I come from a land down under.
Oh, tune.
Yeah.
You're right, come on, you need to just sing these to me, come on.
For goodness sake. Mitchell Stark.
It's like when you say someone's name to me, I don't know who they are till you show me a face of them.
Here comes Stark. Running in past umpire Alex Wharf. Azmat on strike, is defending into the offside. He won't find a run. Straight to Abbott, who's on the field at backward point.
I'm good with my songs and my lyrics.
Your lyrics, you're excellent.
Honestly, I reckon I could win a competition. So you play a song and I sing you the lyrics.
Yeah, you're
to
very
most
good.
songs.
Dare I say it's surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Actually.
I just need to know the. I don't need to know the band name. I need to know the tune.
Yeah.
Like you just proved to me.
Yeah. I think that is a surprising gap in your knowledge. Someone that's been to Australia a few times. 173 for 3. This is lofted. That's a good shot. That could be 6, and it is. Well, welcome to the game, Azmat Amarzai. What a good shot. Chipped away, over wide, long off. And it's 6. 179 for 3. And the first 6 of the innings comes with a ball left of the 38th over, and the third ball that he's faced. Brilliant shot.
What a shot that was as well. Just stand and deliver and watch it sail over. And this is the little bit of life that Afghanistan needed. Somebody to come out there, somebody to take a risk. And just a check drive for 6.
Well, Stark with a little shake of the head. I'm sure he was expecting that. He's going to come in and try once more. And bowls a full delivery right onto the toes, which is dug out. And the over comes to an end. Just sticks from it still. 179 for 3. 38 overs gone. And Stark with a smile behind that 1990s American magician's goatee beard that he's sporting for this tournament.
Yeah, I think when he gets home.
Do you think Alicia's going to say,
yeah,
it's got to go, Mitch?
Yeah.
Possibly. I quite like it.
It's the moustache or you.
If you want to see that 6, it'll be available as a highlight on the BBC Sport website and app soon.
As will the moustache as he's running into bowl.
It will. Well, it's a goatee, isn't it? It's sort of... You sort of expect he's going to make the Great Wall of China disappear or something with that goatee.
Takes his cap off for the umpire, out pops a rabbit.
I was telling Al earlier, I think I'm going to have a shave when I get to Pune. I think I'm going to leave the moustache on as I'm in India.
179 for 3, worked into the onside as a new over starts with the ball being delivered by Travis Head once again. In fact, says Travis Head up on the big screen. That to me looks like Glenn Maxwell. It is Glenn Maxwell. 180 for 3. Michael Vaughan comes to join us once more.
Good afternoon. That was a shot,
wasn't it?
That's the way to arrive. Just check drive on into the stands. It nearly landed in my ice cream guy's little pot.
Oh yes, he's down to our left today. Here's Maxwell, and deep in the crease is Asmat, and he won't find a run there. They've got to find a way of moving things forward. Score predictor says 269. I think that'd be quite good going from this point. Need to go at least 7.5 and over. Maxwell moving in once more. And there'll be one down the ground. Maxwell diving to try and stop it. He can't do so.
Yeah, Ibrahim's played great. He's 87, striking at 77. But you just feel these next 13 runs are so important to him. Afghanistan have never had 100 in a World Cup. Such a big moment for an individual player.
Here comes Maxwell round the wicket. Whipped off the pads by Ibrahim. He'll move to 88. But that shouldn't be, I suppose, at the detriment of the team's overall total.
No, but that's why the players that are coming in have got to take the risk.
Yeah.
You know, his job is to play the anchor role. He's played it really well. Now, Asmat has already put one into the stands. Can he take a risk against Maxwell?
Ibrahim waiting. Angling the ball away into the offside. There's going to be 1. It will become 2. That's good running. There's just for a moment.
He just pulls that length, doesn't he, Maxwell? It doesn't allow you to step him. I mean, just 1 foot forward and hoofing it over mid-wicket. He bowls just that shorter length.
184 for 3. Maxwell bowling. And we nudged into the onside, and there is no run. 39 overs gone. 184 for 3. Let us know what you're up to today on the email. tms@bbc.co.uk. We'll be hearing from Stuart Broad during the interval.
Nice. I see he's doing the rounds and he's got a book out. Broadly speaking.
I was wondering what they were going to go for.
Yeah, I don't think there's a show that he hasn't been on yet.
What, for the book?
Yeah, I think he's on every show.
Okay.
He told an interesting one. I think it was on the One show about how he kept on missing this call from France after he obviously retired, and then he decided to answer the call, and it was Elton. And he daren't ask Elton who, because there's not many Eltons.
No.
And it was Elton John.
Wow.
Yeah, just saying well done on a career. And I think Stuart mentioned that obviously Elton seems to have been retiring for quite a while.
184 for 3. Here comes Pat Cummins over the wicket. There'll be no run there. Played to Marsh at mid-wicket from Ibrahim.
Yeah, so he got a call from Elton John.
How good.
Yep. I had a call actually from Elton John after the 05 Ashes.
What did he say?
It's well done. Love watching the cricket. Because we were playing his music throughout the Ashes. You know, Freddie was the DJ. And we had a lot of Rocket Man and
yeah,
I'm Still Standing, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think he heard that. I actually went to Elton's wedding.
Did you?
I did.
What?
I did.
Here comes Pat Cummins. Off onto the hips of Ibrahim. He'll move to 89 with a little tickle towards fine leg. 185 for 3. What was that like?
Well, I was a little bit surprised when the envelope, and you know those posh envelopes.
Yeah.
And there was a stamp on it. I thought that's interesting. I'm not too sure what that is. And I opened the envelope. It was a lovely card, and there it was, the invite.
Wow.
To David and Elton's wedding.
Fantastic.
I was on a table with Sir Timothy Rice.
Yeah.
Kelly Hoppin, the designer. Lennox Lewis.
Wow.
There was a mixed array of...
I'd love to have been a fly on the wall.
It was me.
In comes Pat Cummins, dropping it short, hits the helmet of the batter and goes down towards the fine leg boundary. I wonder if that's come off a little bit of glove as well. No, it's signalled as leg bias. I'll have to check for concussion too, as is right and proper. But it is 4 on to the total, 185 for 3.
Yeah, any boundaries will work for Afghanistan. Bit of fortune on that occasion. Yeah, it was it was in his gardens down south.
Fantastic.
Yeah, very nice. Nice food. Nice few drinks. Enjoyed it.
There was a story that Elton John, I think I'm right in saying, that he had an argument with his mother just prior to her 90th birthday, but she still liked his music, and so she invited an Elton John impersonator instead of
Well, yeah, Elton goes a long way back in sport. You know, obviously he was an owner of Watford, but I think it was on... there's been some great documentaries on Sky about cricket. The one travelling around India in the 90s. I can't remember what that was called. That was brilliant. But there was one that I watched, or did I listen? I think it was a podcast actually about it was Mark Pugach who did the podcast series about I think it was the 86-87 tour that England won. Phil, you've listened to that.
Yeah,
it's a beauty, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Elton's in that, isn't he? He used to be around the team, particularly in Melbourne, I think. Because they won in Melbourne, didn't they?
That was a team that went to Australia with no hope, wasn't it?
That's right, and they got absolutely hammered in the warm-up games, didn't they? And I think that's the tour that Beefy went out to bat in Brisbane in one of the warm-up games without a bat. He forgot his bat. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Elton was in the dressing room.
Yeah,
there you go. There's the picture with Phil Edmonds, Daffy in the background.
How good. Yeah, he's a big cricket. He's actually been a view from the boundary, but he was on the piano stall. Aggers went to see him.
Really?
At his piano stall. You can listen to that, actually. We've got a series of old view from the boundaries that we did a couple of years ago. You can find them all on BBC Sounds. He's one of them. 189 for 3. Pat Cummins bowls and walloped into the leg side. Away it goes. There's a chance taken and a chance rewarded.
I like him.
So he's fun as Matt, because he's just been clocked on the helmet and then he's danced down the track. Pat Cummins bowling at a decent lick and smacked him away over mid-wicket.
Yeah, I don't think the next one will be quite as full, but yeah, I like him. I like the way he plays his cricket. Gives it a good go. He bowls quite nicely as well. Yeah, I suggest to all people that love a podcast just while you're strolling around, just to search that one, the Mark Pugach. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a beauty.
I love the idea of Elton calling you after 2005. What did he say?
I was living indoors.
I
was living in Door Village, just kind of sat back on the sofa, and I was in Sheffield, and Elton rang. I don't know how he got my number.
Cummins bowls in the air past the fielder at point, out towards the boundary, but it will be stopped. So just the one run, 194 for 3. I reckon he's probably got a sort of book, you know, like a Yellow Brick Road pages.
I also went to see him in it was a South Africa tour that we're on, and he did a kind of a charity event in Cape Town in like a quite a posh marquee, and I was on a table with Desmond Tutu.
What goes? Your life.
I sat next to Desmond Tutu.
Honestly,
he was great fun.
Here comes Pat Cummins, running in past the umpire, and a little uppercut down towards deep third, and it'll drop short of the fielder just for a moment. Ibrahim would have thought this could be it. He's on to 90 though. 40 overs gone, and the score 195 for 3. Any other dinner party?
No, not with Elton, I don't think. No, I once had dinner at Buckingham Palace. Right, there was 12 of us, again bizarrely after 05. I got invited for a dinner with the Queen and Prince Philip, and there was just 12 of us, and I was sat next to Will Young.
Really?
Yeah, me and Will Young. There was just like 12 people who they felt had done okay around that time. Yeah, so Will was on great form as well.
Amazing. It's like a sort of it's like a time capsule, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's sort of an insight into popular culture of the moment.
Yeah, they had some lovely wine.
I'd hope so.
It's really nice. I suggest if you get an invite,
worth going, is it?
Yeah, oh, look at that, anyone see that?
There's a little lizard somewhere in the ground. It's shown on the big screen. Reminds me of that. Seeing a lizard at a cricket ground. That brilliant story Tuffers tells of being chased around the outfield by a monitor lizard up on its hind legs.
That's online. That's on YouTube.
I think in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
Here comes Zampa then, back on the field, back into the attack. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 35. Ibrahim's on 90. Zampa bowls, one will be taken, just worked out towards mid-wicket. He moves to 91.
One of my most bizarre was actually in Perth in the disastrous 267 series where I was injured, and Noel Gallagher was doing a gig in Perth on the week of the Test match, and managed to sneak down, and we ended up in his dressing room afterwards. And you know those big kind of bowls that you lob a load of bottles of beer in with ice? Well, I don't know how it happened, but at 4 AM we were drinking out of the bowl.
No. Well, during that tour?
Well, I wasn't playing.
I suppose not.
I was trying to recover from a really bad knee operation.
Here's Zampa, and deep in the crease is Azmat. A little bit of extra bounce, push towards cover and no run.
Yeah, I don't think it was the most professional thing to do at that time, but...
That was a tour that finished Australia 5, England 0, as I recall.
Yeah, didn't quite compete on that tour. Azmat, can he challenge Zampa?
Zampa bowling, and he thinks about winding up, and in the end just pats the ball down the ground.
Yeah, you're right there. I think he was thinking about just trying to plant that over Zampa's head, but he just thought, okay, just place it down the ground. This partnership's okay. It's 24 from 19. I reckon that on the whiteboard it would have been 200 after 40.
Exactly, and they've kind of been at that 10, 46, 20 overs, 99, 30 overs, 142, 40 overs, 195. So they've been there all the way along.
Zampa bowls and thrashing the ball to deep cover. Off the back foot is Ibrahim, and one run is taken. 198 for 3.
Well, I reckon if they can get another 80, another 82 would be perfect. 280. I don't think it's an easy chase.
No.
There certainly is a little bit of spin. Whether it skids on a little bit later, we'll have to wait and see. But there's certainly a bit of spin there.
And spin is it's the strength of the Afghanistan bowling attack. Think of Ajib and Rashid Khan.
Noor Ahmad.
Yeah, Nabi as well. Here is Zampa tossing it up. It is hit down the ground. He's got underneath it as Azmat. Has he got the distance? He does. 6. The 200 comes up in some style, and Azmat's making quite a statement here. 21 off 14, 2 6s. And it was just given a little bit of air by Zampa, and he wasn't going to turn it down.
Well, this is the way to play Zampa. You just go back to the way England almost like sums up England's performance in the World Cup. They've just lost confidence of being aggressive and attacking against the spin. Afghanistan have played Zampa really well today. 7.5 overs, 0 for 44.
Zampa again, 204 for 3. Zampa drops it a bit shorter, and there won't be a run there because moving to his right is Labuschagne at cover. So 41 overs gone, 204 for 3. I'm reminded, speaking of Perth, of a marvellous story from a few years ago when the England women's team were playing there, and they were at their team hotel morning of a game, going through some warm-ups in the hotel gym. I mean, every team has a playlist. You had your Elton John playlist, Johnny Cash, all of those things, and they had a lot of Queen on it. And they had Don't Stop Me Now as they're going through the warm-ups, out on the speaker on the boombox. And then the security guard comes, taps on the shoulder and says, "We've had a request from a guy, just if you mind not playing that music." And I said, "Yeah, sure, well, why?" They turned around and Brian May was on an exercise bike.
He didn't want to listen to his own stuff.
Well, he had a gig there that night, so it's just going to put me off. Here comes Pat Cummins. Running into bowl to Ibrahim on 92. He's going to look for a run into the offside, but again, Labuschagne at cover will stop it.
But cricket, there's a lot of musicians really that love cricket.
Yeah, he's another Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
He's a huge cricket fan. Tom Chaplin. From Keane, he's a big cricket fan.
It's funny, the cross... comedians and musicians love cricket. There's a real crossover.
Andy Zaltzman.
Yeah. Bit of a fan. 204 for 3. Cummins bowling. It's played into the ground. 2-dot balls to start the over. Back towards Cummins it goes, and he rocks backwards.
We had a funny in the Ashes actually. We had a dinner at a pal's house, and me and the cat were there, tough not, and we were a few down, if you know what I mean. And Mick Jagger turned up, and he sat in between me and Phil, and all he wanted to know is how Phil played Shane Warne. And I said to him, "I can show you that on YouTube."
Here comes Pat Cummins bowling to Ibrahim. Pace taken off it and nicely played out towards the deep. This could be 4 runs. Fielder running round. Stoinis dives. I'm not sure he stopped it. I think it's going to be one of those that takes quite a while to check. It was a great effort from Stoinis out over towards deep backward point. And we'll wait to see if it is going to be 4 runs.
Well, I'd be amazed if it's not a stop, because the Aussies generally are brilliant at these diving stops across the boundary. Has he done well? Oh, yeah.
The only question is, no, I don't think his foot touches the ball when it's the body in contact with the ropes. They'll check it again, but this is where my desire for zing boundaries comes in.
Oh, that's what you have to.
Yeah, if a fielder touches the boundary, immediately lights up.
Right. Well, gives them like an electric shock or something.
Yeah, it might need the old prototype. I think he saved 4. I think it's brilliant.
Come on, we can see that he's done well there.
A little thumbs up from umpire Wharf, and it is 2. The crowd recognise that effort as well. So 206 for 3. Zadran is on 94 from 122. A reminder, no Afghanistan batter has scored 100 at a World Cup. And here comes Pat Cummins into bowl a ball which is gently pushed into the offside, and for someone that's only scored 7 boundaries in the innings, I don't think he's going to try and get there with a 6.
No, he's played nicely. Yeah, but just back to that evening, it was one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen, because if you do Google Phil Tufnell facing Shane Warne, the late great, on YouTube, you'll find out how he played him from around the wicket, where he falls over.
It's brilliant.
It's comedy gold, and seeing Phil demonstrate to Mick Jagger how to play Shane Warne, then Mick Jagger trying to copy it.
Driven through the offside. That's a good stop. Labuschagne is such a good fielder there at cover. He stops 4 runs there, unquestionably, but an overthrow will allow them through for 1, so the throw wasn't great in the end, a bit wide of Inglis. And the score 208 for 3. Ball left of the 42nd.
Yeah, just a little bit wayward there from Marnus Labuschagne. 95 for Ibrahim. What do you think about the big 6? I don't think so. It's actually quite a good stop. It went hard to Labuschagne.
You could write a book about your dinner parties for me.
Well, I might let Phil do that. He needs another book. He's only done 12.
Here comes Cummins, and worked away into the offside again towards Labuschagne, and the over concludes with a single, so Ibrahim will have the strike on 96. 42 overs gone. Michael Vaughan, some more from you, and then Geoff Lemon.
Yeah, it's who's it going to be? I think it's going to be Zampa to bowl his 9th. This partnership's just given the innings the kickstart, just the boost it's needed. 36 from 28, 8 overs remaining. 8 and over gets them to 273. 10s gets them to 289. I think that's going to be really competitive on this surface with all the spinners of Afghanistan. It's been a very professional innings so far, something that we've just come to expect from Afghanistan in this World Cup. They play in a very sensible way.
Yeah, they've hit their competence markers in almost every game they've played. There was just that Bangladesh slip up where they fell over chasing, but not only do I not think Ibrahim Zadran's going to try to get his 100 with a 6, I think he'll aim to do it over the course of about 4 overs in singles, the way that he's been going recently. He's slowed down as he's got closer to that milestone, but he'll be on strike here. He's given himself the Kohli role. Just bat as late as he can and let others score around you. Zampa bowl to him, and he's driving a single down the ground to go to 97, 210 for 3, and that, Michael Vaughan, is now the highest World Cup score by an Afghan batter. Samuel Shinwari, when they won their first World Cup match against Scotland in 2015, made 96 that day. He was 9th out with 21 to get, and the last wicket pair got them home. He hit 5 6s along the way in that famous innings, mostly against Majid Haq, the Pakistan heritage Scottish off-spinner. 210 for 3. The score is a big swipe across the line here from Azmatullah.
Yeah, I like him. He's got 1 school of thought in his arc. It's being considered to be launched into the stands.
Just gets a little inside edge into the pad in the end. Have to rethink that. Majid Haq bowled really well that day up until those closing stages, and then got whacked over the ropes a few times. And trying to do that here, down towards long off, but it'll be caught. Azmatullah's gone. Just didn't get the elevation on that one. Tries to hit Zampa for a 6. They've got Maxwell back there on the rope. One of the safest pairs of hands in this team. Hangs onto that one comfortably. Round about the breadbasket. And never got the lift on that he needed, Azmatullah. He's out for 22, faced 18 balls, hit a couple of big ones along the way, 210 for 4.
Yeah, simple one from Maxwell. Nicely tossed up from Adam Zampa. Straight to him, he didn't have to move. 7.3 overs remaining for Afghanistan. Who are they going to send out? It's not our friend Rashid Khan, is it? Don't think so.
Maybe it should be. If you want somebody to come in for the last 6 or 7, but Mohammad Nabi.
President Nabi. What a cricketer he is. He'll enjoy bowling on here.
It could be a very difficult customer, given what we've seen from the pace of the surface.
He might open, you know, he might open the ball into the 2 left-handers. Travis Head and David Warner, they might think Osman. Probably will be Majib, but
they love Majib in those early stages.
Yeah, he can tweak it either way, but that was surprised if Nabi bowls early to the 2 lefties.
His economy rate, his career economy rate in power plays is under 4 and over Majib. As an off spinner bowling with 2 out.
Fantastic, isn't he? Yeah, very good.
He's kind of an off spinner. In a way, he's a swing bowler in some ways. Has his variations as well. But Mohammad Nabi, he's been there. He's beaten 43 different teams in one-day cricket, as we've discussed through this World Cup. And at 210 for 4.
I think they've never beaten Australia, have they? So this could be 44.
Could be 44 today. Adam Zampa, he's got double that on his back with 88. And he's bowling to Nabi, who's flicking across the line for a single first ball. First order of business is get 3 more runs for Ibrahim Zadran, so that he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. He's got 97. Field well spread with the leg spinner bowling. Ibrahim on 97, won't get a run, punches back to the bowler. I think he has faced too many dot balls in the last 10 overs or so. Got out for 87 a couple of games ago. Waits for Zampa. Then Ibrahim's whipping a run out to deep mid-wicket. It'll move to 98.
Oh, that was nearly there to pull, wasn't it? It was a short ball. Decided to play with a straight bat. Keeps the strike.
43 overs gone. It's 212 for 4. 42 balls left. So at this sort of rate, they'd need to go at 10 and over to get above 280, which feels like it's what you'd need out here.
Yeah, you think so. I mean, anything over 270, I think they're going to be in the game. You'd still fancy Australia with the batting lineup that they have, but you know what Afghanistan have done is make sure that they're in the game. You know, they've played sensibly. I don't think they have the batting lineup to go expansive, you see. I just think if they went expansive too soon, they'd end up being 80 for 4, and then you start looking at a 200, 220 score. What they've done here is just play sensibly to know that they're going to get a 260, 270 score. I think that's what they are. That's the kind of team that they can get that number. I don't think they're a 320, 330 team.
Maybe not. I think it's more the lack of strike rotation, that if they managed to pick off another 20 or 30 singles by this stage of the innings, they'd be in a much stronger spot.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just don't think they have the players really who can do that.
So Ibrahim Zadran, the right-hander, is on 98. Taps the bat, waits for Josh Hazlewood. He's driving down the ground. He'll get 1 run. Doesn't want any more than that. Gets to that perilously close number. 99 not out at the non-striker's end. Mohammad Nabi, he's out there with all his experience. What do you think he's thinking? Just find a single and get this done with?
Yeah, I would think he'll just want 3 or 4 balls to get in. Just get used to everything, get used to the surroundings, the pitch, the pace. And then, well, we've seen it so many times in the past, he can properly strike a ball. And they're going to need a cameo innings from Nabi, a Rashid Khan. Just a 30 off 12 balls, something like that.
Hazelwood up to Nabi, who tries to turn the ball past short mid-wicket, but finds Labuschagne. No run.
Hazelwood's been excellent. 1 for 28, 27 off 7.2. Economy of 3.68. Just gone for 2 boundaries. That's high class on a pitch that's not offered a great deal for the seamers.
Accuracy in length as much as anything. He's barely given them any width either. Hazelwood up to Nabi, fallen on the stumps. He takes off for the run, and Ibrahim Zadran would have been a little bit concerned as he was halfway down the pitch, but he gets in, makes it through. 214 for 4.
Yeah, you get a sense with it. Just Pat Cummins there. They're not concerned with singles.
So we saw Afghanistan's opening batters take down Pakistan's fast bowlers when they were given width. So Josh Hazelwood on the edge of the circle, crowd on the edge of their seats. Ibrahim Zadran on 99. Back lift high, waits for Hazelwood, drives the ball. Stopped by Cummins coming across at short cover. Can't get the run.
Well, he thoroughly deserves 100 here. You know, yes, that's a dot ball. And there'll be many say, oh, he's batting for his 100. Well, absolutely deserves to bat for his 100. He's played great, but he then has to completely explode. And a few sixes to just push his team's score up. But, you know, you can't blame the fact that he's just playing to make sure he gets these 3 figures.
Ibrahim Zadran still on 99, waits for Hazelwood, tries to guide the run past backward point and can't. Found the field twice in a row. 1 ball remaining in the over. The tension ratcheting up. Afghanistan's players on the balcony waiting. Rashid Khan there, a little smile on his face.
Yeah, sorry Phil, go on.
Yeah, it's gone from 76 to 99 in singles bar 1-2.
Hazelwood with 1 more opportunity to bowl to Ibrahim Zadran on 99, waits for Hazelwood, punches off the back foot, takes up for the run, could be run out here. He's almost run out at the non-striker's end, but he's made it through and there'll be an overthrow. He runs through back at the striker's end, and jubilation for Afghanistan. The helmet off, raises the bat to the crowd. They played 23 World Cup matches, 219 innings for this Afghanistan team, and finally a first World Cup century for this country. Ibrahim Zadran, who came so close a couple of games ago with 87, he is 101 not out from 131 balls, taking Afghanistan to 216 for 4.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, he's played so well. He's played with great control. He's been the anchor. But what a moment for Afghanistan cricket. They've had an incredible World Cup. There's so many Afghanistan fans in the crowd here. They're waving their flags, they're on their feet. In real appreciation for a special moment. It really is. I mean, they've had special moments as a team in beating the likes of Pakistan and beating England in this World Cup, but individual rewards are so special as well. The physio's out there now. I don't know what's happened. The boots are... Oh, he's done his toe or something in the celebration. I'm not too sure what's
maybe in the scramble at the non-striker's end when he was desperately trying to make his ground and then almost a collision. But he's down on the ground now. Gets back on his feet, starts retying his shoelaces. Nabi's there with him, plus the umpire, plus a couple of substitute runners, plus Adam Zampa, who's waiting to bowl.
Ibrahim Zadran's 5th ODI 100 for Afghanistan. He also has their highest ever ODI score. That was 162 versus Sri Lanka back in November 22.
Yeah, his record's amazing. He averages 51 with the bat. He's got over 1,000 ODI runs. Can he now explode? Can he now, in the last 6 overs, start to really find the boundary and clear the ropes? If he can, and he can get that 130, you know, 135, his team are going to be in a really, really strong position.
44 overs have been completed. Adam Zampa will begin the 45th. He's in the bowl now to Nabi. Short, tries to pull away. Little top edge goes to short third. There's no run.
Yeah, Naby's just had a little look over mid-wicket. Quite a big vacant space. If it's in his arc, he might fancy having a pop over mid-wicket.
I think that's where he was aiming the last time. Zampa bowls to him, clears the front leg, inside edge down to fine leg for 1 along the ground, and he was looking over mid-wicket, 217 for 4.
Saw him have the glance.
Well, just seeing that replay, was Labuschagne, was it, who came into the stumps and almost got in the way? Could have collected the throw, perhaps. The throw was wild. Getting run out, going for your 100th run is not the way to do it. Zampa flights it, hits it down the ground, big. That has gone all the way, and he is going to explode. Ibrahim Zadran. He goes from 101 to 107 with his first 6 of the day. Only hit 7 fours on his way to the 100, but he's popped one into the crowd right now. 223 for 4.
Well, that was all too easy. That was an effortless kind of just one step hit, straight over straight mid-wicket. Fantastic strike.
That was the invitation from Zampa. Came in a fancy envelope and everything. And Ibrahim Zadran responded. Backs away now, punches out to deep cover point. Only for 1, with David Warner back there protecting the fence. 224
Funny
for
game
4.
cricket, isn't it? Because there were so many people watching going, why don't you just do that when you're on 75? Do that a little bit sooner.
Yep. Why didn't you do that on 94?
Personal milestones are so important for players.
Zampa to Nabi, who backs away, flat bats down the ground, thinks about coming for the second. Nabi, he wants it. Ibrahim Zadran says yes, he's running to the danger end, and the throw comes back to Inglis at the far end. So they make it through on Stark's long throw. 2 more runs, 226 for 4.
The president is itching here. He wants another in his arc. He's just had a look. He's just glaring that leg side. He's not even interested in the offside. Oh, he's just had a look. He's had a little peek through cover point. If this is in his arc, he's going to try and launch it over mid-wicket.
Zampa to Nabi, who backs away, drags it flat. It lands just in front of short mid-wicket, where Cummins can't take a catch, and it rolls out to the deep. They'll get 1 run from that one. Nabi will keep the strike with 5 overs to go, so 30 balls up their sleeve. Afghanistan 227 for 4. Nabi on 6. Ibrahim Zadran 108. 227 for 4. Alex Hartley back in for the final burst. We'll see what they can do with these last 30 deliveries. They need a fair few of them to reach or clear the rope. Phil?
Did you mention Adam Zampa's figures today?
No.
10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 58. We were keeping an eye on it. 2 4s and 2 6s conceded.
It didn't come until his 5th over, so he got through 14 overs on the trot without a boundary in World Cup cricket over the last few days. 1 for the very niche trivia stat heads. 227 for 4. We might have a bit of fun here with Nabi on strike. Always entertaining.
Yeah, you'd expect Nabi to have a bit of fun here. He's almost got that free rein, hasn't he, to go out there and swing for the hills.
He's got Josh Hazlewood to face, though, which might not be the easiest. Hazlewood, right arm over, digs it in, smacks the bouncer for 6. The president is in, and he has won the primaries. That is a second decker. That's cleared everybody in the lower tier, and it has gone into the seats in front of the big screen. 233 for 4. A dozen for Mohammad Nabi.
Well, it was a short ball from Hazlewood, and Nabi, as we say, he's got the licence, he can go, and he's given it the big old heave into the leg side, and as you said, it's gone into the second tier. That's a proper shot from Nabi.
That is huge.
The second decker cracked me up there.
VJ Merchant Pavilion, he's hit it into the 3rd row of the top tier. Hazlewood recomposes himself, bowls to Nabi, full, and tries to, a little cutter, runs the fingers. Nabi can't get a run, tries to dink it into the leg side, and it hits the pad, rolls out to short mid-wicket. Does the fielding himself, Hazlewood.
Nabi had no idea where that ball had gone then. It hit him and he looked into the offside and the ball had actually gone into the leg side.
I don't think he saw it on the way down. I think he was expecting a short one, and he was so confused that it was fuller and at his pads. Well, you get a double-decker parade in England if you win something. Ask Michael Vaughan. Second decker's not quite so celebratory, but Hazelwood's bowled in, big swing across the line. And Nabi tried to send that one the same way. It's been short, sweet, entertaining. Nabi's gone for 12. Faced 9 balls, 233 for 5. Bowl straight at the stumps. Pace on. Simple as that for Josh Hazlewood. Nice bit of seam position, little bit of deck, and it hits middle and leg.
Yeah, Nabi was only going one way, wasn't he? He was looking into leg side. He was looking to heave the ball, trying to up the run rate for Afghanistan. He built a brilliant platform, but they're not got enough on the board yet. So he had one job, and as does the man that's coming in now, Rashid Khan. He also has one job here.
Yes, Getty and Rashid Khan to the middle with 4.5 overs to go.
For me, he bats too low.
He does.
He can bat anywhere in this Afghanistan lineup, and he's never, ever going to chew balls.
They did try putting him up the order a few years ago for a couple of years, and he just didn't like it. I think it's a him thing rather than a team thing. He doesn't want to be up at 5 or 6. He wants to be coming in late in the piece, but sometimes I'd like to see him facing 8 or 9 overs instead of 2 or 3 sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, this World Cup, 9 from 16, 16 from 12, 23 from 22, 8 from 13, but he's not batted in the last 3 games where Afghanistan have successfully chased down the total.
Has not been required, which is a sign that they're playing very well and have been in the chase. But I liked that they didn't decide to chase today. There was that risk that if they bowled first, they'd just concede too many. They're still in the game here. You think even if they get 250 with those 4 spinners, it doesn't look easy to bat out there.
You can hear the crowd chanting Rashid Khan.
Well, he's on strike. Superstar of the T20 world, and he's in the 50-over format now, opening the face, getting a single to backward point for 1, 234 for 5. Sometimes fast bowling's simple, isn't it? Bowl at the stumps.
Well, especially when the batter swings like that, losing all their shape, not even watching the ball as it comes down.
Didn't really look at the ball, Mohamed Nabi. He was almost on one knee outside leg stump, aiming over deep mid-wicket.
Well, think of someone playing golf that's never played before, and they take a big old swing and look where they're trying to hit it before they hit the ball. It's very much like that.
Hazlewood. Bowls to Ibrahim Zadran, who walks across his stumps, slashes it almost past Mitchell Marsh at backward point. They get a run from the deflection, but it doesn't go for 4. 234 for 5. One ball left in this over. Rashid Khan back on strike for his second delivery. They've got a short third, backward point, deep point, conventional cover, long off, mid on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a long leg on the fence. And Hazlewood coming into bowl to Rashid Khan, who punches a run square on the offside. It's Mitchell Marsh doing the fielding again. So just the 3 singles to follow the wicket. 6 off the first ball, dot wicket, single, single, single. 236 for 5. 4 overs to go, 24 balls remaining. So what can they get? Run a ball gets them to 260. Can they try to get 8 or 10 and over from here, get to more like 270? I feel like a lot rides on this, Alex.
Yeah, it does. For me, a lot rides on Rashid Khan. Can he get a quick fire 30? And that's a game changer, isn't it? He is a game changer. And one question mark for me today has been Stoinis. Why only the 1 over?
Didn't need him, I guess. Maxwell bowled 9.
There's your 10 between them, but I don't know. I'd have bowled Maxwell another one. And in fact, I think is he bowling now?
I think they just wanted the slowest bowling available. Maxwell will finish his spell now. This is interesting. So 1 for 39 from his 9, been very economical. Took a wicket, a catch down the ground. Travis Head bowled 3 overs that were reasonable. Went for 15. Stoinis bowled the 1. Stark has 3 up his sleeve, so he won't bowl out today, which is interesting. Hazlewood presumably will bowl his last over coming up. Cummins still has 3 to bowl. Stark has had another less than perfect day, lost his line quite a bit, bowled quite a few wides, did take a wicket eventually. He's got 1 for 45 off 7. So Maxwell to bowl to Rashid Khan without a hat, and he slog sweeps him over mid-wicket. Has he got enough on it? Just clears Mitchell Stark out at deep mid-wicket. and that is what Rashid Khan can do. 242 for 5, and a memo to Angelo Matthews. He faced a spinner without wearing a helmet.
Well, this is the danger of bowling spin at the death, isn't it? There's often a debate on why don't spinners bowl more at the death, but they are easier to get hold of.
Maxwell to Rashid, who tries the same shot, big bottom edge, out to deep backward square leg. Doesn't get more than a single. 243 for 5.
And it's that risk and reward. You know, Glenn Maxwell could quite easily go for 20 in this over. However, he could quite easily get someone caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary as well. You just got to be brave. Can he toss one up, or is he going to go darts?
Maxwell goes darts, coming down the wicket. Ibrahim drives back at him.
He's not bowling spin, he's bowling rapid.
He's bowling mediums at the moment. He's bowling Mohammad Nawaz stuff at the end of the T20 World Cup match at the MCG against India. Maxwell, real dart again from around the wicket, in at the leg stump, dragged out to deep mid for 1, 244 for 5. So Rashid's got 9, Ibrahim Zadran 110. Couple to come in this over. Rashid's back on strike.
Rashid's had some blonde tips put in.
He has, and they're shown to their full glory. No helmet, no cap. He's got the locks billowing, and it's a wide ball as he advances and slaps it over cover for 4. Outrageous shot. Starts coming down the pitch. Maxwell sees him coming, spears it across him to try to draw the false shot, and with the very, very toe of the bat, Rashid Khan, from about 3 metres outside his crease, collects it over cover and gets 4.
It's well adjusted from Rashid Khan, who is clearly trying to go leg side.
248 for 5. Maxwell bowls to him, and he nutmegs it between his own legs. Rashid Khan down to deep fine. What's the second? Pushes Ibrahim Zadran, and they get that comfortably in the end. That was a Yorker from a spinner in at the block hole, inside edge between his own feet. Rashid's up to 15 from 6. Told you he was entertaining. 250 for 5 is the score. 47 overs gone.
I still maintain he's got to come in earlier. That's an outrageous shot through the legs.
That was deliberate.
He's done that on purpose. He's cleared his front leg and just played the ball behind him.
Cleared the front leg to slog over mid-wicket.
No ball. It's not the end of the over. Is that right?
It's a no ball.
It is. Maxwell's bowled a no ball.
Belated no ball. It'll be a free hit.
14 off the over.
14 off already.
Oh, a spinner ball and a front foot no ball.
Well, that becomes 15 when we add the no ball, because they haven't accounted for that on the scoreboard yet.
The very worst thing about scoring international games.
Oh.
You've just finished off your over. Yeah. You've done your neat little bit.
I've even put Maxwell's final bowling figures.
You're not a Tipex man either, are you?
I don't like the Tipex too much.
Well, Maxwell will have to bowl a free hit. They took a 2, so it'll have to be the same field. Rashid Khan on strike with 4 in the circle on the offside. Clears his front leg, pumps it out into the deep, out at square leg, and they only take 1, but that lets Rashid keep strike. That's good for Afghanistan. The extra run, 252 for 5. Okay, so let's go through the 16 off the over. You have a spinner bowled towards the end, and you say, well, you can't have spinners bowled towards the end because they go for 16. Cognitive dissonance. If a fast bowler goes... Well, the ability to look at two things that are contradictory and not realise that they're contradictory. Fast bowler goes for 16, you go, oh, unlucky. And then they bowl the next over. Nobody questions a fast bowler's right to bowl at the death, even when they get absolutely pumped. They can go for 20 in the 48th, and you say, oh, well, got a couple of edges there, didn't they? People think that fast bowlers are allowed to do it. They have licence to go for as many as they want. Spinners, not allowed.
Yeah.
Is that unreasonable?
And I never bowled at the death because it wasn't allowed.
Because you might have been hit for runs. But quicks can get hit for runs, and that's fine. That's just bad luck.
I'll tell you what we did this summer. We started bowling Hayley Matthews the last over of a game, or the penultimate over of a game, because no one else was doing it. So we were like, well, you know what, take the pace off. And she would just bowl, either take the pace right off or bowl wide line Yorkers. And she was so hard to get away. I think she defended 4 in one of our games.
Yep, that's right, I remember that. She took a hat-trick, didn't she?
That was Ishmael. That was a quick at the death.
Quick at the death. The quickest.
What you should do.
Yeah, what you should do. What convention says you should do. I think there's a bunch of nonsense here that hasn't been exposed from people's biases against spinners. Anyway, Mitchell Starc is going to be a quick who might get smashed. He bowls a full toss. Slammed down the ground by Rashid for 1. On the bounce to Travis Head at a long off. 253 for 5.
Why is that then? Because I've never questioned it.
Yep.
I've just always gone, well, spinners bowl in the middle.
Spinners bowl in the middle because they can be hit for 6. Fast bowlers can also be hit for 6, and are frequently. But
Yeah, well, still, Glenn Maxwell going for 16 proved spinner shouldn't bowl at the death.
Yep. And Mitchell Starc bowling 5 wides to start the 50th over against New Zealand proves what exactly? It's 253 for 5 at the moment. Just under 3 overs to go. Starc 1 for 46, his day's work so far. Wants some more wickets in that column. Around the wicket he bowls to Ibrahim Zadran, who picks him up over the leg side. That is gone. That has gone for 6 as well. A beautiful, creamy, smooth pick-up shot off the pads, over deep backwards, square leg. And where was this when you were in the 90s, Ibrahim Zadran? That was a gorgeous 259 for 5.
That's a great, great pick-up. The ball on leg stump, just flicking it around the corner. Aerial for 6, just pure timing. And Afghanistan just timing this to perfection here to try and get that 280.
This is why you can't bowl fast bowlers at the end of the innings, Alex. They get hit for 6. He's up to 116. Ibrahim Zadran. They're waiting for the ball to come back. Is it a replacement ball?
The ball had come back. Mitchell Starc was ready to bowl. The umpire said, I need to have a look at that because it got smashed into the crowd.
To make sure nobody's autographed it.
Or swapped it.
Swapped it for a rubber one. Starc up to Ibrahim, short ball, and he dabs it with a bit of finesse down to deep third for 1. 260 for 5.
And the last 12 balls gone for 26 runs here for Afghanistan. And we said 280 would be competitive. The way they're going, they should get that. They should get a little bit more.
Practices the shot at the non-striker's end. Ibrahim Zadran is playing an uppercut in his shadow batting now, which he didn't do to that last ball.
I love the crowd chanting Rashid Khan.
Rashid. Don't rush it, just take it easy. Mitchell Starc round the wicket to Rashid, full, clears the front leg, slams it at Cummins at cover, but he has hit the one spot in the entire offside where he can't score a run. They've got 3 out on the offside, and he finds Cummins inside the circle.
That hurts the extra cover. He's absolutely nailed that, and Pat Cummins is shaking his hands, looking at his hands. I don't think he'll hit a ball harder tonight than that, and it's gone straight to Pat Cummins. And not only one of those, it's one of those ones that bobbles, and you can quite easily trap your fingers on the edge of the square.
Quite a few practice wickets out there, or different strips that are being brought up by the curators. Bounced off one of those. 2 balls to come in the Starc over, 8 from it so far. Starc to Rashid, who backs away, slaps it over the offside, might be caught. Good diving catch by Stoinis, coming in. Has to dive forward to that one and claims it just above the grass. Rashid looking for the helicopter whip cut shot, but with 3 out on the offside, that was always likely to be difficult. Wonder if he could have thought about coming across and trying to get that towards the leg side. But he's out. The umpires are having a look at something to see if the catch was clean. I think it was.
Well, it was clean, and Marcus Stoinis has just said to Rashid Khan, I caught it. But Rashid Khan is just saying, I'm not walking. He said, I'm not walking. I'm waiting for you to give me out, and fair enough.
He's starting to wander now. He's having a little chat to the umpire and starting to wander off, but
I mean, it's out.
It's out. The fingers are on the ground and the ball lands on his hands. There's always that ooh from the crowd where you see a little bit of bounce because it's hit the fingers on the ground.
And it's always one of those, the more you look at it, the more you think, oh, has he got control of the ball? And he has. That's a great catch from Stoinis.
He's got his right hand under the ball.
He's got his little fingers under the ball as well.
Yep, little fingers are down. Yeah, it lands in the palm of his right hand and then transfers to the left, so shouldn't be a problem there.
If this is given not out, Stoinis will be filthy.
If this is given not out, we resign. There's no point following a game anymore if they're not paying catches like that.
It's a great diving catch, diving forward. They're so hard to take. It's a clean catch.
I'm not sure why we're having so many looks at this. He's got 2 hands together. They're next to each other, and the ball lands in the fingers of one hand, and then the fingers of the other hand wraps around it. So
the more we watch this, the more it's going to be given not out, you know. That's the way it works.
Finally, they've stopped showing replays, and I think we will get the decision upheld at this point. 260 for 6. No, we're seeing another replay. Now it's the slow motion super zoom up replay. Because there is a little bobble as it bounces onto his right hand and then ends up in his left hand, but it hasn't.
I can't believe we're watching this so many times. For me, it's a clean catch.
It was a clean catch live.
The more you slow it down, the more you look at it in slow-mo, You can see his hands under the ball.
Rashid Khan's gone back to the non-strikers end.
He's not walking.
He thinks he's going to be given not out here.
But this is the problem, isn't it? When we look at these catches in super slow-mo, in real time, you know as a fielder if it's out or not. And Stoinis, even now I'm looking at that going, that's not out. But I've seen it 15 times. It's going to be given not out.
Decision pending. It is given not out. Well, time to throw down the microphones and walk out. That is absurd.
I cannot believe that's been given not out. Cannot believe it. Phil has even written out in his book.
We saw it live. It was out.
It was out. That is a ridiculous decision. To paint the picture for you, he's out. He's square of the wicket, deep point, runs directly towards the ball, dives forward, both hands on the ground. Right hand is outstretched. The ball lands on his little finger and his ring finger, and then bounces up a little bit as it goes into his left hand.
And do you know the only reason that's been given not out is because Rashid Khan refused to walk off.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. That is just an incorrect decision from the third umpire, and I don't know how that has been made. And we've seen some pretty inconsistent stuff from third umpires on low catches in the last 9 months or so, and it continues here. So Stark will continue, and he'll bowl full, and he'll be driven straight to cover, and there's no run. That's Ibrahim Zadran with yet another dot ball to his collection. He's got 117 from 139. Needs to push the pedal to the floor in these last couple of overs. Rashid Khan's on 18 from 10 deliveries.
Well, I just can't believe that was given not out. The more I see it, it's one of those, and it's like anything. The more you see it, the more you think it's not out. But I've just seen a full-time replay, and for me, that's out. I think that's a poor decision.
It's 100% out. It's well, I've said it enough times, but it's landed in one hand and then bounced to the other hand, and the two hands are pressed next to each other.
Well, Stoinis has dealt with it so well. All he did on the boundary was just give himself a little chuckle, laughed at himself, and just shook his head.
Yep. Hasn't remonstrated, hasn't gone up to complain to anybody.
Player honesty as well, you know. As soon as he took it, and as soon as he saw Rashid Khan sit at the other end, he said, "Mate, I've caught that."
Yep. And who would know better than the player who's got his hands outstretched in front of him and has the best view of it? It's not one of those ones where you're tumbling over and you're not sure. He can see his hands. He knows the ball's bounced from one hand to the other. Anyway, it's not out in the scorebook, so that's the way it goes. It's out in Phil's.
First stop in Pune, Tipex shot.
Tipex. You're just going to have to rip the whole page out and do it again. Sorry, Phil.
Henry nearly ripped a page of that book out earlier, didn't he? You weren't happy about that.
I found him a page somewhere else.
Do not touch the scorer's scorebook. I've never so much as borrowed a pen without asking permission. 261 for 5 is the score. Ibrahim Zadran on 117, Rashid Khan on 18. And Australia will be wanting to remove him without extra damage. It's already cost them a run, of course, because they crossed when that catch not given, that should have been given, was in the air. 261 for 5.
I think you called it, Geoff. There's always a murmur from the crowd at the first replay, isn't there? And it sort of sows the seeds of doubt immediately.
What if there's, that ball bounces? Yes, it bounces off the hand that's on the ground. That is how physics works. Nonetheless, start of a new over. It's a short ball here from Cummins. Backing away, Rashid decides not to play and then looks at the square leg umpire as if aggrieved. I don't think you've got much cause to be aggrieved with the umpiring just today. Just quietly. Rash. So it's a legal delivery.
What will make all this just karma sorting itself out if Rashid Khan gets out now?
Yep.
Caught Stoinis.
That bouncer went over the blue tram track, so it was just within the wide lines. Backs away. Rashid plays a similar shot out to deep backward point this time, and Warner coming around Fields. They only get one run for it. It was nicely timed. That clean sound off the bat is the trademark of Rashid Khan when he's batting. 262 for 5. Phil?
If something sums up this innings, I think that's a fact. That's the first time David Warner's been mentioned, I think.
Huh.
I don't remember hearing his name at all.
He's not been a busy man today.
He's not been a busy man at all.
No, he fielded a couple of deliveries early on in my first couple of spots, but certainly not in the later part where he's been a boundary fielder for most of this tournament, having spent a lot of his career fielding closer to the wicket. Cummins pitches up and swinging and missing is Ibrahim. It was outside the off stump on a length, couldn't get contact, and he's signalling to the rooms for something. Maybe he wants a change of gloves. That was a cutter from Cummins, sticks in the pitch.
Yeah, just wide cutters, knowing that all the batters are doing now is targeting the leg side, trying to find the boundaries, showing a little bit of aggression.
Cummins to Ibrahim, clears the front leg, hits him down the ground, chance for a catch, it just carries, it evades Labuschagne. Now as that just cleared the rope out at wide long on. It looks like it has. For a second, like it might have just bounced inside, but it's carried for 6. 268 for 5, and Ibrahim hits his third 6 since making his 100. He's done it in 6s. He got to 101, and now out of the next 22 runs he's made, 18 of them have been in 6s.
Another slow ball, but just in the arc.
268 for 5. He's on 123, waiting for Cummins and driving him beautifully out through cover, point for 4. Goodness me. David Warner would have thought, I'm saving that one comfortably. It was only 10 metres around from him at deep backward point, but by the time he'd taken a few steps, the ball had scorched past. And it hits the rope. Square drive, low full toss, 272 for 5. Ibrahim, he's up to 127.
Yeah, no need to try and hit that one into the leg side. Just play the ball on its merit. Full toss. Not a good delivery. Nails it.
Well, they're not finishing particularly well, the Australians. Cummins up to Ibrahim, bowls him an attempted slower ball bouncer that is wide. It goes down the leg side. You can hear the cheer from the crowd. Not a lot of love for Australia in the crowd today, although I can see a few gold shirts out there that must have a Warner or a Maxwell written on the back.
There's a lot of hands on hips for Australia after that decision was given not out. A lot of sour faces. In the last 35 balls, 61 runs.
5 6s.
4.
Cummins tries again to Ibrahim. Slower ball bouncer, gets it right, pulled out into the deep. They should get 2 here, and they will get it quite comfortably. So this good finish for Afghanistan rolls on. They're up to 275. They've got an over to go. 280 on the cards, 290 if things go well, 300 if things go really well.
Or really badly for Australia.
Or really badly for Australia, but it could happen. So that last Cummins over, expensive. Fast bowlers at the death, going for runs.
Always happens.
Always happens.
Should try spin, you know.
Should try spin. What's wrong with a bit of Travis Head? He's only bowled 3 overs. Maxwell's bowled his 10, 1 for 55. Zampa's bowled his 10, 1 for 58.
Tell you it'd be hard to hit at the death. Labuschagne.
Yeah.
Just throw him the ball for the last over, see what happens. Licorice also.
As they used to say, if you don't know where it's going, how does the batter know where it's going?
Exactly.
He's moved to bowling off spin now from leg spin. Yeah.
Oh, he's given up with leg spin.
He's gone boring. He started with leg spin, and then in county cricket, I think last season he started bowling medium pace. He was getting some seamers to wobble around. Then he went to off spin this year.
Oh, make your mind up.
Yeah.
That's what annoys me about batters, you know.
They think they can do
bowl.
everything.
Yeah.
Mitchell Starc is going to bowl the final over of the match. Left arm around the wicket. He's into Rashid Khan. Full toss, slashed away for 4. Fast bowlers at the death. That was an absolute thrashable delivery. High full toss outside the off stump, and he edges it over. Short third. Has a laugh with his batting partner. Goes up to 23 from 13. 279 for 5.
Well, he's feeling cheeky now, he's Rashid Khan, because he turns to the umpire and says, was that not a no ball? And no, it
not a no ball. That was below waist height, and he was crouching.
He looks at the umpire and goes, not a no ball, and then laughs and got a smirk on his face. But poor delivery from Starc, again at the death.
He is pleased with himself, isn't he? Rashid waits for Starc. Short ball, drags the bottom edge down to mid-on. Can't get a run.
Refuses the run.
And Ibrahim Zadran starting to cramp, I think. Turned around to get back in his ground, and his calf is cramping. Well, yeah, could have maybe gone for the single, but I suppose he thinks he can tee off at this point. He's raided the biscuit jar today, and he's very pleased with himself. He's got away with it, Rashid Khan.
I mean, it's game-changing, really, that decision, isn't it, from the third umpire?
Yeah, if that's given as a wicket, Australia tamp down the runs. Rashid slaps it down towards us. It's coming up to the commentary box. It's landed just in front of our commentary position, all the way over a very fine long off. And Glenn Maxwell's down here on the rope, but he's nowhere near it in the end, as it lands a couple of metres short of the glass here and bounces back into the field of play. 285 for 5.
Well, it's the flat bat shot there from Rashid Khan, hammers it down the ground, and go back to that decision that was given not out. It was out. It should have been out.
285 for 5. Rashid is up to 29 from 15 balls. He is icing this cake. Stark around the wicket, low full toss, he can't get bat on it, swishes outside the off stump, and again stares at the wide line, stares at the umpire, practices the shot. 4.6 so far in this final over.
He's already had his cake and he's eating it, now he's being greedy. And this partnership, 52 off just 27 deliveries. And when Rashid Khan came to the crease, we said he needed a quick fire 30. Well, he's done that.
30 odd, you can call it when you make 29. Adam Zampa the other night. Stark round the wicket, short, and he smacks it for 6. Oh my lord, that is an outrageous shot. That is flat. That has gone barely more than about 15 metres, 10 metres off the ground. It's a helicopter wrist crack pull shot that has gone dead flat over square leg and into the crowd. How has he played that? Ducking out of the way, falling to the leg side, and swatting it for 6.
I'm glad you've summarised that, because I didn't have a clue how to describe that. More like a backhand tennis shot.
I don't think I was commentating. I think just noise came out because I was so surprised. 291 for 5. Stark to finish it off. Wide outside the off stump, and the umpire says you get away with it.
That is a wide.
Then Rashid's furious. Again, no way he has a right to be, but he walks off with the bat above his head, angry. He's missed out on a wide full toss outside the off stump, trying to side it away behind point. Nonetheless, Afghanistan have got their score up to 291, which didn't look that likely when they were plodding along, with Ibrahim Zadran going pretty slowly through the middle, but he's got up to 129 not out from 143 at the end. Hit 3 sixes. Sensational innings from him in terms of the hitting that he did late to make that up. And Rashid Khan 35 from 18 balls to ice the cake. So Afghanistan 291 for 5. Gurbaz made 21. Rahmat Shah 30. Hasmatullah made 26. Azmatullah 22. Nabi 12. Rashid Khan 35 not out. 1 for 70 for Stark, 2 for 39 for Hazelwood. Contrast, 1 for 55 Maxwell, 1 for 58 Zampa, the wicket takers for Australia. Alex Hartley, some thoughts from you, and then Henry Moran will take us through the lunch break.
Well, we had a massive passage of play. 80% of that game was pretty boring, and we were thinking, oh, Afghanistan going to be able to get up and around 300, that 280 that we've spoken about, but the last 7 or 8 overs there, they played it perfectly, didn't they? As soon as Ibrahim got his 100, he accelerated. Rashid Khan came to the crease, a quick 35, and it looked like 280 was going to be impossible for Afghanistan. And they don't have the powerhouses like a lot of the teams do in this World Cup, but what they have had is a brilliant strategy, and we've seen it on the whiteboard, and it is working for them.
That was absolutely outrageous, wasn't it? Phil Locke.
It was 96 off the last 10, 64 off the last 5, and Australia will need to score their highest ever successful World Cup chase to win this game
well,
today.
Speaking of World Cup run chases, and indeed one-day run chases at this venue, Adi Zoltzman has been tweeting. It says, regarding chases at the Wankhede, the highest successful chase is 281. That was New Zealand against India in 2017. However, of the 7 attempted chases higher than 281, 3 were 350 plus, and the other 2 were more than 20 years ago. The last 3 chases between 250 and 299 have all been successful.
Ibrahim Zadran,
here we go.
You're the first Afghanistan batter to better score 100 in ODI cricket in World Cups. You must be very proud of yourself.
Thank you so much for that. So, yeah, I'm feeling so well, very great, to become first Afghanistan. Made 100. It's a wonderful achievement for me. I want to become more 100 in the next cricket in the future. So I worked really hard for this tournament. Against Pakistan, I missed my 100. So I wanted to make 100 in that match as well, but unfortunately I missed it. And I was feeling that I will make in next 3 match 100. So I was talking to my coaching staff. So I was talking to them that I'm feeling 100 in this next 3 matches. Then I did, alhamdulillah, today.
You certainly did it, mate, that's for sure. You were out there for 50 overs. How did the wicket play?
Wicket is very good, looking very good. The surface ball is coming so well. So whenever I play a few shots in the power play, so I pass the message to the dressing room that we should go for 280, 285 to 290. So if we have a good partnership, have a wicket in our hands, then we can cross 300, then we can go for 330 as well. I would say, unfortunately, we lost some wicket. There was a good partnership between the batsmen, but yeah, so that's why we lost the wicket and didn't that kind of partnership. But at the end, Rashid played really well. He gave me a lot of support.
And finally, 291 on the board. Can you guys defend it?
Yeah, exactly. We have a very good side of the bowling. So before the match, I say we have a different plan before every game against the opposition. So that was our aim, to score that much and put that much runs on the board. So now half done, batting done, so we will try to do good bowling and good fielding as well. And last, I want to say something. I had a good chat yesterday with Sachin Tendulkar. To be honest, he gave me lots of things that I can't say, I can't express. So he shared me lots of experience, the way he got in 24 years. And that's the way that I played that. So he said I was the ball pecker here before starting international cricket. So that's why I didn't have a good memories from that ground in under 19 times. But I said before the match that I will make like Sachin Tendulkar did. So I'm very thankful from him, so that he shared that experience with me. It gives me lots of confidence in energy. That's why I did that kind of score and become the first player to got 100.
It worked today. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Some lovely thoughts there, and a tribute paid to Sachin Tendulkar's words as well. And what a meeting it would have been for that Afghanistan side at training last night as they met the great Sachin Tendulkar in the shadow of his statue, which has been unveiled here at the Wankhede Stadium. So 292, that is going to be Australia's target. They don't have to win this game to qualify for the semi-finals. Indeed, they could lose both of their final matches and still make it through. Afghanistan, they do have to win this game, and against South Africa as well. They've done a good job, Afghanistan, batting first, 291 for 5. For our ABC listeners, it's time to head to the news.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Some economists say they don't expect there to be another interest rate hike next month, despite inflation remaining high. The Reserve Bank has lifted the official cash rate by another 1/4 percentage point to 4.35%. It's the latest in a string of hikes since May last year, to bring inflation back down to the RBA's 2 to 3% target. The economic advisor to Judo Bank, Warren Hogan, says RBA Governor Michelle Bullock hasn't ruled out further hikes, but it's unlikely to be at the December meeting.
I don't think there's anything in the statement from the governor that followed the rate hike that suggests they're going to do another one in December, because it often is, the question is 25 basis points really going to do much to the economy and achieve much? You should probably do a couple, but there's nothing in the statement that suggests that they're going to go back to back.
The UN Security Council has again failed to agree on a resolution on the month-long war between Israel and Hamas. It comes despite more than 2 hours of closed-door discussions. The US is calling for humanitarian pauses, while many other council members are demanding a humanitarian ceasefire to deliver aid and prevent more civilian deaths in Gaza. Earlier, the UN Secretary-General called for both an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and a halt to the spiral of escalation taking place in the occupied West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq and Yemen. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a ceasefire won't happen.
There will be no general ceasefire in Gaza without the release of our hostages. As far as tactical little pauses, an hour here, an hour there, we've had them before. I suppose we'll check the circumstances in order to enable goods, humanitarian goods to come in, or our hostages, individual hostages, to leave.
Meantime, a World Health Organization spokesperson says more than 16 healthcare workers have died on duty in Gaza. Christian Lindmeier has called for a lifting of restrictions on medical aid, saying some doctors are performing operations, including amputations, without anaesthetic. Western Australia's Corrective Services Minister has shown in Parliament weapons made by detainees at Casuarina's Adult Prison's Unit 18 juvenile facility. Paul Papalia displayed the items in response to opposition calls for Unit 18 to be shut down. The weapons include a makeshift plastic knife, an axe made of components from the prison's plumbing system, and a 2-kilogram shower head converted into a bludgeon object. Mr Papalia says the weapons emphasise why the detainees of Unit 18 can't be housed at Banksia Hill Juvenile Detention Centre.
You are demanding that we expose all of the other juveniles and all of the staff to a very dangerous threat.
A New South Wales public servant has revealed the Transport Minister's office requested a particular bureaucrat be appointed to a new role days after winning the election. Isabel Rowe takes up the story.
Decisions made by Transport Minister Jo Halen and her office are being scrutinised at a budget estimates hearing. Senior Transport bureaucrat Susan Carroll has told the hearing the department sought legal advice in late March after the Minister's office requested a certain public servant be appointed to lead a transition office. She said the suggested woman was given the role and then officially appointed in a retrospective recruitment process. The opposition claims the government has broken the rules by directing the public service, but the government says it's followed proper process by running the recruitment.
The High Court has heard the federal government has made substantial efforts to find a country to take a Rohingya man from Myanmar who is in indefinite immigration detention in Australia. Elizabeth Byrne has more.
The man was convicted and served jail time for child sex crimes after he arrived here by boat in 2012. The High Court heard he can't return to Myanmar, and Bangladesh and Saudi Arabia have refused, along with Australia's Five Eyes partners. That includes the US, where he's not eligible to move because he's been convicted of a crime of moral turpitude. His lawyers told the High Court he can't be reasonably removed, so his continued detention is not reasonable, and he should be released. The Commonwealth will present its case tomorrow.
In cricket, Queensland is 1 for 82 in its first innings, trailing South Australia by 277 runs at stumps on day 2 of the Sheffield Shield match at the Gabba. Opener Bryce Street was 47 not out with Joe Burns on 5. Earlier, the Redbacks declared at 5 for 359 in their first innings. Opener Henry Hunt made 162. Now, in the Men's World Cup cricket, Afghanistan are 5 for 260 in the 48th over against Australia.
And, coming back to join me, Phil Long, and also Michael Vaughan in just a moment, with Australia looking to seal the deal for a place in the semi-finals. They played a fine run of games, 5 wins on the bounce. Now they have the opportunity. If they win this game and chase down 2-9-2, they will be guaranteeing their place in the semi-finals. Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, good evening, afternoon. A stat for you, guys. I've just been told that if Australia chase this down, it'll be their highest ever chase in a World Cup. I think 287.
Wow, well, that's quite a thing.
Was the highest other total.
It's a different world, though, isn't it, I suppose, these days?
Still a record that they're going to have to break to chase down this target.
Mujeeb is going to open the bowling with his wrist spin, and this is slap through cover for 4. Immediately, Travis Head, David Warner. This partnership is so dangerous. And Warner facing the first ball, dismissing it away through cover. And the spin first up. Well, the first ball doesn't work, and it's 4 without loss.
Yeah, that highest successful chase was against New Zealand in a World Cup quarter-final out here in India in 1996.
I have to say, these two, I mean, Rowett and Shubman are worth watching, but Head and Warner are the best combo in terms of excitement. They just go for it.
Yeah. Here comes Mujeeb. Round the wicket again, and struck on the pad. Huge appeal, they love it. But the most important man does not.
Going down, Alex Wharf's the umpire. It's just a skidder, isn't it? That's in-between length. Warner goes back and it skids on round the wicket. The angle's just taking it down the leg side.
Oh, he does get it to skid on through Mujeeb. It's a slip in place. A Warner crouching, waiting, full delivery. Comes off the toe end of the bat all along the ground, back to the bowler. And there is No run. Let's have another look at this. It's just these sort of carom isn't it?
It's going well down the leg side, but yeah, he's got a few tricks.
Majib again around the wicket. And Warner again looking for the offside, but the ball will find the hands of a tumbling fielder. Here's the ball tracking, Michael, that'll tell us, yes, impact is umpire's call. It's one of those that nothing doing whatsoever. So I can tell you that Ibrahim Zadran's off the field. I'm surprised at that. This is pushed into the offside towards backward point. No run there. Warner lunging forward. Can't find a run. One ball left of the over.
Well, he had an issue when he dived in for his century. I mean, he looked like he was just cramping up towards the back end of the innings. So let's see if he comes out to have a field in 20-30 minutes.
Majib bowling a quicker, flatter ball, hit in the air towards cover, and Najib fields, throw comes in, there won't be a run. It's a good piece of fielding, and I think that's going to be important for Afghanistan here. Over comes to an end, 4 without loss. Energy in the field, even though they concede some boundaries early on.
Yeah, they're just sort of try and hunt wickets, and obviously to get wickets, bowling good balls, building a bit of pressure, not allowing the likes of Head and Warner easy boundaries. That's what's going to give them that opportunity. Majib's record in the power play is remarkable. He goes at 4s, and guess what he went for in the first over? 4.
First ball of the innings went to the boundary. 5 dots after that.
Now, Travis Head intrigues me because he kind of takes his guard, and he just looks to me like he's like a butcher, isn't he? He's just ready. He's ready to just hack away. Anything that's full, he's just going to fling his hands at. He'll go aerial, any width he'll throw his hands at.
I'd be a bit alarmed if what it's like going to buy lamb chops around where you are, Vaughan.
Oh, there's a couple of good butchers and they give it plenty. Chop away.
Right, where are those fielders? Well, we've got a deep third, and Najib's actually been called up inside the circle now. They're moving things around. They know the field they want, they just can't decide where they want them. The Afghanistan side, and Ashmat Shahidi, who played a decent knock, is just trying to get things right. So we see fielder at deep third, and also fine leg. That is an interesting sort of
just 2 fielders, Henry, on the onside, a mid-on and a kind of a fine leg.
There's a slip and a gully. As this is hit away into the offside out towards mid-off. It'll be stopped by Hashmat Shahidi, 4 without loss.
I don't like this field because it's basically saying he's got to bowl wide of the off stump. He can't bowl straight because you've only got a mid-on straight, and then there's a vast area. Fine leg's quite fine, so you've got from straight mid-on to fine leg to kind of aim into, so he can't really go straight, so he's going to bowl into channel. That's why he's got a slip, a kind of a 4 slip, and 4 fielders in the ring on the offside. The kitchen sink's going to be thrown at any width.
Head weight raised. Here comes Naveen round the wicket. This slinging action, that's a good ball. He found the edge. He has! Travis Head out, second ball. That's what they were looking for. It's the perfect delivery, just enough movement. It goes without scoring. Afghanistan have got the early wicket, and they've got the wicket at Travis Head. It's 4 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant bowling. And I think it's the president, Nabi, that's come up with this ploy, because they've all gone to him straight away. His feet go nowhere, bit of shape away. His feet don't move, and then he just kind of dangles his bat. It's a channel delivery, a bit of a half a bat as well. We saw him get out against England, caught by Joe Root, big drive off Chris Wokes on that occasion. Well, he came back and got that terrific 100, didn't he, in his first game back, and since then he's snicked a couple. Travis Head. Perfect start for Afghanistan, and if it is the President Nabi that came up with the plan, it's worked.
Well, he goes. Does Travis Head, whose moustache rather makes him look like a
you just started to look at dogs.
He looks like a schnauzer.
You're just checking.
Yeah, I was checking what it was. I thought it was a schnauzer, and he's got this tash that made him look like a rather doleful, sad puppy heading off the field. And Mitch Marsh, who did open for much of the tournament prior to Travis Head's return with a glorious 100 in Dharamshala. Well, Marsh back in the side today, and comes in at 3 with Australia having lost 1.
Yeah, well, he's walked out with a bit of presence as Mitchell Marsh. He's got strong body language, huge chap. He likes to play a few shots as well. This Australian kind of way is to go really hard, isn't it? With Marsh at 3 against England, he wasn't there. They had Smith at 3. No Smith today. Labuschagne will be in next. Perfect start. They can get 2 or 3 early wickets, and then with the likes of Rashid Khan, Noor Ahmed, Nabi to come, you sense that this crowd are right behind Afghanistan.
I'll get Phil at the next little moment to give us a bit of an explanation as to what the group standings are and what it all means for an Afghanistan side that need a win. We know that much. Australia don't, so that is worth bearing in mind. It's not a knockout game or a de facto quarter-final, but it certainly has an awful lot riding on it. 4 for 1. We've seen a boundary and then 5 dot balls and then another dot at the start of the second over and a wicket. And Naveen into the side today. He's in place Fazal Haq. And he's running into bowl to the right hand in Mitchell Marsh. Tall figure out in the middle under the floodlights. Naveen bowls. It's nicely pushed towards cover. And a little bit of a fumble. We'll see them through for a single. Ramanathan Gurbaz it is, who allows Marsh to get a run. It's a fine piece of bowling, that.
Yeah, brilliant seam movement. You see that under lights here in Mumbai. We saw the Indian side against Sri Lanka get the ball to talk in the second innings of the game. Yeah, good tactics. Just that channel. They knew that Travis Head was always going to be playing anything, but that angle he actually does quite a lot. From around the wicket, the angle, it goes sharp. It's a decent cherry, really.
He'll fancy bowling at David Warner left-handed.
Oh, yeah.
From that angle.
Well, it's a similar delivery that you would see Stuart Broad bowl to Warner.
Yeah.
In an Ashes series with a Duke ball in the UK.
Yeah. 5 for 1.
He's batting out of his crease, David Warner. He's trying to nullify it.
Warner waits and edges. Oh, just short of that fielder at that 4th slip.
Oh, did it carry?
Did it carry?
I reckon it might have carried low down. A tough one.
Warner has a look at the pitch, has a look up at Mitch Marsh, and knows he's in a battle. Did it carry?
I reckon it might have done, but it's so low down, so low to the right. Oh. Do you know, it'd be one of those, if it had taken it, it'd have gone upstairs.
Not out.
And it'd been like the Stoinis one.
Yeah. I think you're right. And Naveen with the long streaks in his hair is running in round the wicket, and left alone by Warner, who does that motion where he follows the ball round, pivots, and sees it through to the gloves of the keeper. And there's a little word with a man they call the Bison, Mitch Marsh.
It's a great nickname, isn't it? Rashid Khan, he was the senior pro in the huddle. He gave the talk. He was pointing his finger. He was very calm in what he was saying, but then suddenly he got a little bit more excitable. You know, so much about all the Australians. He's played so much cricket in the Big Bash in Australia.
Well, he's got the respect of his teammates because of what he's done is just extraordinary. What is, in terms of years, a reasonably long career, but in terms of age, he's still only 25. 5 for 1 is the score. Here comes Naveen, bowling a fuller ball, which Warner will dig through the offside for 4.
Shot.
That's a good shot.
How old is he?
25. The score is 9 for 1. Boundary whistles away at the end of the over. 2 overs gone.
Oh, 25, so he'll play till he's 38, you would think.
Yeah.
There's plenty of cricket left in Rashid Khan. That's a great shot because his balance is excellent. There is that movement away, so you have to play it late. And he just controls it, doesn't try over to hit it. Great stride, and he's out of his crease to try and nullify the swing. And he just controlled that, David Warner. He's been in such good form. Those playing in India.
Well, he'll want to get in, get set, and knows that there's runs to be plundered here.
What do you reckon the Bison's thinking about facing Mujeeb?
Well, I think a big stride forward and try and nullify anything.
He struggled against Glenn Phillips in the New Zealand game. Couldn't quite rotate the strike. Phillips had a good day out. I think he got 3 for, was it Phil, 3 for something? 30 odd, something like that.
Yeah, he bowled all 10 overs, didn't he?
Yeah, he went at about 3 and over as well during that. Mujeeb then bowling to Marsh, who's rather hurried by a ball, which eventually beats the dive of the fielder. Or the bowler, I should say, moving to his right.
Oh, they're buzzing around out there, the Afghanistan fielders.
10 for 1. There's excitement. There's a sense something could be on.
Near on full, you know, now. There's a little bit of space on the right near the statue, but no one wants to sit near the statue. But apart from that, I think it's pretty full. Can't see above us. Oh, it looks quite full. Look in the far corner there.
Yeah, there's guaranteed to be plenty of noise if another wicket falls. It's pretty lively out there, but if they can get another Afghanistan, it will feel pretty lively out there. Mujib round the wicket, and Warner drives, crying, wait on, and again a little fumble.
That's
and
two
that's the
now.
thing that they don't want. Afghanistan can't afford to lose the momentum, that sense of having the dominance over Australia.
Yeah, that's two now. Just simple, and it's Gurbaz again. Yeah, it's an easy one. You've got to be stopping those, especially when you're wearing the fancy boots.
Always a risk with the fancy boots.
Always, yeah.
In comes Mujib. Mitch Marsh is waiting deep in the crease. It goes to the right of Gurbaz, who runs round, picks up cleanly this time.
I reckon Mujib can trap Mitchell Marsh on that back foot. He went back to a full length there, and he almost got done. Got the inside edge, it gets him a single off strike, but I think that's what Mujib will, probably for both of these players, to try and trap them with that length delivery that they go back to.
Mujib round the wicket to Warner, who's driving into the offside, and for 4. That's a nice shot. Finds the gap, and Warner moves to double figures. And this stellar tournament for David Warner, for lying his years, sees Australia to 16 for 1.
Yeah, it's right under his nose. It's too full. Perfect for David, when you don't even have to worry about which way it's spinning. Just hit through the line of where it's come from. It's a couple of good drives. Slip's gone out. Offside now. He's packed with 5 fielders.
7 from the over so far. Warner will look for more runs here. It goes towards Gurbaz, who does field effectively on this occasion.
It's going to follow him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gurbaz, he's going to have one of those nights.
Anyone that's played the game knows it. And especially if you drop one early.
I did that plenty of times.
Here's Mujib. A bit quicker, and trying to swing the ball into the leg side is Warner, and he misses. It hits the body end of the over.
I remember a test match at Headley against India, and India piled on the run. Sachin got, so I think Rahul Dravid batted forever. He might have got double, actually. And Kesey was playing Rob Key, and he dropped a couple in the slips, and then he went to backward point, dropped another one, and it was all the back end, and they started to tee off, and I can't remember which position it was, and he said, I need to swap, this ball's following me, I need to get into a position where it's not going to go. Next ball, I think it was down at long off or something, and next ball went straight to him, dropped that one.
No.
It was in that series where I think he was told to get out of the slips because of his friendship with Freddie Flintoff by NASA. Stop talking. It shouted from mid-on to both of them.
Pair of naughty schoolboys.
Yeah.
16 for 1, chasing 2-9 Australia. 3 overs gone. Have been continuing and striking the pads of Marsh, but I think there was a bit of bat involved, and Michael Geoff is, I think, signalling that. I know, in fact, he signals leg byes, but it was doing too much. 17 for 1.
He's certainly getting a bit of shape away from the left-hander into the right-hander, but that was right there for Marsh to launch. Be disappointed with that one. Leg stump going down, just free hit.
It's worth the little asterisk for Mitch Marsh's innings today is that he has had to go back to Australia for family reasons, and so return to Australia. So I think there is always that sort of disruption. It's very easy for us to forget these things, but that'll make a difference,
Yeah, well, yeah, he can and he can. I mean, you look at Travis Head, he came straight back in and got 100. It's just you just need to give yourself half a chance. Just get in, get used to the conditions if you can.
Just the one slip now, standing sort of second slip really, Mohamed Nabi, as David Warner waits. Naveen round the wicket, and Warner plays that nicely, firmly. Oh, it's another poor piece of fielding.
Don't say it's our mate again, is it?
The ball goes whistling away, and though on this occasion, the fielder is Noor Ahmed. They'll get 2.
Well, that's just gone straight through him. It's just an easy prod. It's not gone fast. I don't think he's even got a paw on this. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's gone through his legs. He hasn't got a paw on that, Henry. Not even a fingertip.
And then he gets moved. He gets sent the other way. Always the worst.
Yeah, that's. We know where this next ball's going, don't we?
Oh Come on, get the legs down. So we've got two now. We've got Nur Ahmed and Gurbaz. The ball's going to follow.
Win predictor has Afghanistan at 52%. Naveen round the wicket, bowling to Vaughan. That's a good ball. That starts with a line heading towards middle stump, and then just that little hint of away movement. Warner defends. 19 for 1. He is getting some shape.
Yeah, he is, and it won't do a great deal for too long. So Afghanistan have got to really capitalise on this movement. You see the towels are already out there. Not too sure. I usually judge the dew on the little Foxy Rover that flies around, the remote control car. They usually pan onto the wheels.
Yeah,
that's the test.
It looks like you've sprayed some of that slick stuff on it.
I can't see it. Where is the little remote control car?
I don't know. They've got a lorry knocking about as well.
That nearly ran me over when I arrived this morning. The lorry, it was driving around the back.
19 for 1. Naveen bowls to Warner, who plays very solidly into the offside. Sorry, I promise we will go through the permutations at the end of this over with Phil of what it all means and how it all shapes up. David Warner, by the way, his tournament has gone like this: 41, 13, 11, and then those back-to-back hundreds against Pakistan and the Netherlands, and then 81 against New Zealand. Only got 15 against England.
And his 15 today's so far, 15 not outs, taking him one ahead of Rohit Sharma in this World Cup run scoring list. Quinton de Kock, 550 runs so far. 3 games possibly still to play.
Naveen then to bowl to Warner. He is on 15, as you say. And he comes in now around the wicket. Oh, it's a good ball. Really good piece of bowling, and it cuts David Warner in half.
Yeah, beautiful. Phil, was it Geoff that he put a tweet or a WhatsApp message about Rohit Sharma and David Warner's runs in World Cups?
Been very, very similar, yeah.
Apart from 100 extra for Rohit.
Yeah, so they've scored the same number of runs from the same number of innings, same number of not outs. Therefore, they've got the same average, 61.73, and over their whole career, just 15 balls difference.
That's remarkable.
That is amazing, isn't it? I love
61.73, exactly the same.
Amazing, isn't it? I love a good little quirk like that. I mean, the greatest is the Alex Stewart stat. Here comes Naveen to finish the over, and advancing is Warner. Appeal for LBW, but he's come so far down, you'd be a brave umpire to give it. And they will have a little conversation. I think this would be folly myself, but indeed, I think that the decision has been made not to go upstairs with it, I think. Yeah, surely. So the Alex Stewart stat is that his number of, I think it's test runs, is his test runs that are the same as his birthday. So
the 8th.
So his birthday, Alex Stewart, is the 8th of April 1963, and he has 8,463 runs.
I didn't know that.
So it's very Alex Stewart, that,
wow,
isn't it?
Yeah.
So come on, Phil, what's happening in this tournament? What does it all mean?
Well, let's go with an Afghanistan win, shall we? Let's go through that scenario. They win today.
Nice.
They'll go to 10 points from 8 games. They'll join Australia. They'll be behind Australia on net run rate, but they'll be 4th in the group. Basically, this World Cup will come down to the final set of games, the final set of fixtures. In the next few days, we've got New Zealand playing Sri Lanka. They're on 8 points at the moment. Afghanistan play South Africa. That could become the key game. Who thought we'd think that? If Afghanistan win that, they probably will need to win it because of their net run rate at the minute. They'll find themselves in the semi-final if they win tonight.
If they win.
But to beat Australia and South Africa, wow.
Here comes Azmat Amarzai to bowl, and so more seen, but that first delivery is crashed through the covers by Mitch Marsh in a way that he did on oh so many occasions at Headingley for that 100 this year, standing, delivering, and almost making it look entirely effortless. That's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, Azmat's one of our favourites, isn't he? Because the way that he bats, a bit of shape there, it's just a good shot. Really quality shot. Just that right hand comes into play from Mitchell Marsh. You just fancy with Mitchell Marsh that he's he's 7 from 5, and against this kind of seam, he can't really drop short because he's not quick enough. So anything up, he's going to have a dash at.
As Matt bowls. Oh, he's skewed it in the air. Fiddler underneath it. Backpedaling over his head and for 6. Nur Ahmed for a moment His feet were going all over the place. It was like a foxtrot on a Saturday night at Strictly, and he couldn't get there. The ball going over his head into the boundary, 29 for 1.
Had the old arms out like the foxtrot as well, didn't he? Well, it's just fortune here for Mitchell Marsh. Angled in, bit of shape away, probably going over the top of middle stump. He's tried to launch it over the onside. That thick outside edge. It's only probably here that he gets away with that. Only in Mumbai, where those boundaries are short down at that third region. I reckon every other ground in the World Cup, that's out.
It's a 4 and 6 to start the over, 29 for 1. This is driven again into the offside. A crisp shot, but straight to the fielder.
Maybe Delhi.
Shahidi
Maybe Delhi, Henry. Might have got away with it there. That's small, isn't it?
30 for 1, midway through the 5th over. Marsh is there on 14. Warner on 50.
Marsh is walking off. He thinks it's going straight down the throat of third. He walks off quite a few yards, and then that's travelling a bit further than expected.
There's a conversation taking place, a little conference between Rashid Khan, who always tends to be quite a significant figure in these discussions. I mentioned it earlier. In the lift, because we're at the same accommodation as the Afghanistan team, and I was in the lift with Rashid Khan this morning. Honestly, he was the best smelling cricketer. He was marvellous.
Good scent, yeah.
Oh, sensational. As Matt bowls, and it's pulled into the onside by Warner. There's a chase on for the fielder, who will pick up. It's Gurbaz, I think, and the throw comes in. I think Minavin, rather, and the score 32 for 1. It was, you know, when someone sort of smells expensive.
No, you think it was not? Well, I mentioned a couple of brands earlier, like Old Spice and Brew. You're not putting them in the equation.
I don't think it probably was.
Bit of Aramis, Sol, Koros. You remember those, Phil?
All the good old ones, yeah.
Yeah, Paco Rabanne.
Used to absolutely pour it on the
Saturday night.
Student night on a Wednesday, get it on.
13 from the over already. Full delivery is worked into the onside, but to the fielder. And
how can we find out what it is? I mean, intriguing to know what kind of substance he's kind of...
I wonder if maybe it's his own. Maybe he's released
Probably.
The googly.
Probably. I mean, Wazim Akram has his own...
Does he?
Yep. Aftershave. I think there's quite a few. I think Afridi has one.
The late great Shane Warne, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got some.
I wonder if you could just ask him in the lift.
Yeah, next time I will.
Yeah, please do.
This is down the leg side. That'll be wide.
Not many England cricketers have ever had a fragrance. I mean, no, back in the day, I think Dennis Compton was the Brill Cream boy.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Famously so.
I think Kevin Peterson might have had a bit of a deal with Brill Cream at one point.
Right.
For that blue hair he used to have.
Oh, it's marvellous. We were talking about cricketers in old adverts earlier, and it's just, there are some belters. I'd forgotten the Beefy both of them.
Well, Beefy's got a couple of new ones back home.
Has he now?
Yeah.
This is outside the off stump, slapped towards cover point, and there'll be no run. 33 for 1 after 5.
They're not very rock and roll, are they?
No, he's walking in the garden with a lady, and it's I don't know what the machine is that he's trying to get us all to purchase. Is it something to do with your legs?
Yeah, something to get the
circulation.
Circulation,
going.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Well, there you go. So you get a free Parker pen just for inquiry. 33 for 1. 5 overs gone. Here comes Geoff Lemon.
Yeah, it's an intriguing start. The Aussies have scored, but they've lost that key wicket of Travis Head. Still looks a decent wicket. It's skidding on a bit. That's why Afghanistan have got to try and get 1 or 2 more while the ball's moving around for the seamers.
Start of a new over. 33 for 1. Naveen ul Haq picked up the wicket to full. Bustles up, bowls to Marsh, who drives him down the ground. That's 4 or 6. It's just inside the rope. It'll be 4. The most Mitchell Marsh shot of them all is the lofted off drive. He's been playing it throughout this World Cup with impunity for the most part. Got out against South Africa playing it, but he absolutely slotted that one away. It was 2 full, 37 for 1.
Yeah, you can see the approach of Australia. It's been the same throughout the World Cup. They want to get ahead of it. They know that the spinners are going to be potentially quite tricky to face, so you get ahead of the rate. Just give yourselves a little bit more of a breather when the spinners come on, if you are just slightly ahead of where you should be.
Marsh waits for Naveen and just covers up, defends his stumps. I suppose that's the benefit to the way that this order's changed around. Travis Head comes back in, Marsh drops to 3, but when an early wicket falls, Marsh can just put his opener's head back on and pretend that Travis Head hasn't come back yet.
Yeah, I think it's the best lineup that Australia can have, and the formation today is better with Labuschagne or Smith at number 4, and then you've got English, you've got Maxwell, you've got Stoinis, Cummins, start, but the top 3 is so powerful.
And there is that cover for an early wicket because you've got someone who's been doing the job recently. So Warner and Marsh together, they put on 259 against Pakistan. It's a much different batting surface at the Chinnaswamy, Bangalore. Naveen bowls to Marsh, who pulls him, and that's gone miles as well. That might have just carried all the way over the mid-wicket rope. Umpire says yes, 6 runs. He's so powerful on the crossbat shots. We saw that in that Test 100 he made at Headingley, the cuts and the pulls. And there's a pull for 6, flat. Didn't get up, didn't need to lift it, just powered it over the leg side, 43 for 1.
Well, this is very hard for Naveen because he's not really quick enough to drop it short. But he also knows if he pitches it up, that swing that we saw in the first couple of overs, it seems to have died down already. So if you pitch it up, you're going to go down the ground. Third's going to come up in the circle, which is right. Then you can put your mid-wicket on the boundary. So at least he has a little bit more cover for that short ball on the onside.
No protection down the ground, though.
No, yeah. That's where it's difficult against Marsh. And if you pitch up, well,
mid-on and mid-off in the circle. One of the most powerful straight drivers in the game. Deep mid-wicket back. And Naveen pitches up, hits him on the pad, going for it, and he's given. The finger goes up, and so does the fist of Naveen ul Haq. Afghanistan's only specialist quick in this lineup. He's got 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, something's been said because Mitchell Marsh is pointing the bat at the Afghanistan fielders. I'm not too sure. He's walking straight off, so something was said there. You don't often see that from Mitchell Marsh, where he points the bat back towards whoever said something.
Well, there is a bit of spice in this encounter. 43 for 2. Marsh has gone for 24. Only faced 11 balls.
Amazed they didn't review that because of the angle.
Finger was straight up. Marsh didn't hang around.
Well, Phil reckons it's Mahmudullah that said something.
Gurbaz, sorry.
Gurbaz, yeah. He's had a couple of stumbles in the field. He's obviously got his tongue out there. Yeah, the angle, Geoff, from wide of the crease. Hits him on the bat leg. I mean, probably is crashing into leg stump. I'm surprised that they haven't reviewed it. Yeah, you see the umpires are having a word here.
It's almost refreshing to see a player not review a leg before wicket, especially at the top of the order.
He's that kind of guy, isn't he, Mitchell Marsh? Alex Wharf's having a word with Rashid Khan. He seems to be like the leader of this team. Might not be the captain, but he's certainly the leader.
Well, I wonder how much is to do with a degree of tension between these sides. I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, but when Cricket Australia cancelled that bilateral ODI series, they were supposed to play 3 games in March, and cancelled it citing ethical grounds, essentially, saying that since the Taliban were running Afghanistan and refusing to allow women and girls to play cricket or to do anything much else for that matter, they on moral grounds couldn't play Afghanistan in a bilateral series. They don't have a moral problem playing them in World Cups, though.
Absolutely spot on, Jeffrey. That's where it becomes absolutely stupid when these powerhouses, it's always the big countries, isn't it, that they can pick and choose. And Afghanistan cricket desperately needed Australia to go and play that series. They didn't, and then they ended up playing. Who did they play?
They added 3 ODIs against India, coincidentally, around a similar time, after the Test matches that were played there. And we've seen teams boycott in World Cups before. England didn't go to Zimbabwe in 2003. New Zealand didn't go to Kenya. Yeah. What was the conversation around?
Oh, I was a young kid. It was more the senior guys. It was obviously about Robert Mugabe and his ruling in Zimbabwe.
And that was similarly an ethical abstention from playing in that game. At least that's how it was presented. So it's 43 for 2. Marnus Labuschagne is out to the middle. with some work to do. He struck on the pad. He's got a little inside edge. Naveen's got his head in his hands, but he's not appealing to the umpire. Might have just squeezed a nick onto that one.
It's all going off out there because I think the inside edge saves Labuschagne, and then he's kicking off because something's happened behind the bowler's arm. Whether it's the box, I think there's a box just above the side screen. You see quite a lot of movement then. There's an Afghanistan flag.
I think that's Afghanistan dressing room at the top of those stairs, yeah.
So the umpire, the fourth official, is going to the staircase up to the Afghanistan room and asking something of them, shouting up the staircase. A couple of people moving around up there. He's got somebody out of the way. And now the fourth official is hanging around at the bottom of the stairs that lead up to that dressing room. Now they're changing the field around. Slip comes out for Labuschagne. Now they'll swap a couple of those fielding positions back. So Nabi goes back to the offside. He's moving back into a slip. So we've got a mid-wicket. We've got the president at about third slip with a backward point, cover point, mid-off. And Naveen coming up to Labuschagne, bowling just back of a length, and he's defending the ball back to the bowler. End of the over. 6 overs gone, 43 for 2. So to finish off on that discussion before, essentially that Australian move was supposed to be supportive of people in Afghanistan who are being oppressed by the Taliban. That was the way that it was put across. Some of the Afghanistan players at least took it differently and said that Cricket Australia was not supporting their team in a way that they should be, and they were quite angry about it. There were various angry social media posts that went up and so on at the time, and there were a few more recently as well, including Naveen ul-Haq, who posted something up the other day about Australia not boycotting this game when there were World Cup points on the line. So there's a fair bit of discontent between the two administrations, I suppose, or between this team and Cricket Australia as the administration. Whether that's what's spilling over today, well, it seems possible anyway.
And I think Afghanistan players are right. You know, they have every right to question, you know, why play this game? You weren't going to play a game a few months ago. What's changed?
There's not really a strong answer to it, it must be said. At the start of a new over, it's Azmatullah, who's being driven out into the covers by Warner. There's no run. Now, I'm sure the line that would be given is this is part of a group exercise and that the ICC as a whole has elected to let Afghanistan participate, so the Australian team has to go along with that. It's a pretty convenient line.
Well, they could have pulled out the game.
They could have. But the other factor in that being, as Azmatullah bowls around the wicket to Warner, who punches into the ground to cover, that the other ICC members have a rule that says that all ICC full members have to have a women's program, and the Afghanistan setup does not. They were building one. It was cancelled when the Taliban took over, so technically they don't meet the requirements to be a full member, and yet they've been allowed to remain one. So that is the situation. The thorniness of it and the Taliban involvement in cricket. It's a horribly complicated setup. Outside the off stump, it's pushed away by Warner to point. Can't get a run here. It's 43 for 2. Phil.
Just while Alex was sliding into her seat and you were explaining the situation regarding Afghanistan on our screen there, we saw that Mitchell Marsh would have been out, umpire's call.
There we go. So, good thing we didn't waste time on a review. Good thing Marnus Labuschagne didn't waste time getting out to the middle. There was no appeal. Next ball, Warner coming forward, pushing down to mid-off. Alex Hartley back with us. This is getting a little tasty.
It is, and it's been a good start for both teams. The run rate for Australia has been pretty decent, but Afghanistan getting 2 quick wickets. It's all got a little bit fiery out there.
Marnus Labuschagne, he's been one of the slower scorers in this World Cup, striking at strike rate in the 70s. He's made a decent number of runs, but he's made them more slowly than most. Maybe this sort of situation will suit him. Asmatullah around the wicket. Warner inside edge. It's been fumbled behind the stumps, but I don't think he's got a touch on it. Asmatullah, though, looks interested.
We say 4 as the keeper. Diving to his right-hand side. And Asmat looks like there was an inside edge with his body.
They look guilty. There might just be a nick.
Nick or pad? If it's pad, it could be out and they're not appealed.
It's hit the top of the flap of the pad as it cuts back into Warner and cuts him in half and then swings after it passes him. So it was quite the delivery. Whether it just kissed the inside edge on the way through, I'm not sure, but he didn't take it. The wicket keeper, regardless. Asmatullah bowls to Warner, who gets forward and defends, and that is a maiden over from Asmatullah Omartse. The seam bowling all-rounder, who's just produced a beauty there. So none for 14 off 2. 14 off his first, none off his second.
That's what you call a comeback. Talk about coming back well, setting the tone. Didn't set the tone with his first over, but he has with his second.
So the batting pair meet mid-pitch to have a chat, work out what they need to do in terms of repair work. Steve Smith's not playing tonight. If you're just tuning in, he's had problems with vertigo. So Labuschagne there.
Is vertigo something that you always suffer with, or does it just come on and off? Like, could I get it?
I mean, anybody could get dizzy or have vertigo symptoms maybe after a concussion, I think. But if you get it just as something that you get, then either you're susceptible to it or you're not. But some people develop it later in life. Becomes a thing that they're affected by. So we're having another delay here.
Still booting off Labuschagne, isn't it? They're so far above the sight screen.
He's got people above the sight screen, and now Warner's waving to them, getting involved. I think they're standing up in the Afghan dressing room.
Is that what the problem is? Turn the lights off. You know what? Sit in the dark. Stand in the dark.
They're standing right above the bowler's arm. So he's still trying to move some people. There's a couple of rows of seats right up above the sight screen. It's a massive black sight screen with a huge black wall painted behind it. And up above that point, about 15 metres high, there's a row of a couple of seats with some backlighting. It means that you can see people. And now they're finally starting to get moved. Fourth umpire's still at the bottom of the staircase. Pop up the stairs, mate. Sort it out.
Just can't have a word.
Get your steps in.
I honestly think if they just turn the lights off in the dressing room, it'll be all right. It's not like they'll be sat in the dark. The floodlights are on.
Set the atmosphere.
Bit mood lighting.
Get the mood.
Ambiance.
Bit of late night radio. Love song dedications coming to you. Here goes Naveen in at the hip. And Labuschagne will take a wicket, sprints through. Let's take a run, rather. Be interesting if he was taking a wicket. 44 for 2.
I declare myself out.
So he's managed to get his first run by just dropping the ball away into the offside. Warner on 17 on strike. Yeah, there was some conversation around that. People talking about, you know, why did Bangladesh appeal for the timed out and so on, and why do you have to appeal? Because you don't have to appeal for if somebody's bowled. Well, I mean, you would if they stayed there. You don't appeal because they walk, because they know that they're out and they know that it's evident. If they stood their ground, then you would have to appeal.
I've always wanted to stand my ground for a bowled.
Yeah.
And if there's one review left as a number 11, I'd always wanted to use it.
We saw Shubman Gill do it the other day, didn't we?
Yeah.
Outrageous.
I saw one reviewed once. I'm trying to remember. I think it was in a women's match, Australia game. Somebody didn't believe that the ball had hit the stumps. Naveen round the wicket, and Warner's opening the face, getting a run down to deep third. 45 for 2. So Australia, they need 292 to win. And that is looking a testing task at the moment. And with Travis Head gone, second ball for a duck. And Mitchell Marsh came in, smashed 24. And now he's out. 24 off 11 balls and gone. So he's got them a little boost, but you're a long way from home, Alex. 247 yet to get. 8 wickets in hand. They don't bat that deep. Cummins at number 8.
It's not going to be easy.
You've got Inglis to come in next, Maxwell and Stoinis. That's the rest of the batting to get another 247 runs. So Warner on 18. Labuschagne on strike, flicking to mid-wicket. There's no run there.
You do feel Labuschagne's going to be the one that will steady the ship. You know, we've spoken about his strike rate a lot throughout this competition. I think Australia look a better unit without Smith and Labuschagne. I don't think it really matters which one they're going to go for at this stage. I think Smith's probably earned the right to get the nod.
Yeah, Smith wins it on seniority, but hasn't been playing all that well. Been playing a bit erratically anyway, so in some ways, you know, Labuschagne has been consistent. He hasn't been dominating or exciting, but the 71 he made against England ended up being important. It's just getting that balance between being positive with your scoring. He leaves this ball outside the off stump. Before this match, he scored about 270 runs in the World Cup. The only player who'd scored more at a slower strike rate was Hashmatullah Shahidi, the Afghan captain. Nobody has scored more runs more slowly. So it gives you a sense with those strike rates in the high 70s, which is, you know, good for 1990s ODI cricket, but not quite so much in the modern era. But sometimes those innings win games.
Great for Test cricket.
Great for Test cricket.
Which is why he's such a great Test cricketer.
But, you know, winning innings like that do win matches at times. One like that could win a game today if others bat around him. Labuschagne still unsettled, still looking around the field. He's unhappy.
Be in his bonnet now, hasn't he?
He's really taking his time as well to get ready to face each ball. It's not like it's a spinner bowling rushing through the overs. Naveen has taken about 5 minutes to bowl 4 balls. Comes in, bowls to Labuschagne, who drives him down the ground. Well, he'll pick up 4 for that. Overpitched, nice and simple. Plays through the line, and he'll go to 5. They're up to 49 for 2.
Well, he's one of those players that everything has to be perfect. He has to be comfortable. He'll see things behind him if he can. He needs to make sure that he is ready. And then he plays shots like that, and you think, fair enough, because overpitched and punched down the ground before.
Do you think he's the kind of person who, when he's going to sleep at night, everything has to be exactly right?
Silent.
No creases in the sheets.
There cannot be a gap in the curtains.
No. No gap in the curtains. The alarm clock's turned around to face the wall so the numbers don't glow. Naveen in and bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Labuschagne. So he's on 5 off 7 balls. Warner on 18. Australia after 8 overs, 49 for 2.
If I was playing against Labuschagne or Smith, I'd definitely be at mid-wicket, like just swinging your arms or something, just to be really annoying. But I was that sort of player, just to really frustrate him. A bit like Broad did with the bail swamp. It really got in his head, didn't it?
Drop some jelly beans on the pitch, whatever you can think of.
Just tell him that his helmet's on the wrong way around or something, and tell him that something's not right. His chin strap doesn't look quite right.
You can see his shoelaces. It's Steve Smith who can't bear to look at his own shoelaces, isn't it?
He can't look at his shoelaces.
He has to tuck them inside the shoes so that he can't see them.
Really? Never knew that.
Yep. So if you could just pull his laces out.
Labuschagne's still not happy, chatting to a couple of the Afghani fielders about something or another. He's pointing up at that dressing room still.
Well, he's at the non-strikers end at the moment, so if he's on strike, he'll be facing the other way. So maybe time to relax a bit, Manus. Hashmatullah round the wicket. Warner's bowled. Azmat's got him. The all-rounder knocks the stump over, and Afghanistan are in this up to their necks. 3rd wicket falls. Both openers and the first drop. They're 49 for 3, Australia, chasing 292.
Well, this is huge for Afghanistan. Australia, Labuschagne not happy out there, but Afghanistan are just going about their business. The seam upright, tailing in. It's a wonderful delivery. It's a horrible shot from David Warner, looking to hit the ball into the leg side. and it gets through. Deserves a wicket with a shot like that, to be honest.
And the eyes of Hasmatullah Ahmadza, if you can see that clip on the BBC website, they gleam. They are shining so wide, staring up into the floodlights as he celebrates. That is an absolute beauty of a delivery. Yes, horrible shot, but it starts from around the wicket from the right armour, swings in appreciably, hits the seam, decks in yet further, and takes down off stump as Warner goes across the line, trying to slog sweep effectively.
This is really interesting, and we know that Rashid Khan isn't the captain, but every time he gets his team together, Rashid Khan is in the middle. He's talking to the boys, he's talking to his team, explaining the situation, keeping them switched on.
He did this against New Zealand as well, when they were trying to contain New Zealand in the field, and there were some runs being scored quickly in the last 10. He brought the whole team together.
You might as well
gave
just be
them a pep
captain.
talk. It's like moving up the order. He doesn't want it. He doesn't like having to have that full responsibility. If you let him float around and do his own thing, then he can take responsibility in his own time.
What I've really liked about watching him this World Cup as well, when there's been drop catches off his bowling, he's immediately gone up to the fielder and been like, it's okay, don't worry, we've got this.
Yep.
And it's just little things like that. He's showing great leadership, great responsibility, and we know he's played all around the world in all these franchise leagues and everywhere, but what he's showing his teammates is how to act and how to be in a World Cup and in a competition.
And you can play all the leagues you want, but this is different gravy when you know you're at the pointy end of a world tournament. There's a semi-final place on the line, and Afghanistan can realistically think of winning this game tonight, beat Australia, get into that fourth spot, come up against India in a semi-final, which would be here in Mumbai if that were to take place. 49 for 3.
Harness is still not happy. Some good old chin wag with the umpire outstretched arms. What more can I do?
So Josh Inglis to the middle with a lot of work to do. Alex Hartley off for a spell. Former Australian captain Aaron Finch joining us.
Great time to come in, isn't it? Australia well and truly on the ropes at 49 for 3.
So they're 243 away. Hasmatullah bowls, and it's edged and caught. He's on a hat-trick. Hasmatullah is lighting up Mumbai. They haven't even got to the spinners yet. It's been all seam up. 4 wickets have fallen. Josh Inglis goes first ball, edge to slip, pace, lift. Hasmatullah is engulfed by a blue wave of his teammates. And Marnus Labuschagne is left standing as the remaining batsman looking up at the dressing room. But he's got bigger things to worry about now. They're 49 for 4.
No footwork from Josh Inglis. He got stuck on the crease, but again, it's movement from the Afghanistan attack. We've seen all through this tournament, the most difficult period to bat is under lights in the second innings. While that ball's still brand new, and they've done a bulk of damage right now.
How good was that decision to bat first? We've seen teams not do it, but Hasmatullah made the correct call today, it seems.
Absolutely, and this is as dry a wicket I've seen in Mumbai for a long time, so expected it to be a bat first wicket, try and post a total and then defend later on. And man, it's just been extraordinary. I think the way that Afghanistan batted, they set up their innings to then go big in the final 10. So the last 18 overs of the game has been all Afghanistan.
Extraordinary. And you come back to that catch that wasn't given to Marcus Stoinis out in the deep. The Australians didn't seem too upset by it. They weren't that agitated visibly, but I assume they probably would have been once they were in the dressing room. 49 for 4. Marcus Stoinis to come in next. Glenn Maxwell now. Marnus Labuschagne to the middle. Golden duck for Inglis. So when this game was set up at the toss, we thought it'll be the spinners in the evening that'll make things difficult, make things interesting. They haven't bowled yet.
No, just the 2 overs from Mujeeb up front. And he was a little bit wayward. He bowled a touch wide early. But since the quicks have come on, they've zipped the ball around. 2 wickets for Naveen, 2 wickets for Hasmatullah now. It's just been world-class bowling, and any movement is difficult to face. They've brought 3 slips on now, 3 slips into place now.
Maybe lucky that Mujeeb wasn't to crash hot up top, because Asmatullah came on a little earlier than he might otherwise. Normally we've seen him around the 9th over or the 11th.
I think that was the reason for that was that Mitchell Marsh was out there in the middle. Travis Head got out early.
3 slips. Wait. On a hat-trick. Naveen strikes the pad. Is it the little edge through to the keeper? They're all appealing. The Afghanistan fielding team is up as 1. Umpire says not out. Maxwell's pushed at it, and we're reviewing.
I think this might be an LBW.
It was a bit of both. It could have gone either way. You have to have a look, don't you, if you're a fielding captain?
LBW caught behind. They're going for it all. Why wouldn't you? They're up and about. They are on fire at the moment, Afghanistan.
That ball swung. Looked like it clipped pad. It was dying on the way to the keeper. Could have been an edge.
If he hasn't nicked it, I think it's plumb in front.
A review for an LBW. I think Stuart Broad, Peter Siddle, Gabba going to have a look at it now. Bolt upright seam from Asmatullah. He's edged that ball. There isn't any pad involved, and it's bounced on the way through. So he's managed to just keep that out of his pads. And I think the Afghanistan players thought it might have clipped the pad rather than the edge of the bat. So in the end, it's a strange review because it's bounced well in front of the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I think they're hoping for that's clipped the pad on the way through, but clear edge from Glenn Maxwell. But what's been noticeable in the last couple of overs is the lack of footwork from the Australians. Josh Inglis was caught on the crease, just fending at one. Travis Head, his feet went nowhere. David Warner looking to launch one into the leg side, slog sweep style. Mitchell Marsh stuck on the crease as well. It's just feet going nowhere. Ball swinging, ball seaming slightly.
4 down. Afghanistan nearly beat Australia in that T20 World Cup match last year in Australia. Fell 4 runs short, was it? Rashid Khan was smashing runs at the end during a chase.
Yeah, and I was watching on the sidelines for that game. I twinged my hammy in the game before, so I sat out, which turned out to be my last game for Australia. And similar to tonight, he was pinging the ball to all parts.
Asmatullah bowls to Maxwell, who's driving him, but he hits it straight at cover. Can't get a run, can't get off strike.
Again, it's a drive with minimal footwork. Just feeling for the ball with his hands. But it's looked from ball 1 that Afghanistan are really up for this contest. Anytime the ball is defended into the offside, fielders would converge. There's been a lot of talk. Australia have just been at sea, losing their second wicket at 43 and then back-to-back wickets on 49.
Maxwell is not ready. Asmatullah halfway through his run-up when Maxwell tells him that somebody's walking around near the sight screen. Has to go back and start again. There's been a lot of argy-bargy over what's happening behind the bowler's arm tonight. This is at the other end, from the one where the team rooms are, where all the trouble has been caused earlier. Asmatullah, still 3 slips in place for Maxwell. Short run-up, bowls to him, driven by Maxwell into the gap at cover this time, where he was aiming the previous shot. He'll get a couple of runs and get off the mark as there's a relay slide and throw out there in the deep. 49 for 4. Captain Asmatullah Shahidi sprinting back, sliding to save that ball. At 51 for 4 as the scoreboard ticks over. Maxwell on 2, Labuschagne on 5. Tension in this game, Aaron Finch.
There's a lot of tension. But Asmat wouldn't be disappointed with that shot from Maxwell. Again, it was a good length ball on the up. Touch of movement. There's, again, no footwork. Just standing and playing from the crease with the hands.
They've taken one of the slips out. That leaves 2. Aggressive captaincy. Asmat bowls. Maxwell drives. One hand, one bounce as the bowler grabs the ball and flings it back at the stumps. Maxwell rehearses a forward defensive shot. And after 9 overs, it is 51 for 4. Australia 51 for 4, chasing 292. They're 241 runs short. And this game really is almost in Afghanistan's grasp.
Oh, it's well and truly within Afghanistan's grasp. I thought at the halfway mark, when they managed to get 291, that this would be an incredibly difficult chase for Australia. I felt as though a lot would have to go right for Australia to chase this total down. It would be their highest ever chase in World Cups. And even at this ground, 281 is the highest run chase of all time. So there would have been a lot of history had to be made for Australia to get this total, and it's a perfect start for Afghanistan.
Interesting to see how they swing the bowling changes from here. Naveen will bowl his 5th. He's got 2 for 23 so far. Bowls to Labuschagne, who's forward in defence. Once you see off the opening seamers, then you've got the battery of spin to come with Nabi, with Noor Ahmad, the left-arm wrist spinner, and with Rashid Khan leading the way.
Yeah, I think Mohammad Nabi is someone that they'll be reluctant to go to, especially while Glenn Maxwell's at the crease. I think Rashid Khan won't be far away. Mujib again, now with a little bit more protection out after this over. Noor Ahmad, who's been fantastic. Every opportunity he's had right throughout this tournament, and it's quite difficult when you're in and out of the team. But it's been a horses for courses selection policy, and today with the dryness of the surface, we felt as though the spin would play a big role, but it's the 2 quicks for Afghanistan who have done the job so far.
Naveen up to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump. That exaggerated raise of the bat. Looks like he's pretty happy just to see off the opening quick, see what he can do against the spin, but that's not Labuschagne's most natural MO, is facing a lot of spin.
Yeah, as a test number 3, I think this is a role that is probably the perfect player to have at this stage. Ideally, you're not 4 down for 51. He's able to rebuild in innings. He's technically sound. He'll understand the importance of trying to take this deep. You know how much damage you can do at the back 15 or 10 overs at One Getty Stadium.
Naveen ul Haq. Right arm rapid into Labuschagne, who drives, but he's not going to get 4 there. Stopped at cover point. Just sliding across just for a minute. Looked like he threaded that in between Rahmat Shah and cover.
Yeah, it was a half volley, but it slid off the bat, and Gurbaz made some good ground sliding across to prevent a boundary.
Now the Afghanistan players are gathering to talk about something. I don't know what's happening here. The umpire's signalling.
I think it might be an issue with the footholes. Saw Mitchell Starc earlier kicking at them, as he often does, no matter what the surface is like.
So, sprinting on from 3 different directions. We've got the Afghanistan team runner. We've got the Australian runner with drinks, and we've got a member of the ground staff with the big stamper to come out and smash the footmarks. Afghanistan 3 overs behind the over rate already, and we're in the 10th over.
Could be a long night.
We'll be here till 1 a.m.
If they keep getting wickets at this rate, we'll be home in 15 minutes.
Right. That's true. Always a silver lining. So now we've got 4 Afghanistan substitute runners out there in the bright yellow vests, bringing towels, drinks, maybe a pep talk, joke. So Cameron Green out there in the vest with the Australian pair, bringing them some water bottles, having a chat. Labuschagne probably still complaining about the dressing room, the line of sight above the sight screen.
There is a lot of carry on and a lot of time wasting that happens in cricket for no real reason at times. It's one of my pet hates.
It is, and
I think it is for a lot of people around the world, the over rates of all forms of the game, to be honest. It's taking over 4 hours to bowl 50 overs in ODI cricket.
What do you put that down to when you're captaining a side in the field? What is it that makes things drift like that?
I think with the technology at the moment, a lot of it is down to the TV being ready. You understand the advertising breaks that need to happen. It's a lot of DRS dismissals or reviews that take a long time to review the process from Hawkeye, for example. To build it and get it back on TV takes forever at times. So it's a combination of a lot of things, I think.
Finally ready to go. Footmarks have been repaired. Naveen up to Labuschagne, who's driving, and again he finds a fielder. This time it's backward point. Can't get through there either. 51 for 4 still in this very, very long 10th over.
Marnus is still waving his bat around, not happy with something.
He has carried on extensively tonight about the line of sight above the sight screen, which is enormous.
It is enormous. With a bowler who bowls with a high action like Naveen, he would be coming out of that dressing room balcony part, and there is a lot of people. Generally, in most cases, everyone around the team understands where they're sitting. Sometimes it's more the staff that are in and around the rooms that have got a job to do, that are walking up and down the stairs at the back there where it divides the two change rooms.
Naveen. And now Labuschagne's pulling away again because apparently somebody is moving up above the sight screen. This is getting ridiculous at this stage. Surely you've got to get a fourth official up there to sort things out, mark off what needs to be done, block off a zone where people can't be if this is going to continue to be a problem. Rashid Khan is annoyed. He's coming in to complain to the umpire.
When there's anything to happen on the field, Rashid Khan will always be in and around the action. I think what's happened on this occasion is I just heard Marnus Labuschagne through the effects talking about the guy at mid-off, and it is Rashid Khan was going in he's going laterally. He wasn't walking in at the bowl, and sometimes that can be a little bit off-putting.
Right. You heard Marnus say it's not allowed, it's not allowed. As in, the fielder can walk towards you, but they can't move sideways into a different fielding position as the bowler's approaching. So Rashid is walking straight at Labuschagne now. Naveen running at him, and Labuschagne will play a shot, and he'll get a run because it's not quite fielded cleanly behind point. The diving attempt is slapped down, and they'll get through for 152 for 4. Labuschagne finally up to 6. He's been on 5 for what feels like a very long time and has faced very few balls. He's only faced the 12 deliveries. Been out there for what feels like half an hour.
It does, yeah.
34 minutes he's been out there to face 12 balls. Extraordinary. Maxwell back on strike.
He's been out there 13 minutes and only faced 4 balls, so it's not as though the game's moving at any great pace. And of course, the over rates will be slower when you do take wickets. As long as you don't go over the 2 minutes to get out there. Wow. Wonder if that'll be an appeal tonight. With how the tempers have been on the field, it wouldn't surprise me if there was some kind of controversy to come.
Naveen up to Maxwell, who flicks the ball off his hip but finds short fine leg and then throws his head back, as he often does when he doesn't beat the field. 52 for 4. The over rate, what's the over rate?
9.2.
9.2 overs per hour being bowled at the moment. We've had 10 overs bowled all up, and yeah, we have been doing an hour because it's time for me to change over, and Henry Moran will be in next with Australia reeling at 52 for 4.
It's just been the trend of the tournament. As soon as bowlers present the seam in the second innings, there's been movement both through the air and off the wicket. A lot of time teams have come undone in this first power play, where it feels like the game has slipped away from them at times. This will be a huge rebuilding job from Australia if they are to chase down this 292.
Yeah. I mean, they're ahead in terms of runs of where Afghanistan were at this point. It's those 4 wickets, though. That's the problem, and it's the momentum and the mountain you see in front of you. Required rate 6 and over, so 240 needed from 240. And they're so on top, Afghanistan. There's just a sense a wicket could fall at any moment. Azmat's got 2 of them. He's running in over the wicket, skewing into the offside is Labuschagne as he leans forward, comes off a leading edge. They have been so impressive.
Yeah, they certainly have been. The length that they've bowled has been fantastic. They even put David Warner down early, which was... We've seen in this tournament so far, Warner was put down against Pakistan on 10 and went on to get 160. He started off beautifully, and it felt like it could be one of those nights where he gets away again, till he was undone by a slog sweep that went against a quick bowler that was a strange shot at the time.
It was an ambitious stroke. It was almost sort of hitting away from the pressure, and that's the thing about a second innings, I suppose, from a batting point of view. Teams chasing in Mumbai. That's a good stat.
4 down, 3 down, 6 down, 4 down.
This is defended back up the track by Labuschagne.
Okay, having some issues with our line there at the One Getty in Mumbai. So, in the meantime, Brett Sprigg with you in the grandstand studio where Labuschagne is just facing this next ball from Asmat. A dot ball at 4 for 52, chasing 292 for victory. So, tough going for the Australians early on with those 4 wickets falling in the first 10 overs. Just to recap, Travis Head out in the second over for a second ball duck. He was caught behind off the bowling of Naveen Al-Haq. And it's been the pace bowlers for Afghanistan. Of course, we know they've got a strong spin contingent. That's their strength, but they've really been firing up some good pace bowling. And Australia on the back foot in pursuit of that target of just shy of 300. So Head out for a second ball duck. Shortly thereafter, Mitch Marsh, when the score was 43, 2 for 43, Mitch Marsh was out for 24. He was leg before wicket to Naveen Al-Haq, so he was Naveen's second victim. And then David Warner. So both openers and the first drop all fell in reasonably quick succession inside the first 9 overs. Warner was out for 18 off 29 balls with 3 fours, and he was clean bowled by Asmatullah. So we thought it couldn't get any worse. Josh Inglis out the very next ball to put Asmatullah on a hat-trick. He was also caught in the cordon for a golden duck. So at present, in the 11th over, Labuschagne is 6, Glenn Maxwell is 2, and Australia is 4 for 52, chasing 292, the victory target there at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. As you've heard from Henry Moran and Geoff Lemon discussing the permutations for the Australians, they don't need to actually win this game to lock away, well, they can lock away a semi-final spot with a win in this game, but they can still get there with a win against Bangladesh, or indeed, should other results go their way, they'll find a way into the top 4. And as we keep saying, a bid for a 6th men's ODI World Cup title. But on this second last ball, the 11th, Labuschagne just guides this out through vacant mid-wicket to the rope, in fact, for 4. So it gets through a gap, and Australia at 4 for 56 with 1 ball to come in the 11th over. We'll recap a few things shortly and just take you back there when we can get the line back to our BBC team at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. But there was a moment of controversy in the Afghanistan innings because the highlight, of course, was Ibrahim Zadran and that first ever one-day international World Cup 100 for him. Of course, he was 129, an unbeaten 129 off 143 balls, as meanwhile Labuschagne uses the face, the bat, guides it down to third man for a single. Labuschagne on to 12. In fact, Labuschagne on to 11, I beg your pardon, and Australia are 4 for 57 after 11 overs. But yeah, as I mentioned, the highlight for Afghanistan, Ibrahim Zadran and that century, that unbeaten 100. But Rashid Khan at the end as well, 35 not out of 18 balls, 2 fours and 3 sixes. Not the first time he's done that against Australia with the bat. Of course, he's proficient also with the ball. One of the best spin bowlers in the world, but also in a World Cup previously. In the T20 World Cup last year, almost got Afghanistan over the line. He gave them a big total here, 5 for 291. But the controversy I come back to was this catch, we thought, claimed by Marcus Stoinis in the deep. Not so. Here's how it happened.
Stark to Rashid, who backs away, slaps it over the offside, might be caught. Good diving catch by Stoinis, coming in. Has to dive forward to that one and claims it just above the grass. Rashid looking for the helicopter whip cut shot, but with 3 out on the offside, that was always likely to be difficult. Wonder if he could have thought about coming across and trying to get that towards the leg side. But he's out. The umpires are having a look at something to see if the catch was clean. I think it was.
Well, it was clean, and Marcus Stoinis has just said to Rashid Khan, I caught it. And it's always one of those, the more you look at it, the more you think, oh, has he got control of the ball? And he has. That's a great catch from Stoinis.
If this is given not out, we resign. There's no point following a game anymore if they're not paying catches like that.
It's a great diving catch, diving forward. They're so hard to take. It's going to be given not out.
Decision pending. It is given not out. Well, time to throw down the microphones and walk out. That is absurd.
I cannot believe that's been given not out. Cannot believe it. Phil has even written out in his book.
We saw it live. It was out.
It was out. That is a ridiculous decision. To paint the picture for you, he's out. He's square of the wicket, deep point, runs directly towards the ball, dives forward, both hands on the ground. Right hand is outstretched. The ball lands on his little finger and his ring finger, and then bounces up a little bit as it goes into his left hand.
And do you know the only reason that's been given not out is because Rashid Khan refused to walk off.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. That is just an incorrect decision from the third umpire.
Well, thankfully for us, Geoff Lemon and Alex Hartley did not resign on the spot, and they are still there broadcasting the game, albeit we can't hear it because we've had a bit of a line breakdown to our team in Mumbai. So we'll get them back very shortly. In the meantime, Mujeeb back into the attack. So we do have spin back into the attack here for Afghanistan with Mujeeb Rahman, and he's bowling the 12th over of the run chase. Australia 4 for 58. Labuschagne 12 and Maxwell on 3. We'll keep you across what's happening there as it's just been a dicey run chase so far for the Australians. Lots of appeals, lots of half chances for Afghanistan. Just this one run off this over so far. Maxwell on strike and he comes forward and works this ball out through point. It's the fielder in the deep on the offside. They'll just be content with the one, and Australia is 4 for 59 at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. So, as I say, we'll take you back there when we can get a line back to our team there. Still 2 balls left in the 12th. Mujeeb in this time. Labuschagne opens the face of the bat. Again, going out to the sweeper on the offside fence for a single. Quite a small ground, as grounds in India tend to be, and always very dewy, warm conditions in the evening here. Thanks for staying with us, of course, across Australia on ABC Sport Digital and via the ABC Listen app, or indeed if you're listening regionally through New South Wales and Western Australia. Last ball, the 12th. Maxwell back on strike, attempts a slob sweep, miscues this, and it comes out to the fielder at deep backward square for a single. So Maxwell at least will keep the strike next over. He's on 4, and it's Australia 4 for 61 after 12 at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. The bowling figures so far, Mujeeb Rahman, just having finished his third over, is none for 15, but the wicket takers so far have been the pace bowlers. Naveen Ul-Haq, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 24, and Azmatullah Omarzai, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. Just a reminder on what's coming up at the World Cup as well, because we talk about this is match 39 of 45. Tomorrow night, England-Netherlands, which starts at the same time this game did, so 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Make your adjustments from there for this to determine who could finish last. England-Netherlands, of course, the defending champions. England having been the disappointment of the campaign so far. That is 10th versus 9th, England v. the Netherlands. That's tomorrow, as I say, or in fact today, now that we're into the early hours for most parts of Australia. And then on Thursday night, New Zealand versus Sri Lanka, which could be a consequential game, certainly for the New Zealand side of things. On Friday, South Africa versus Afghanistan, even more important given Afghanistan could be still a sniff of top 4 if they beat the Australians here tonight. And then it all wraps up with, the last of those group games on Saturday, Australia-Bangladesh and England versus Pakistan. India has the very final group game against the Netherlands, and that is on Sunday before they have their semi-final next Wednesday. We know that India and South Africa are confirmed for semi-final spots. Australia, of course, most likely as well, would be keen to win tonight. Or if nothing else, just make it happen sometime between now and the next few days. This is Grandstand Cricket and our coverage of the ODI World Cup in India. As we speak, Australia is 4 for 61, chasing 292 for victory against Afghanistan. And I tell you what, it shouldn't feel like a shock because, hey, this Afghanistan team is not what it was, say, 10 years ago. You don't win the toss and say, you beauty, we're setting them in and going to roll them cheaply. They've shown more than enough capability in recent years on the world stage, and they're taking it up to the Australians now, who, as I say, are still 231 runs away from the victory target with 6 wickets in hand. And we have just completed 12 overs. Quite a slow first hour. They are behind the over 8 because it's the drinks break, and they should have about 16 or 17 overs complete by now. But that's how it currently stands. This is Grandstand Cricket, back with more, hopefully, at Getty Stadium shortly.
Last year, ABC Gives raised an amazing $1.5 million for Australians in need. This year, we're teaming up again with our charity partners to raise that amount and more to help people in your local community struggling to cope with rising living costs. There's big need out there, and Australians have big hearts and generous spirits. So join with us and help brighten your community. ABC Gives. Head to abc.net.au/gives to donate today.
Where can you find ABC Sport Daily, the best of ABC Sport, and the Grandstand Cricket podcast?
The bat swing on him was as pure as driven snow.
And don't miss every ball of the 2023 ODI World Cup.
Pull shot, struck it nicely, straight to the field, gets another wicket.
Where can you find it? The ABC Listen app. It's that simple.
You know what we need right now? Some inappropriate songs. A new Aussie comedy brings you 6 very serious stories
It was a bit of a circus.
retold as musicals.
Only in Australia could you go to a pub on a Saturday night and pick up a Prince.
My name is Mary Donaldson. From Chris Taylor, Andrew Hansen, and the producers of Summer Heights High.
It's the biggest story in Australia, and I went, the world.
Australian Epic. Starts Wednesday, November 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
Actually, I have a weird personal connection to this club. It's the first junior cricket club I ever played in, so to see it in the news in this way is really, really bizarre.
Just extraordinary hitting in the end.
Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, sport, entertainment, ex-reality TV star. It's so me.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
4. And it was a bit of a freebie, that. He just had to get something on it, and it was whipped away down to the boundary. And Maxwell moves to double figures, his first. And the score, 67 for 4.
I was interested to see how Maxwell actually played today, because obviously missed the previous game due to falling off that golf buggy and having concussion. Missing a game, you know, when you've got concussion, you can't train as well, you can't do as much. But he looks all right.
He looks okay.
And that was such a Maxwell shot.
Wasn't it? A little flick of the wrist and away it went. As Matt bowling to Maxwell, who again targets that part of the ground, but it goes straight to the fielder on this occasion, in front of the Gavari Pavilion. And so it'll just be the one. Maxwell with a little look around. He's trimmed his beard. Not quite as fulsome.
I hadn't noticed.
But then Glenn Maxwell's the sort of person that could shave completely clean at 8 in the morning.
He's the hairiest man I've ever met. Without a doubt.
I was going to say, he's got more than the 5 o'clock shadow. I didn't necessarily need that much detail.
When he had his elbow surgery,
yeah,
they had to shave his arm.
Really?
And
as Matt bowls outside the off stump, and Labuschagne should get a run. Or rather, he shouldn't have got a run, but Najib fields poorly at cover point, and he does get through for a single, 69 for 4.
So the first 6 inches of his forearm was like matted black hair, then it was nothing, and then the top of his arm up to his shoulder again.
Really?
Matted black.
Right.
Yeah, I reckon he has to comb his body.
Poor Glenn Maxwell is out there trying to bat for his side, and all the while one of his best mates is up in the commentary box.
He's not listening.
Well, I know, that's the point. He's got no right of reply. Little does he know, standing there in the distance, looking round. There's a change in the field. We've got a deep cover. We've got deep third, fine leg, and a square leg now. Mid-on and mid-off are up inside the circle. Maxwell's on 11. And the score, 69 for 4. Here comes the final ball of the 13th over to be delivered by Asmat. And there's a swing and a miss. That is an ugly shot from Glenn Maxwell. As he swung those arms through the line of the ball, he got nothing on it, and away through to the gloves of the keeper it went. 69 for 4 after 13.
It's that lack of foot movement again, isn't it? We saw it with Inglis and how he got out fishing outside the off stump. Maxwell's first delivery, just getting an edge on it, which bounced in front of the keeper. And then there again, no foot movement whatsoever.
very lucky actually, because that was not far away from the edge of the bat. And just rolling the fingers across the ball, a little mix-up, a little bit of a shift, and there's a smile and a joke between batter and bowler. And, a profitable over actually that for Australia, 8 from it, 69 for 4 after 13, the target 292.
Cap on for Maxwell. We always like that.
Yes.
I don't.
Do you not?
I think even when spin's on, it's such a dangerous game, especially for someone that plays reverse sweeps so often.
I was going to ask you earlier, you don't like bowlers wearing a cap, do you?
Oh, no. Illegal.
What about Rashid Khan not wearing any headwear? How do you feel about that?
What went batting?
Well, he wanted to show his blonde tips, didn't he?
Majid bowling to Labuschagne, who is wearing a helmet. He'll look for a run into the onside that's not there.
I just think not wearing a helmet as a batter.
Yeah.
What are you gaining? What's your advantage? I know it's hot and you're getting a bit of fresh air, but you put a cap on.
Majid, encouraged from behind the stumps. In full delivery, defended by Labuschagne. He gets his drift and swing through the air with this quick. I mean, it's called wrist spin, but it isn't really from Majid. Bowls again to Labuschagne, just very late towards backward point.
Because throughout your career, you would have always had to wear a helmet, wouldn't you?
It's a rule. It's an ECB rule.
Rules, yeah.
Majid, 3 dot balls to start the 14th over. Coming in now to bowl to Labuschagne, who drives expansively but gets nothing on it. John Watts has been in touch from France. Oh, sorry, it's not John Watts, forgive me. It's, who's that there? It's Danny, I've clicked on the wrong email, forgive me. Danny says, vertigo is very common and more often than not can be caused by turning over in bed. Here comes Majid bowling onto the pads of Labuschagne, looking for a single round the corner, can't find it. Can be caused by turning over in bed and a small piece of crystal dislodged in the inner ear canal that's responsible for balance.
Yeah, I had a similar message saying crystals dislodged in my ear apparently.
Defended again, and that's a good over. It's a maiden over. It's only partially ruined by the attempted keepy-ups that don't quite come off for Majid at the end of it. 14 gone, 69 for 4.
Had vertigo for a couple of months and it was brutal. Also, as you get older, the inner workings of the ear falter and this affects your balance. Often why, the older you get, the worse roller coasters are.
Ah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, the inner ear, that's what's responsible for your balance.
Did not know that. I thought it was your big toes.
Well, maybe when you're moving. I think if you're just standing. Anyway, 69 for 4, 14 overs gone. Australia need 223 further runs from 36 over, and that little cheer you hear is because Rashid Khan's coming onto bowl.
Yeah, and this is where things might get difficult for Australia. As Finch was saying, he's hard to pick under the lights, which I found really interesting to listen to.
Fascinating. He's going to bowl with a little blue towel poking out the back of his trousers.
And his little blonde tips.
And he's got the ball in hand now. And has Glenn Maxwell in his sights, who is batting at a cap. And looks round to see long on and long off out. In comes Rashid, and it's worked into the onside. There'll be run there. Oh, could be trouble. Throw comes in and hits. And they will have a look at this. I think in is my instinct, as is Michael Vaughan's behind us.
I love cricket. Cricket and cricketers in. Was the call from behind us as we have a look at this decision.
We'll have a little look at the first replay.
I think in. It didn't look out, and we always know the dives are so important.
Let's have a look. Here's the...
Oh, I tell you what.
He's going to be so close. He's going to be... I think his bat's in the air. I think he's going to be out here. I think he slid in, and though the bat is over the line, it has not been grounded over the line. He's looking up wide-eyed, Labuschagne, towards the big screen. And here we go. This next replay might tell us. I think he's out.
He's out. His bat's in the air. His bat is over the line, but his bat is in the air, and his bat never grounded over the line and then jumped up, because that is then now not out. Not out.
Indeed.
So his bat is in the air, and he's going to have to go. This is a huge moment in this game.
He knows it. He's gone. Labuschagne run out for 14, and Australia are 69 for 5, chasing 292. Unbelievable. He has to go. Labuschagne run out by Ramat. 69 for 5. Alex Hartley, some more from you, and Geoff Lemon.
Well, it goes down as run out by Ramat, but it's run out by Glenn Maxwell, knocking the ball into the leg side, wanting a quick single. It wasn't there. Full length dive from Labuschagne, and his bat is in the air. And Australia, they are in trouble. 69 for 5.
Still think they're going to win it from here?
Well, I really backed Australia, didn't I, at the halfway stage?
You were backing them at 4 wickets down.
It's not going to be. I was.
You said they could win it easily.
They could. Took a partnership and...
They haven't had one. The dive wasn't quite right either. He got twisted and sort of went sideways as he was diving, and that took some of the momentum. If he'd got the full stretch dive in, I think Labuschagne would have been there. But that twist, he was sort of on his stomach and starting to twist sideways while flat on the ground, and that meant that the bat was also twisted in his hand, and that toe of it popped up. So,
there was probably no need for that single into the onside. Wasn't really there. Gone to the right of the fielder, who just picks it up and throws it on the run.
Well, it's also the direct hit, isn't it? You don't see many of those actually hit direct, and had it gone to the fielder as normal, then it would have just been a close run single. There's a run, first ball that Stoinis faces as he dabs a ball off his pads out to the leg side.
Well, the scores are exactly the same at this stage of the game, but Afghanistan were only 1 down, Australia 5.
Well, this is their last recognised pair, Maxwell and Stoinis, at 70 for 5. Maxwell and Carey put on a couple of hundred together against England a couple of years ago, down the leg side. Rashid's up appealing, but he's given as a wide.
When Labuschagne's on the full length dive there, he's on his knees. He looks at Maxwell and just goes, "What are you doing?"
At that time of the innings, I suppose Maxwell's used to batting between about overs 42 and 50, where you do take that run. Maybe earlier in the innings, less so. Labuschagne not expecting it. Rashid bowls low full toss, driven by Maxwell for a run down the ground. So that's the kind of innings he would have to channel tonight. They were 5 down in that game, chasing 320, 330. I'm sure Phil could find it. Carey and Maxwell both made hundreds. It was that 2020 COVID series. And that felt like a hugely significant moment for both of those players, proving they could take their team home. Rashid beats the outside edge. Is it taken the outside edge? They're all appealing for it. Umpire says no. Stoinis stands still. Rashid Khan appealing for the wicket of Stoinis. Has a particular irony to it, given Stoinis was the one who took the catch that wasn't paid from Rashid while he was batting. And they will have a review. Hashmatullah very dramatically spreads his arms out wide and then brings them together in the T sign. It's 72 for 5. And Afghanistan hoping to make this 72 for 6 if there's the faintest feather from the edge of Stoinis' bat before the keeper takes the ball.
Well, Rashid Khan was convinced, but he is always convinced. He's a bit like Stuart Broad. He thinks everything is out. It's turned a long way. Stoinis just looking to defend the ball.
Ooh. Might have just clipped the pad on the way through. Here's ultra edge, and he's escaped by the finest possible amount. He could not get the ball any closer to bat without hitting it. On the image, it looks like it's taking the edge, but there's nothing on the sound wave graph, and then it just, I think, flicks the pad. How's this for LBW, by the way?
Not out, missing off stump. But they're going to have to check it.
It's not turning much, and they'll have to have a look at the LB here. It hits the flap of the pad, not that high, and in front of the off stump. Now it's turning away. Is it turning away enough to beat off stump?
Jonathan Trott in the dugout looks so confused about what's going on here.
I bet. So are we. It's pitching in line. It's turning. And it's umpire's call for the outside of off stump. So here you come to an interesting decision. If the umpire had given that out caught behind, and then it had been reviewed and it was shown to be umpire's call LB, then it would have been upheld for being out leg before wicket.
Importantly, Afghanistan keep their review because they only had one, and now they still have one. And only 15 overs into the game, to have burnt both of your reviews would have been... Well, I don't know what it would have been.
They've already got this Australian side 5 wickets down, so maybe they wouldn't have needed them. Stoinis survives. That's the upshot. He's on 1. And he's going right back on his stumps and trying to glance Rashid Khan into the leg side. Can't catch up with it. Ball's given as a wide. Couple of those in this over. 72 for 5. Becomes 73 for 5 with the extra. Rashid bowls to Stoinis, who's dead batting back to the bowler. So this is the point where the Australians have to take some time, get their heads together, work out how they're going to approach this from here. They need a further 219, and the run rate's getting up towards 6. Rashid, back goes Stoinis, plays to the leg side, appealing for leg before wicket is Rashid, nothing doing. Ikram Ali Kil comes out from behind the stumps to field that ball. 15 overs gone.
Well, what an over. Rashid, it had everything. The wicket, the run out with the first ball, a couple of wides, a couple of singles, an LB caught behind.
Double action review, the Swiss Army knife review.
They've got rid of that in the Big Bash, haven't they, this time round?
For the stumpings.
For the stumpings.
So because teams were cheating to get an extra review for a caught behind by appealing for the stumping, knowing that the umpires would check every mode of dismissal. So now they're just checking the stumping dismissal, unless you tell them you want a caught behind review. 73 for 5 is the score. 73 for 5 if you're just tuning in. Afghanistan made 291 for 5. They've set Australia 292. And they've got both hands on the prize at the moment. They just need to wrest it away from the Australians finally. Maxwell drives Mujeeb to cover, no run.
That game you mentioned, Geoff, back in 2020 at Old Trafford. Yeah, Australia chasing 303 to win. They were 73 for 5.
There we are. Is it a portent? Mujeeb bowls to Maxwell. Bottom-handed slap to backward point. Mohammad Nabi fields. Won't get a run from the president.
Yeah, 106 from Alex Carey. 108 from Glenn Maxwell. Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark got Australia over the line.
So, Maxwell will know he's done it from this kind of situation. Glances the ball to short fine. That's 2 or 3 times tonight he's found that short fine leg fielder and been frustrated by it.
Just snapping his wrists and flicking his wrists. Oh, Labuschagne on the TV looks filthy, doesn't he?
He's steaming. He's down by the boundary line wearing his polo shirt now. Mujeeb to Maxwell, who slaps him over mid-wicket. Well, that's more Maxwell style. Enough of this dinking around, short fine leg and all that stuff. Gets low and punts the ball away for 4. 77 for 5. Maxwell up to 16.
Yeah, a bit of a risk, but the ball outside the off stump. Maxwell doesn't quite get hold of it. Comes off the top half of the bat. Goes high in the air.
It almost looked like it was pushed out off the forefinger, that ball from Mujeeb. He bowls well wide of the off stump. Maxwell drives him for 4 through cover. Really opens that up. Gets his wrists around and comes through the line of that wide ball outside the off stump. And crashes it away. 81 for 5. He's got 20.
Again, that one just pushed this time off the middle finger. But he was in the slot outside the off stump. Maxwell doesn't miss out on deliveries like that. This is where you don't want to get too clever with your bowling.
Mujeeb to Maxwell, who drives just normally this time to cover. It's interesting how he plays with an almost horizontal bat by getting so low to the ground rather than driving with a straight bat standing over the ball. Gets down to the ball's level and plays a cross bat shot to it even when it's full. It's like 81 for 5.
Hockey.
Yeah.
It's almost like he has a hockey stick.
Yeah, you see Coley play that kind of hockey slap to long on as well. Getting low sometimes, the angled bat. 81 for 5. 81 for 5 after 16 overs. They need 292. That's 211 runs away. The required rate is 6.2.
I think that this passage of play with the spinners is going to be so important. We saw it in the first innings, how Australia managed to tie Afghanistan down with the spin.
It's a big ask, Alex.
Oh.
Can you make a runnable 200, Stoinis and Maxwell together?
4 overs behind
They're 4
already.
overs, but they've got a lot of spin to make up. So they're bowling at 10 overs an hour at the moment, but they have many, many spin overs yet to bowl. Afghanistan. Rashid starts a new over. Sweep shot here from Stoinis, who hits it well for 4. Out through deep backward square. These are Australia's two most accomplished players of spin with Smith out of the side.
Well, there's one thing we do know, it's Rashid Khan doesn't like going for runs either, so a boundary off the first ball of the over doesn't put him under pressure, but it just gets him ticking ever so slightly.
It's been a fair bit of ticking in this match. Australian fielders would have been ticking. Marnus Labuschagne certainly was. Drops a little short. Stoinis pulls this time. Should be 4 more. No, it'll just be stopped out there. And Stoinis almost runs himself out trying to come back for a second. Maxwell is singing out no in an operatic style. It's 85 for 5. Stoinis up to 5. He thought he'd got enough on that to deserve more than 1 run.
That would have been what you call a disaster. If there was a run out there, Stoinis halfway down has to turn like the Titanic. It took him forever.
Yeah, he's not the most nimble. He's good in a straight line, Stoinis. So Rashid up and bowls on the leg stump, and Maxwell with a bit of wrist takes the ball into the leg side, gets through for 1. 86 for 5. Maxwell 21. Akram Ali Kill in strong voice behind the stumps.
The difference between the Afghanistan and Australian keeper, there was hardly a word said from Inglis.
Barely heard a peep from Inglis all day. Certainly didn't with the bat. First ball duck, edge to slip. It's been quite the eventful innings so far. Rashid hits him on the pad. Huge appeal and he's out. Stoinis is gone. And Australia slide further towards defeat here in Mumbai. Stoinis walking down to chat to Maxwell, but that looked plumb. He reviews anyway because they have 2, so he might as well. But that was quick, it was fast, it was flat. It wasn't the ball to be sweeping. And there's always that risk. If you try to sweep Rashid Khan, if you miss it, you're gone. And that is probably what we're going to see upheld by the video review here at 87 for 5.
Yeah, from this angle, this view, that looks stone dead. Playing the reverse sweep slightly fuller, quicker from Rashid Khan. Stoinis staring at the big screen intently. He's actually just looking at himself at the minute as he's up there.
The big screen has not been kind to Marcus Stoinis today. And that, from Rashid Khan, that's the wrong one, isn't it? And it's struck him on the outside of the knee on his front leg as he's gone down to try to sweep.
Bump.
And it's hitting him in front of middle and off at a decent height while he's kneeling on the ground trying to reverse. Chews his gum. Leans on his bat.
They might as well start walking off now, surely.
The interminable wait, the purgatory of the review.
Is he thinking maybe a little bit of glove that I didn't quite feel?
I can't think that it's anything else. The best you'll see is 2 reds and a yellow somehow if something doesn't quite go right. Maybe he's thinking outside the line of off stump. But I don't think he'll get any joy on that front. They're checking the glove here. There's clear daylight between ball and glove, so that was unnecessary.
It's actually hit him in the knee bend.
Yeah. It's hit him almost behind.
What do you call that?
The outside part of the knee.
We'll go knee bend.
The knee bend, fine.
The knee bend.
The bumpy bit of bone at the top of your shin, just under the kneecap, is where it's hit him. Probably hurt too. No padding there. Finally, we see ball tracking. Hits him in line, and it's smashing the top of middle stump. Wicket number 6. Afghanistan. They might be semi-finals bound here. They've got Australia 6 down, 87 runs on the board, chasing 292. Would take a miracle from here. And Afghanistan are eyeing something.
They are indeed, but even if they don't make the semi-finals, what a tournament for Afghanistan. They're going to be on the brink of their 5th World Cup win. And you'd have never have thought that at the start of this competition. Maybe they'd win 1 here and there, potentially 2, but not 5.
They're on 8 points at the moment, and this is their 8th match. New Zealand and Pakistan also on 8 points, have played 8 games already. So the best that any of those teams could do is reach 10. Afghanistan could reach 12 if they won this one and beat South Africa, in which case they would qualify for sure. But if New Zealand and Pakistan lose their games coming up, or have a washout, as might happen in the Sri Lanka-New Zealand game, the forecast isn't very good, then Afghanistan with 10 points would go through.
I tell you what, right, 2 weeks ago we were going top 4, bang, done.
I remember you saying this about 3 weeks ago. You said the top 4 now is the top 4 as it will be.
That's it, and it still might be, and therefore I'll be right. But actually, what we thought were going to be dead rubbers, and these games would mean nothing, they have been belters.
So, if England somehow get themselves up for a win over Pakistan, and if Sri Lanka and New Zealand gets washed out, or Sri Lanka win there, Afghanistan's route would be clear if they win tonight. It's quite feasible at this point. Coming forward, Mitchell Starc, who's been elevated in the order. Cummins was listed at 8, but now Stark's at 8. Drives the ball into the leg side. There's no run.
Starc, because he bats higher than Cummins in Test cricket. They need to rebuild here, don't they? They need a partnership.
They need a Test partnership. Rashid bowls to Starc, who punches off the back foot on the bounce over cover. He'll get runs. Might just be 1, should be 2. Maxwell says yes. Let's come back. 89 for 6. Maybe they're also thinking net run rate.
It'll have been a while since Maxwell was involved in a Test partnership.
I mean, if they bat through the overs here, 17 overs gone at 89 for 6. If Maxwell bats through until, say, over 45, then they're winning the game. He's not going to bat that long without scoring the runs. But maybe they just want to try to put on as big a score they can, because net run rate could become part of the equation. It shouldn't. Australia still have a game in hand against Bangladesh, who they would expect to beat. I mean, they would also expect to beat Afghanistan. But assuming that they're able to win their last game, Bangladesh struggling, Shakib won't be playing, then they would still comfortably qualify ahead of the other candidates.
Can they qualify? They out.
The Dutch are out. They've only got 4 points, so the high. Well,
they were giving it big.
In fact, they're not, because New Zealand only have 8. New Zealand, Pakistan, Afghanistan all on 8. Afghanistan would have to lose this game though, because if they win this game, the Dutch are out.
And it's very difficult at this late stage of the tournament to make up net run rate by a large amount.
Yeah, you have to bowl out a team in 10 overs or something like that. So the Dutch on 4 points could get to 8 points if they won their last two. Their last two being against England and India, but. Yeah, if any of New Zealand, Pakistan, Afghanistan win a game from here, including this one, then that puts that team into 4th spot. Alex Hartley off for a spell. Michael Vaughan back with us. And you've been copping a lot of stick about England, but so you'd probably be quite enjoying seeing this.
Well, it's brilliant from Afghanistan.
Start of a new over. It's floated down by Noor Ahmad, the left-arm wrist spinner, who's bowling his first delivery of the night, which is pushed out to cover by Maxwell. No run.
Yeah, I know Rashid Khan's just got a wicket, but all the talk pre-match and, about Australia not being able to play the spin, well, it's the seamers. They've done the damage.
There'll be a lot of spin from here. Noor bowls to Maxwell, who goes back and cuts hard out to deep point. I'll just jog through for a single with the fielder back 90 for 6.
I'd like to ask Marcus. I don't think I've ever seen Marcus Stoinis play this reverse sweep. Maybe once or twice, but he just played a really good sweep shot. I just don't understand the mindset of that shot against Rashid Khan. I don't remember seeing someone reverse sweep Rashid Khan successfully for a period. It's probably the hardest shot to play against someone that's skidding on quite quick and straight.
Noor Ahmad comes over the wicket to Starc, who drives back to the bowler, left-hander versus left-armer. We see Stoinis play that powerful sweep, slog sweep conventionally.
Yeah.
You rarely see him go the other way.
Great option that he has on the leg side, but not to play the reverse sweep. I just don't remember him playing it that often.
Noor gets the ball angling into Mitchell Starc, who drives it down the long on, 91 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, Afghanistan have been brilliant, but the Australians just been lacking in kind of intensity. I mean, Josh Inglis's first ball, that was a poor shot. David Warner tried to put one out of Mumbai to a ball around the wicket, swinging back in.
Noor flips the ball out, hits Maxwell on the pad. They're appealing for that. Might have been an inside edge, probably a bit high as well. Really put some action on that ball, does Noor Ahmad. In the end, it cuts him in half and hits him above the pad on the thigh. Maxwell, who's on 22 off 25, waits for Noor, comes forward and defends the ball out into the covers. Was thinking of working to the leg side, changed his mind, blocks it out. 18 overs gone, just the 2 singles from that one, 91 for 6. Australia still 201 short.
Yeah, then you add in the run out of Marnus Labuschagne. He gave Glenn Maxwell a bit of a look, didn't he? So what was that call? A quick single to mid-wicket, a direct hit. But Australia have been completely outplayed so far. Afghanistan side are on a proper roll. They've played great cricket throughout the World Cup. Lost to Bangladesh in that first game. Since then, they've just played such consistent stuff.
It's been a wild start to this innings. In the midst of all that, you had Mitchell Marsh come out and hit 24 off 11 balls.
That was quite interesting, wasn't it?
Pulled a 6, smashed 4 down the ground, and then he was LBW to Naveen. Start of a new over. Rashid Khan bowling to Stark, who drives down to mid-off. If you're just tuning in, you'll think, why is Mitchell Stark being mentioned on commentary? Because they're 6 down, Australia, in the 19th over. Afghanistan with a huge chance. Have to complete it. Stark drives back to Rashid, who jumps across. He's claiming a catch, Rashid Khan, a low catch. Throws the ball up in the air.
Well, he thinks the drive has gone onto Mitchell Stark's boot and then ballooned in the air. I think it might be one of those bump balls into the boot.
Well, Rashid Khan is carrying on as though he is 100% sure this is out. So this replay will be interesting. He is fully confident. That ball squeezed out, bobbed up towards very short cover. Rashid took off after it, dived after it, got it in one hand. Low catch analysis could be interesting.
Yeah, very true. Maybe. Unbelievable if Mitchell Stark has driven a ball onto his toe end that's ballooned up and then actually Khan's taken a flying one-hander.
He's sure. He is sure he has it in the circle. He's got a big smile on his face.
Well, I think he thinks he's caught it. But it's just whether that ball has bounced before it's kind of hit the boot and then ballooned in the air.
So here's the replay. Rashid. A lot of fizz on the ball as it's floated up. It turns back in. It hits the ground next to the boot. So it does hit the boot, but on the way up, not on the way down. Yeah. Sorry, Rashid. Your night's not quite.
Well, I always think with those, if it goes direct onto the boot, it wouldn't travel so far. It's the fact that it hits the ground and then the boot, and that's how it goes so high in the air. I mean, these boots are made of some strange things these days, but I think the ball goes directly onto a toe end and flies 25 metres in the air.
Yeah, you want boots made of absorbent material to take as much bounce out of the ball as possible. So it ends up just being a regulation dot ball in the scorebook. You wouldn't know the story that was attached to it. So Rashid will come around the wicket now to Stark, who's going back and fending and almost caught behind. Wicket-keeper claims it. They're going up again, Afghanistan. So does the finger. Takes a while. And Mitchell Stark stands and has a look and then walks slowly down towards Maxwell. I don't think Stark knows entirely what's gone on there. He's asking Maxwell, did that carry? Did I hit it? The timer's counting down.
Surely he knows if he's hit it.
The DRS timer ticks to 0 and he's walking off Mitchell Stark. That is 7. Wicket number 7. And Ikram Ali Kil is just about being chaired off the field by his team. This is absolutely extraordinary.
Well, he goes around the wicket and you've got to expect the googler, the one that's going away from the left-hander, and he bowls it. I think he just comes, I think he opens his blade and then I think he just runs off almost like the middle of the bat.
It's a third attempt from Ikram Ali Kil. He gets his left hand to it, spills it, slaps it up in the air a second time, and then clasps it to his chest as he's falling over to his left and manages to hang on to it with one hand pressed against his sternum. Well, they've got this match pressed pretty close against their chests at the moment, Afghanistan. Just 3 wickets needed. Maxwell's still out there on 22, but he needs to make 201 from 189 balls at the moment to get Australia towards a win. It's only the 19th over, Michael Vaughan. They're 7 wickets down.
Yeah, and Rashid Khan's got 7.3 overs remaining. This is going to end quickly. I mean, Rashid Khan against tail-enders on a piece that's just doing a little bit either way. It's near on impossible. No wonder there's plenty of hugs out there for Afghanistan. This is one of the great stories. This is one of the great nights in Mumbai. This ground has seen some incredible scenes. The Indian side winning here in 2011. But to think Afghanistan, who have played really great cricket throughout, they are blowing Australia away. Aussies on the back of 5 wins, big wins. They are being blown away.
Well, I remember thinking this could get spicy in the second innings with the spinners operating under lights if Afghanistan set a mid-range target. Well, this isn't spicy. This isn't close at all.
No,
this is another belting.
A hammering. I mean, this is making England's loss against Afghanistan look okay. We'll take anything, Phil, won't we?
Where is Australia's Harry Brook? You hear the question ringing out around the ground. Well, Maxwell's still there, but all hope of even closing the gap a bit here, even trying to mitigate net run rate damage, because if Australia get bowled out around about this score, they could lose half a point of net run rate. Walking back onto his stumps, Cummins is punching a ball to cover to Hashmatullah Shahidi, the skipper.
Well, he's got two slips because he's got that ball that can go away from Cummins. He's got the ball they've just seen that comes back in, and he's bowling quickly. You don't get time to react.
So if we can see that replay coming back from Stark as Cummins plays the ball out to point, there's nothing on Ultra Edge. Mitchell Stark didn't hit that ball.
Well, let's have a look here. Let's just see. Well, if he hasn't hit it and he's walked off and they've got a review remaining, which they have, well, that just sums up Australia's day.
That's frazzled. Well, he was asking Maxwell, do I review this? Do I not? Rashid, down the leg side, and there'll be extras here. Was there a little touch, or was that off the wicket keeper?
No, little feather for the skipper of Australia.
We'll pick up 4. Fairly immaterial runs at this point. They're 95 for 7, Australia. They're still 197 away.
I hate to see that Mitchell Stark caught behind again. You've got the cameras on him now in the dressing room. He's taking his iPad off. He's just stood in the corner. Now, if you've walked off, first and foremost, I never, but the bat's away from his body. You shouldn't, as a batter, have to go and ask your partner whether you've hit it. You should know straight away.
The fact that he was asking suggests to me that he wasn't confident either way, right? He's asking Maxwell. I think he was asking Maxwell about the keeper's catch as well, but he was saying he wasn't sure if he hit the ball, presumably, but didn't end up taking the review. Easy to make these decisions in hindsight. Noor comes in and bowls, and it's short and cut away for a single. Maxwell up to 23. But if it's a caught behind appeal, you know that if you use that review and it's wrong, you lose the appeal. There's no umpire's call to help you keep the review. So there's a little more riding on it when that's the decision. The umpire's given it out.
Yeah, but you should know.
Well, it's one of the interesting things that DRS has uncovered is how often players don't know if they've hit the ball or not, which is curious. Noor Ahmad bowls and Cummins getting forward and pushing it away into the covers. You would always hear players swear 10 or 15 years ago, you always know when you've hit it, but obviously that's not true.
Well, maybe it's a different era, but I pretty much always knew then. Got a feather on it or not.
Noor comes up to Cummins, who's punching off the back foot back to the bowler.
Maybe the bats these days are a bit bigger, so maybe it's just
more real estate.
You don't feel the little feathers as much, but it was a strange one, and even for Maxwell at the other end not to say, you know what, we've got to gamble. You know, we're 6 down now. We probably can gamble one more.
Noor comes in to Cummins, who swishes off the back foot. Misses out. There's no run. I suppose the other thought is you leave a review in case Maxwell gets a bad decision because he's the player who really matters from here.
Well, maybe that's what he was thinking.
Don't risk it. Leave one for me. Noor into Cummins, who's getting a run. Maxwell calls him through for it. Has to gallop. Does Cummins as the throw goes to the non-striker's end from Ramat Shah, who batted well earlier today. 97 for 7 is the score. Cummins has 5, Maxwell 23. Down tapping his bat now. Batting in the gold cap, Glenn Maxwell. And Rashid comes up, drops it short. Maxwell cuts with power. They've got deep backward point out. They placed the boundary right as well. Just another single. Maxwell not going for any big shots at the moment. He's 24 off 28. Made 100 off 40 balls against the Netherlands. It's not that kind of night. They need 292 to win. That means they're 194 away, Australia, at 98 for 7 after 20 overs. Phil?
Games at the Vaughan in this World Cup so far have been won by 229 runs, 149 runs, 302 runs. Australia are now 98 for 7, chasing 291. And there's a World Cup semi-final here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think we know what the captain's going to do in that game.
Either that or Tom Latham's going to make another horrible mistake. But, Kane Williamson will be fit for that one, so he will be skippering New Zealand.
Yeah, mid-wicket's on for Glenn Maxwell.
Rashid comes up to Maxwell, who tries to slap it over the leg side. Could be caught here. The diving catch is dropped. The captain drops one. Coming across from cover, had to go full length at it, threw both hands at it and just couldn't hang on. And Rashid Khan on his knees, gestures to his skipper, remonstrates. He's not happy. Is Rashid thinking that he should have taken that one?
Well, you just watch here, Geoff. He goes for it and then he sees that the skipper's going for it.
Rashid Khan wasn't making that catch.
No, Rashid definitely wasn't, but the skipper could have done. Certainly got a little bit of a fingertip of it.
They've got 2 runs in the interim. Struck on the pad, Maxwell, but going down the leg side this ball. So that 2 from the drop catch raised Australia's 100. Didn't notice a huge wave of applause around the ground for that one. They need a further 192 from 178 balls.
Yeah, he got there, the captain. He just gets one on the end of his thumb.
Overran it, I think, in the end. Rashid bowls to Maxwell, who defends. Hashmatullah, when he dived, actually dived a bit too far and got it high on the hands.
Yeah, he might put away that lap slog now, because that what he tried to do is hit that vacant mid-wicket region. There's a big space for him to hit it over that.
Rashid to Maxwell, who's beaten, goes past the outside edge, and Rashid Khan falls to the floor in disbelief and does a forward roll. That's how you express emotion. None of this bottling it up and pushing it down deep inside.
Well, he's loving it, isn't he? He's got Australia on toast here. He's just going either way, this time away from Glenn Maxwell. Maxwell didn't pick it till the last minute. It was too late, and there goes the roly-poly.
The perfect leg break, that one. Rashid fizzes down another, and Maxwell gets right forward to it and defends the leg break. Back to the bowler, who is racing through the over, keeping the pressure on. He's got 2 for 18 already. Hasn't taken bags of wickets at this World Cup. He's probably hungry. There are 3 more to take. Could be a 5 for on for him. Bowls to Maxwell, who goes back and punches square. They'll take the run. They have to take on the throw as well. Maxwell keeps the strike. 101 for 7. Just 3 runs from that over, Michael. 21 overs gone.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here. Phil, have you got something?
Yeah, very quickly. You mentioned he might be on for a fifer. I was going to mention at the break, before this game there'd been no 100 in a World Cup by an Afghanistan batter, and there'd been no fifer either. Is today going to be the day when both of those are achieved?
The red letter day. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Afghanistan plays South Africa in Ahmedabad on Friday. South Africa on the back of a pummeling by the hosts. So they've had their confidence rocked, and they're going to be facing, we believe, an Afghanistan who, well, they're absolutely flying.
That is interesting. That is a cat meeting some pigeons. Noor Ahmed over the wicket to Maxwell, who flicks it and finds short fine leg again. That's the 4th time that's happened in his innings tonight.
Well, the way they're playing, they could quite easily be that 4th place team, if not 3rd, but say 4th to play India here in a semi-final.
And what's interesting here is the order of the games that the last set of games take place. And each team, as it goes on, will know what they need to do.
What they need to do. Noor bowls to Maxwell, struck on the pad, appealing, down on one knee, given out. Maxwell's been given, and that review that they've saved, he will use it now, just in case. Just in case. But this could be the final nail. It's a left armer bowling over the wicket. Pitching in line is the first question. Spinning on towards the stumps. Maxwell comes down to have a chat with Cummins, chewing gum. Everybody in the ground staring up at the big screen as we see this ball from Noor Ahmed. It's a conventional spinning delivery for the left arm wrist spinner, maybe just outside the line.
No, I reckon it's just in line. It just misses the inside edge. There's no inside edge. It hits that front knee roll.
It's going on to hit.
Oh, I think it just hits in line. Beautiful bowling coming over the wicket. He'd been bowling around Noor Ahmed, and then he bowls one that just comes back slightly. It's a big stride in. That's the only thing that might save him. It might be just going over.
Here's the replay. It's pitching in line by a couple of mils, and it is going over the top. Maxwell survives.
He was walking off.
He was walking off. He'd made his decision, and now he comes back, not with a smile, but with a shake of the head, and says, I can't believe I got away with that one. It's going over the middle stump by about half a centimetre.
Yeah, that big stride. Got a big stride forward, so it's got a long way to go. And he kept smiling.
Now he smiles.
Yeah, he was on his way off. He saw the screen. He saw that he pitched in line.
Adam Zampa's walking back into the rooms. Oh, they're in disarray, Australia. This is comical. They have been absolutely tied in knots today. Maxwell's top scored so far. Still there on 27 from 36 balls. Usually a player we're used to seeing. Well, his strike rate across World Cup cricket before tonight was 168 or thereabouts. Noor Ahmad bowls to him, and Maxwell sweeps and gets it just past slip. And it's rolling away. Is that wides?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything on it. It's down the leg side, full.
He's tried to get something on it, Maxwell.
Yeah, I reckon the fact that Maxwell's been out, potentially the ball before just defending, I think it'll trigger him to go, if I'm getting out, I'm not getting out defending.
You might as well do what you can. So Nabi at slip went flying across to try to stop that ball. Couldn't do it. 5 wides added, 106 for 7. Noor Ahmad to Maxwell, who slaps him across the line, along the ground, out to deep mid-wicket. Should run 2. Calls Cummins through. 108 for 7. Maxwell up to 29. Halfway through the 22nd over.
Yeah, you can just see that since that LBW, he's played a kind of a wild sweep shot and then a hack through mid-wicket. If Noor pitches one up here, I feel he's just going to try and launch it into the stands.
Noor Ahmed, switch hit from Maxwell, goes over the top of short third, 1 bounce 4. It's more like the Maxwell we're used to seeing. I suppose he's thought there's nothing to lose here. He might as well try to put some pressure back on these bowlers. 112 for 7 as he goes up to 33.
Yeah, brilliant. Just the switch hit. He's so good at it. It's the googly, so it's going away from him. He just goes with the spin over that short third. 1 bounce 4.
The left arm wrist spinner means the stock ball turns into the right-hander. The googly goes the other way, like a conventional leg break. Noor bowls outside leg stump, swept away, top edge dropped by Mujeeb. At short fine, we saw him spill one there against New Zealand. And again, players are dropping to the ground. They can't believe it. That was the game all but done.
Well, the president threw his cap on the floor. President Nabi at slippy.
Ramat Shah was on the ground at short third. Maxwell just didn't get the elevation. And Mujeeb, they hide him at short fine leg. But he's been found there a couple of times. Dropped a one-hander there against New Zealand. Drops this one now. Maxwell goes back and flips the ball away through square leg along the turf this time for 1. 112 for 7. We've had 22 overs bowled. 113 for 7 as the score tips over. And with Maxwell on 34 and Cummins on 5. Michael Vaughan will continue, and then Henry Moran.
I guess that's the brilliance of Maxwell, that you can see that the review, the Afghanistan balcony, they were all stood up, and then obviously it was missing, and we're disappointed. Then that drop catch, you've got players on the outfield hitting the deck, you've got Nabi throwing his cap, because they still feel that, you know, the Aussies need 179 off 168, but Maxwell is a freak.
There's one person.
Yeah, there's one player that could just do the extraordinary. And this will be, well, remarkable, but you can just sense the tension still out there from Afghanistan, and whenever Maxwell's there, they know that he's got it. They're actually ahead of the rate at this stage, Australia, by a couple of runs. They've just lost 6 wickets more.
Which is a problem. Well, we're going to see Rashid Khan continuing. He's taken 2 for 19 so far, and this is whipped away. Beautiful shot 4. Out towards deep mid-wicket, and Maxwell looks like he's decided he's had his little brush with his dismissal. And now is the time just to go for it, see how close he can get them. And with that, Mujeeb is shown with his head in his hands.
He's praying.
I mean, he got more than just a bush. He walked twice in that over, didn't he?
Maxwell in the mood. Here comes Rashid, tossing it up back towards the bowler, who, frustrated, throws the ball at the keeper. And Maxwell takes a little step to the leg side. Doesn't want to get distracted by the histrionics and the frustration that they're going to be displaying inevitably, Afghanistan. And isn't it the way? It's almost when running a marathon. It's that bit just before you get to the finishing straight. It's the wall. You sort of break through that bit when you're so close. Maxwell tries to hack it away into the leg side. Half an appeal for a caught behind, because as he tried to pull it, missed it, hit his body, and there's just a little bit of a feeling that maybe there was some bat. I don't think there was.
I reckon Maxie's starting to pick Rashid. There's one ball that beat the outside edge, but that was the Googlex coming back in, and he picked it early.
Rashid bowls, that's outside the off stump, and Maxwell will just guide it towards deep cover for 1. 118 for 7. The target for victory, 292. Time is not a problem. It's wickets. Afghanistan at this point were 114 for 1. Rashid Khan has a little readjustment of the field, and that leg side fielder goes just in front of square as Cummins on 5 waits deep in the crease defending. What are you saying here as a captain, Michael, to try and keep things calm out there?
Oh, I just keep doing what they've been doing. They've been great. I mean, they don't need to panic. Just keep bowling the best balls.
Rashid bowls a ball which is defended by Cummins, lunging forward, end of the over, just the 5 from it, the boundary at the start, and then one more single. 118 for 7 after 23.
Yeah, they just stay very calm. I mean, they've got quality bowlers, quality spinners. Maxwell will play some good shots. That's the nature of playing against a real high-class player, particularly a risk-taker like Glenn Maxwell. But if you keep bowling your best balls like Rashid Khan did, and that lap slog went straight in the air, he was fortunate on that occasion. The LBW to Noor Ahmed, he was a bit fortunate on that occasion. Obviously the drop. So in the space of the last 4 overs, he has given chances, so they don't have to change too much.
So they've just got to back themselves that those chances will keep on coming. I think they will, given the way that Maxwell's playing.
Yeah, the president's gone to backward point from slip. President Nabi.
So Noor Ahmed into a 4th over, forgive me, into bowl to Glenn Maxwell on 39. And Maxwell swings across the line. He's going to get runs here out through mid-wicket. He's going to get 4.
That's a hack.
Ugly.
That's a Saturday afternoon hack, that, in his arc. It's amazing how he plays all these reverse sweeps with no helmet on. You know, so many players that you've seen that, you know, the first thing you do if you're going to be sweeping is get a helmet on just in case you top edge it. But he's the one player that I see play all these shots and he never wears a helmet. Yeah, I think they've got to change the field here, because that mid-wicket gap is just too big. They're going to put a cow corner in place. You've got Mujibu drop the catch at short fine, going to a kind of a wide fine leg, and mid-offs come up into the circle. So there's 4 fielders on the offside and at a short fine. Glenn Maxwell, he likes hitting over mid-off as well, but I think this is a good field to stop that kind of hack across the line to mid-wicket.
Ball's going to come over the wicket. He's in the bowl to Maxwell, works the ball into the leg side for 1 more, out to that man, deep mid-wicket. 123 for 7. 1 more wicket. That's what they'll be thinking.
Yeah, and particularly Maxwell, but Pat Cummins as the skipper, he's just got to keep getting the single. He doesn't need to risk anything. It's almost like, can we get Maxwell on strike for 4 balls and over? And the Aussies will be thinking, just hope that he produces. He's already got a 40-ball 100 in the World Cup.
We say 46 today for 44. Different innings required now. Maxwell does defend into the offside. No run. That's the thing, you've got to try.
I think it's worth Afghanistan bringing a fielder up for Pat Cummins to try and force him into the big shot.
He can play it well, but he needs to do everything right, really, here, and it's tricky conditions. Moran bowling to Cummins, who easily enough punches that towards cover. Good half stop from Naveen, and it'll only just be a single, so 6 from the over thus far. 1-2-4 for 7.
Yeah, you just see Maxwell. He's got an ego when he bats, and I think sometimes you just play on his ego by moving the field, and he will try and hit one over mid-off. Now mid-off's in the circle. If it's in his arc, he'll try and go over that region. We've already seen him play the reverse. It won't surprise me if he tries to do that once again, to go over these 2 fielders here at third. I think he'll probably stop trying to whack it for 6 through mid-wicket, because you've got 3 boundary riders on that onside boundary. So I think you can almost dangle the carrot to him quite often, and he will take it. He likes carrots.
44 for Maxwell. The target 292, 124 for 7. Maxwell will move to 45 with an easy single into the onside. So you're just, from Australia's point of view, is thinking, right, get it into double figures, see if Afghanistan will start wilting under a bit of pressure.
You look at how many boundaries Australia have hit. 15 fours and 2 sixes. I can't remember exactly what Afghanistan were at this stage, but it was nowhere near 15 and 2.
No, it certainly wasn't. They were struggling to find the boundary, but they did keep strike rate ticking over. They're 116 for 1 at this point. Norton comes around the wicket and bowls a ball that Cummins lunges forward and defends into the offside.
It was 9 fours at this stage in Afghanistan's innings.
So 24 overs gone, 125 for 7, Michael Vaughan. I don't know if that's purely gloves or gloves and a message for Glenn Maxwell.
Well, I'm just looking at here, the Nabi and Rashid Khan are having a little bit of a conversation, and I would think that they'll probably go to a similar field to what we've seen Noor Ahmed with that mid-wicket region protected to Glenn Maxwell. He's so good at kind of just picking up length, and anything short he'll take there, anything full he'll just use his wrist to take there. We saw that in the last over. I think sometimes when you get against Maxwell, just try and play another shot.
Yeah.
Offer him another area just to try and do something different.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Just try and force him to make the mistake, tempt him into the mistake. He's a master at it, Rashid Khan.
Yeah, they're going to do that. So mid-wicket goes onto the kind of cow corner boundaries. Got a sweeper behind square on the leg side. Mid-on is staying in the circle, so he's got over mid-on available.
125 for 7. Rashid Khan seeking a third wicket. He's bowling to Glenn Maxwell on 45 with a slip waiting. Maxwell, patient, pushes towards cover off the back foot, and there's no run. Will he be tempted?
Yeah, I think he will if it's full. I think he'll go over mid-on.
Rashid Khan again, creeping in 5 or 6 paces. It's not quite as full as he would have wanted, perhaps, Maxwell. Make do with a single, just flipped out towards mid-wicket.
But he's timing it so well. That kind of was just a little flick. Race to the boundary.
He'll feel he should have had another wicket at least, the way that he's bowled Rashid Khan tonight. It's been really a return to form, if you like, for somebody who quite taken the number you might have expected. Oh, it's a good ball. Beats the edge of Cummins' bat, and he did not have a clue where that had gone. Pat Cummins?
Yeah, that's the length. He just does Pat Cummins for length. Just right in between. You go forward, you go back. He hung back. Probably lucky he hung back because it spun and it went past the outside edge. But he'd gone forward, he probably snuck that.
Rashid Khan bowling, and he smothers the spin there, does Pat Cummins, lunging forward. 126 for 7, chasing 292. Australia can still qualify for the semi-finals, even if they lose this game and the next one. Of course, that makes it harder, and they would have been qualified automatically with victory tonight. Still might. As Cummins defends once more, just 1 off the over thus far.
Their last game is against... is it the mighty Orange Army?
In the Netherlands.
The Netherlands against Australia.
Bangladesh, it's Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Well, Bangladesh have just won yesterday. There was no Shakib Al Hassan.
No.
Just breaking news from Sri Lanka just a while ago. The board are back. They've reinstated all the board.
Here comes Rashid, and it's pushed away towards short third. No run there, and the over comes to an end with just the 1 run from it.
They were only out of office for 2 days.
Well, there you go. Quickly resolving things. It's nice to see.
Wonder why.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Alex Hartley's going to come in and replace Michael Vaughan here. With the floodlights beating down, and an Afghanistan side who continue to confound and amaze and delight. 1 win only coming into this tournament in World Cup cricket. That was against Scotland in 2015. Didn't win in the World Cup in 2019. They've won 4 games up to now.
Lost their opening 2 here.
Yeah.
It seemed like the same old story, didn't it? Then they played England.
Oh, it's amazing the effect it can have. 126 for 7. Midway through the Australia innings, notionally, really. Partnership 35 from 40. So we're going to see North from the far end. Alex.
Well, at the halfway stage, I was well and truly backing Australia, and I know Afghanistan have got such a good bowling attack, but it was just the way they've gone about this World Cup.
Maxwell waits, open stance. Moran comes in and bowls to Maxwell, who hits the ball crisply towards cover, and this time the ball does stick in the hands of Naveen, who's, I think, the third option at cover after a couple of fumbles from Gurbaz earlier on today.
Well, Pakistan and Afghanistan both competing for a semi-final spot, but equally competing for the worst fielding side in this World Cup, I reckon.
Yeah, I think that is probably fair. Here comes Moran again. Bowling to Maxwell, who unleashes a hit down the ground. He's going to get runs here. He's going to probably get 4. It is 4. 1 bouncing into the sponge. Maxwell takes a chance, mid-off up, and gets enough of it with a cross-batted heave to bring him 50. He doesn't look overly pleased about it. He raises his bat around, chews his gum, and thinks about what he's got to do next. And I think the easy thing to say is double it at least.
What they'd say at club cricket? Start again, double it.
Yes.
But it's a mature innings from Maxwell, actually. Normally, you know, he's got a huge strike rate of 150. Not today. Not necessarily, not needed.
Well, something's distracting him. And not for the first time. Something going on above the sight screen. Oh, coming into bowl to Maxwell. Silence descends upon the Wankhede Stadium as Maxwell... Oh, it's a beautiful piece of bowling, and there's half an appeal for a stumping after some sharp work, but I think Maxwell's back.
Yeah, just when we say he's batting so well, the big heave clears the front leg. Ball outside the off stump.
They're not going to check it. They're confident enough that he's in. Oh, that's dropped short. He'll get 1 into the leg side. Had that fielder not been out there at deep mid-wicket, he would have pulverised that out of the ground, but doesn't want to take that chance. 1-3-1 for 7.
Well, he's having a good World Cup, Glenn Maxwell.
He's played very well in this innings. Yes, he's given chances, but look, given the circumstance, he's had to rein in his natural instincts. As Moran comes into bowl to Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, and that's down the leg side, and thankfully for Afghanistan there is a fielder waiting at short fine leg, and so it's a dot ball as the ball bounces off Pat Cummins' hip and goes towards Mujib. 1-3-1 for 7. The target 2-9-2. There's a ball left of the 26th over. In comes Nor once again. Oh, that's a good ball. Turns sharply, blimey, turns square. And the over comes to an end. So 1-3-1 for 7. And Australia just building a little partnership here, 40 or 46.
Yeah, Australia's last 5 games in this World Cup have been very Glenn Maxwell. He made a golden duck against Pakistan. He followed that up with that 106 off 44 balls with the quickest entry in World Cup history. Made 41 off 24 against New Zealand. Missed the game against England with concussion. And here he is today, 51 off 53. Australia need 161 off 144. He's the man with the strike rate to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's key for this innings, isn't he? And he's got to face the majority of the balls. You want the skipper, Pat Cummins, he's doing the job. 6 off 18, just hold one end, give Maxwell the strike when you can.
Well, Rashid is going to bowl to Glenn Maxwell on 51. 1-3-1 for 7. Tossed up, tempting him, and he'll drive to deep cover for 1. Little look at the toe end of his bat as he jogs on towards us. 1-3-2 for 7.
I do feel all the top teams in this World Cup have had a howler at some stage.
Except
India, who yet to have their howler.
They don't look like they're going to.
But we're 2 for 3 against Australia.
Yeah. Here is a defensive push that I think will yield just a single. It does. Good tumbling save at cover. But maybe their howler just lasted the first 2 overs of the World Cup, and since then they've recovered.
Well, it wasn't a howler, but England were 30 without loss, chasing 230 to win. In luck now against them. All right, it's a long way from winning, but you know, England were in that game.
So they won. England in action tomorrow against the Netherlands from 8 AM. As this is his away. Nice, that's a good shot from Glenn Maxwell. He's going to only get the 1 for it. Will he? No, 2, because it's quite a long chase out there from deep cover. 135 for 7. Target 292. And since I've come on, I'm off at the end of the over. We've seen 4.5 overs, no wicket yet.
You got to stay on, Henry.
Wow. Our Australia listeners on the ABC will be desperate for it. Perhaps. Here comes Rashid and bowls a ball which is played back just briefly aerially towards the bowler. And he dives to his left. One more run taken. Maxwell to 55, Cummins on 7.
You do feel just a couple of wickets, and if there are 5 down in this situation, you're obviously backing Australia a little bit more than you are now. But there's been some soft dismissals in this innings. I mean, Warner...
That was a wild heave.
Wasn't impressed with his. Stoinis, not impressed with his either.
Rashid Khan creeping in once more to bowl to Pat Cummins, who picks the googly and defends into the onside. No run though.
And Stark walking for a dismissal, a caught behind that he didn't hit. He did the moral thing.
Yes. Yeah, don't be naughty. In comes Rashid Khan, tossing it up. Oh, it beats everything. Goes flying between bat, keeper, and then first slip and down to the boundary. And it'll be buys, 4 of them, to conclude an over that sees Rashid Khan standing with his hands on his hips and thinking, well, why has nobody helped me out there? 140 for 7. The partnership's now worth 49. 27 overs gone. Australia need 152 from 138. And here comes Geoff Lemon.
Well, that ball, good delivery from Rashid Khan outside the off stump, just turns. Nothing wicketkeeper or slip could have done. But it races to the boundary for 4 buys. 9 off the over, a good one for Australia. And Phil, did you have something then, or just...
No, you're talking about the ball racing to the boundary. Henry Moran raced off commentary then, didn't he?
Yeah, yes, he did. Let's bring Geoff Lemon back alongside us, and Maxwell 55 not out. This has been such a crucial knock for him, a knock of maturity. He's played a lot of international cricket, a lot of 50 over cricket, but very, very rarely will he have been in this situation with Australia when he came to the crease. And he's got to be the one that stays there right until the very end, right until the last wicket falls or the last run is scored.
Well, they need a further 152, and he's already made 55, so it's going to be a pretty historic score if that part of the equation plays out. Maxwell, 55 off 56, Cummins 7 off 21. Australia, 7 down, with 140 on the board. Mitchell Marsh made 24 off 11 balls. That was the second best score. He was only out there for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, he was. He was indeed. And I'm just going to sanitise your muff because we don't know what's going around this commentary box.
That's the microphone cover for those who are wondering at home. 140 for 7 is the score after 27 overs. And we're having a drinks break. The Afghanistan team getting together saying, OK, this has gone on long enough. We have had enough of this Australian resistance. We need to finish this game off. The partnership's up to 49. It's going along for 52 balls, so they'll want to get this dusted, get Zampa and Hazelwood in and out, and secure their 5th win of this tournament.
Alex, yeah, you mentioned this Australia innings, as well as Afghanistan have bowled. How many of those 7 wickets are avoidable for Australia?
Well, the 2 that spring to my mind, well, there's 3 to be completely honest. Warner, big old heave across the line. Yes, it was a decent delivery, but he's playing across the line of the ball. Stark walking for a ball he didn't hit, caught behind. A good catch from the keeper, but there was no bat involved. And then Stoinis with the reverse sweep to Rashid Khan.
Labuschagne's run out.
Labuschagne's run out was not necessary at the point, and we know that, as you were saying, Geoff, Maxwell often is taking those quick singles at the end of an innings. And then, I guess, Inglis as well, no foot movement, just wafting outside the off stump. So we've gone from 3 to 5 out of the 7.
We've upgraded everybody involved, just about.
Who's got away with it? Head early on.
Well, he nicked 1 second ball, which I suppose can happen, but have a big drive at one outside the off stump. But that's his job, is to go in and attack the bowling and smash it around. And
Marsh's LBW after he scored 24 from 11 balls.
Sometimes you just get a good one, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not blaming those 2. The other 5, though, I can ask a few questions about. I think that's where Australia, when they reflect on this game, no matter what happens, is how many soft dismissals were there throughout the innings. But they've got the skipper Pat Cummins and Glenn Maxwell out there. They've had a long chat to the two that have run the drinks out and between each other about how they're going to go about this run chase. And then for Afghanistan, they've had a little mothers meeting as a squad on how they're going to break this partnership and win this game.
Getting ready to resume here. Cummins getting the gloves back on.
The most important thing for me now for Afghanistan is not to force things, not to force wickets, because sometimes you can almost get greedy, try too many variations, try and almost, you think, why have we not taken a wicket? It's been 6 overs since we've taken a wicket, when actually control the controllables and the wickets will come, especially at a situation and a time like this.
Well, the main thing you can do is just keep the scoring down, and every over that goes past without many runs coming from it increases that pressure, especially on Maxwell to find a big shot, and he can find plenty, but usually the wicket-taking chance comes. Most often players don't blast hundreds in this format if they're being very aggressive, because a mistake will come at some point. So Maxwell on strike. Australia need 152 more from 138 balls. If they had 8 or 9 wickets in hand, they might fancy that. They've got 3 in hand. 7 down after Afghanistan blew them away early. It's been an incredible performance, incredible campaign, but this performance tonight, a huge part of it. Maxwell opens his shoulders and cracks the first ball for 4 after drinks. Mujeeb, a little bit of width, a little bit full. It's not a terrible delivery, but Maxwell is so adept at turning those wrists inside out and finding power to hit through the offside. 144 for 7.
Yeah, just the way he clears his front leg, big stride, turns it into a half volley, dismissive through the covers for 4, brings up the 50 partnership for these two. A runner ball, which is what they need, and a bit more.
They're not too far away. 6.4 and over required at the moment. Mujeeb up to Maxwell, who flicks away off his leg stump. He'll get a run. Won't try to take more than that with deep mid-wicket running up to field. 145 for 7. Maxwell to 60.
The thing that Australia will be looking at here is Rashid Khan's only got 3 overs left.
And he has been sensational tonight. I mean, he hasn't taken bags of wickets in this World Cup, but tonight he's looked like taking one every ball.
When he's in the mood.
That leg break has fizzed. The wrong end has been dangerous. Trapped Marcus Stoinis. Mujeeb up to Cummins, who looks for a run down to long on, but can't beat the closer fielder coming across at mid-wicket.
The run-out came from his first ball.
Do you get credit for that as a bowler?
But
you take it, though, don't you?
Exactly.
Built pressure, caused mistakes.
The pressure was when he came on.
Yep.
The name was the pressure.
The name. And the irritation of the fact that he was given not out while batting. Australia a little annoyed about that. Cummins tickles the ball to short fine, but Noor Ahmad does the fielding. No run. So Cummins needs to be able to turn the strike over. Let Maxwell face most of the bowling. He's faced 23 balls, Cummins, for his 7 runs. Just a tweak in the field, moving the short fine leg a little bit squarer. And Cummins again isn't finding a run, turning the ball to mid-wicket inside the circle. There's 1 to come in this over. 147 further runs required. So they shouldn't get close from here, Australia. If they do, it'll be worth listening to. Here goes Mujeeb, and Cummins again won't take a run. Again, it's mid-wicket doing the work. 28 overs gone. Mohammad Nabi getting some miles into his legs inside the circle. 145 for 7. Maxwell will be back on strike on 60. Top scored by a distance already.
Australia runs are ahead of where Afghanistan were at this stage.
Afghanistan were 133 for 2. Australia are 145 for 7. Take your wins where you can get them. But Maxwell, a good performance from him so far. 60 from 58 balls. He's hit 8 boundaries. Hasn't hit a 6 yet. Hasn't really tried to. That switch hit went pretty close.
But the Afghanistan innings followed the whiteboard. We've spoken about it, didn't we? 50 off 10, 100 off 20. 150 off 30, 200 off 40, and then go from there.
I love the simplicity of it.
Australia's nearly 150 off 30, so that part of the whiteboard has gone to plan.
Don't lose 7 wickets.
Don't lose 7 wickets. Noor Ahmad.
In big capitals.
He'd love to make it 8. The left-arm wrist spinner comes up to Maxwell, who slogs him over the leg side, and it's gone for 6. There is his first big one of the innings. 8 fours and a 6. Maxwell goes to 66. Joe Root's shirt number 151 for 7. They will get to the 150 within 30 overs. Whiteboard tick. Just the 7 wickets down the problem.
Well, you know he's not going to go at a run a ball for too long. He loves to strike the ball. He probably gets bored going at a run a ball. Thinks I need to hit 6.
Noor Ahmad, he comes around the wicket now to Maxwell, who goes again. That's gone high. It's hanging. Will it land inside the field? No, it just carries wide long on. There is a man out there for exactly that sort of shot. But he gets enough on it, Glenn Maxwell. He goes up to 72. 157 for 7. Now the score, they need 135 more. Alex Hartley's gone. Aaron Finch is back. A slightly more cheerful time from an Australian perspective with a couple of 6s there.
Yeah, absolutely. Glenn Maxwell is so dangerous, and they'll be ruining that drop chance from Mujeeb at short fine leg, because they know that if they don't get him, they could be in trouble.
Noor. Up to Maxwell, who opens that front leg, carves into the covers. A good diving stop out there by Hashmatullah. 158 for 7.
Because if there's one player around the world that opposition teams fear at times, it is the unpredictability of Glenn Maxwell. And, I mean, some of the shots that he played, and I love the tempo that he's batting with at the moment. He took his time at the start of the innings, and of course he had to, because Australia were 4 down for 49, and wickets kept falling around him. But it's been a nice knock so far.
Noor goes back over the wicket to Cummins, who pushes the ball back to the bowler. No run. We have seen Maxwell play a couple of team-saving sort of innings. There was that one against Pakistan in the UAE in 2019, was it? I think he made 98.
Yep.
Batting down the list when it was 5 down for not many. The one that we spoke about here earlier against England at Manchester in 2020.
That was a great knock.
Noor up to Cummins, who's coming forward to defend. So there have been times when he's been able to marshal resistance when Australia have been in real strife. This is a different level. They still need 134 more from here. It's extremely unlikely, but while there's life, there's hope.
Absolutely there is, and while there's a partner with him, there's hope. Because Glenn Maxwell can do things that not many other people around the world can do. With Noor Ahmad going around the wicket now to Pat Cummins.
Left arm spinner to Cummins, who comes forward and defends. He wants a run. Maxwell says, no, thank you, not from the last ball of the over. Let's just settle and leave me on strike. So he hit a couple of 6s in that over, and then the 1. Maxwell up to 73 from 61 balls. And Australia 158 for 7 after 29 overs.
This is a crucial partnership, because should Australia not get there and they fall short, net run rate will come into it at some point. We've seen it in World Cups gone by. We've seen it in T20 cricket, the T20 World Cup. South Africa lost 1 game for the tournament in 2021. Missed out on net run rate, which was in Australia's favour.
And it could, in this case, I mean, if Australia lost a lot of net run rate today, and then Pakistan or New Zealand won a game to get up to 10 points, New Zealand's closest on net run rate, New Zealand could jump up to 3rd. Australia might finish 4th if they beat Bangladesh, and that means Australia would be playing India rather than in the other game against South Africa.
Absolutely, and just amazing how this tournament at times has seemed so one-sided, but so unpredictable at the same time.
In some ways, this massive group stage has actually worked out. And Afghanistan have been a huge part of that. They've created that unpredictability. They have been the chaos ball. Start of a new over, it's Mujeeb, and Maxwell's getting a little edge. He'll get runs for it. 4 of them. Just a little tickle outside the off stump. Some fortuitous runs.
Yeah, I think this was a genuine edge from Maxwell, but because he's been so aggressive and he's now batting on 77 not out, there's no slipping anymore. It is a genuine edge just past the keeper. First slip would have swallowed it.
He was just looking to push that down through mid-off in the end. I think Maxwell at 162 for 7. He's got 77. Cummins has 7, and Australia is 7 down.
There you go.
Mujeeb bowls with the 88 on his back. Maxwell getting forward to defend. In that Dutch game, when the score was 88 for 8, Adam Zampa, number 88, was bowling to Aryan Dutt, number 88, with the score at 88 for 8.
Oh, the human mind.
Make of that what you will. Here goes Mujeeb, and Maxwell's coming forward and taking a run. Might turn for 2. He's just dabbed it into the leg side, and they will run for the second. The classic Virat Kohli, just nudge into the leg side with soft hands and get back for 2. 164 for 7.
Yeah, and it's really crucial, like I said, that this partnership continues as long as possible, because while Maxwell is there, though, Australia will feel like there's hope.
128 needed now. It seemed...
It's a long way away, but it doesn't take long for that to get under 100. Should Maxwell stay at the crease?
It hasn't taken long for it to get from over 200. Mujeeb to Maxwell, who shovels down the ground, runs the first one hard, thinking about the second. He does want it. He calls Cummins, says yes, go through. Cummins dives in, slides the bat at the non-striker's end. 164 for 7. Becomes 166. Maxwell is up to 81.
I expect not long until the quicks come back on and have another crack, especially Naveen Al-Haq, who is very good mixing his pace up. He'll use a Yorker throughout. But this is really good batting from Glenn Maxwell. The ability to knock it in the gap and push hard for 2s, not just being one-dimensional and thinking boundaries.
So they've got their leg side boundary riders, 3 of them, all of them with their heels on the rope. They're right back, so that's what's created the space that's allowed Maxwell to get those 2s.
And this partnership has now grown to 75 from just 68 deliveries, and the contribution from Pat Cummins just the 7.
It has been a lone hand out there. Maxwell still on strike, waiting for Mujeeb, who basically bowls a medium pace length ball in at the hip, and he tucks it into the leg side, and again they'll come back for 2. This is excellent running. He'll be puffing a bit out there, Glenn Maxwell. 3 2s in the over. 168 for 7. He's up to 83, Phil.
And what it's also doing is the run rate was up around 6.5. They put it right back down, 6.15 now.
Getting it close to a runner ball here. 124 needed from 121 deliveries. Mujeeb to Maxwell to finish the over. He wants a single, taps it out to cover and sprints through. And there's a direct hit at the non-striker's end, but Maxwell is home. That is great running after that mix-up with Marnus Labuschagne earlier. 169 for 7 after 30 overs. A chuckle from you?
Yeah, Glenn Maxwell's leaning over his bat on his haunches at the moment. He is absolutely cooked right now.
What was your view on the run out earlier? Labuschagne.
Just ball watching. Marnus was ball watching, and you could hear through the stump mic because it was a loud and early call of yes from Glenn Maxwell, and Marnus stopped and stuttered and got caught watching the ball, and then you just don't commit 100% and struggled to get going.
And a bit of technique on the dive in as well, where he sort of skewed his body and the bat twisted up in his hand so it was facing up.
I think that's unavoidable at times. When you're diving, you're not thinking which angle your bat's on. Is it on the edge or on the flat? Because on the flat, it would inevitably not bounce up from the shoulder of the bat like it did from Marnus. Again, we're seeing another congregation from Afghanistan. We've seen it right throughout this tournament, actually. When the momentum started going against them, they often get into a huddle. This isn't the full team huddle. There's still 4 men perched out on the boundary.
So I think we've got 8 together, do we? We've got the short fine leg is in his normal position, Azmatullah.
We've got 6 congregating.
Yep. Okay.
Led by Rashid Khan, who's been in the thick of the action all day, and you can tell when he's up and about because he's in the batter's face. He's chirping all the time.
Well, he was pretty chatty when he was out there earlier after he got reprieved by the third umpire from what was deemed not a catch, which wasn't our view up here in the commentary box. He was having a lot of chat with the umpires about what should have been called a wide or what should have been called a no ball.
Yeah, he likes to run the game, Rashid. Bats, bowls, fields, umpires. He's a great character of the game, though, and brilliant to see in action.
Noor Ahmed, left arm around to Maxwell, who goes back and cuts with power, but deep point is back. They'll only get a single. So 5 balls for Cummins to face potentially from the left arm wrist spinner, who is a tricky proposition. He's quite something, this 18-year-old.
Yeah, he is. We were lucky enough to have him at the Melbourne Renegades when he was just 15. And he had an enormous amount of skill. But what he's done now is he's matured a lot as a bowler.
Comes in and loops the ball down outside the off stump. Cummins leaves it.
Well, as a person, he was only 15. Not sure what many other 15-year-olds were doing it, but I certainly wasn't playing professional cricket in a franchise competition, which is one of the strongest in the world at that age.
15, also the number on his shirt as he comes into bowler Cummins, who's getting a leading edge into the covers. They'll get through 171 for 7. How do you communicate as a leader at that club with a 15-year-old who's come in from another country and suddenly they're in this professional environment?
Well, that was the really interesting part is we had Mohammad Nabi at the time at the Melbourne Renegades again, so he was such a guiding force for Noor, as he is for a lot of Afghanistan cricket. He's somebody who's been there from the very first ODI ever played in 2009, and he was able to talk and nurture Noor through, I guess, some teenage years.
Noor comes up to Maxwell, who goes back and cuts again to deep point. Happy to take the single again, 172 for 7.
And it has its challenges, obviously, of a guy so young travelling overseas. I think it was one of the first franchises that he'd played for. And he was just a wonderful young kid to have around the side, and we just haven't had the opportunity to get him back since then.
Noor bowls to Cummins, who's fishing outside the off stump, just trying to protect that line, protect his woodwork. The ball goes into the keeper's gloves.
I'd like to see him over the wicket to Pat Cummins, actually. Left arm over. He's bowling wrong-ins from around the wicket, which will be tough to get LBW because Pat Cummins will get a big stride in and be able to cover the line of the stumps.
Noor Ahmad to finish off his over to Cummins, who's getting forward and defending. There's no run. 31 overs gone. 172 for 7. Australia need 120 from 114 deliveries. So, was it Mohammad Nabi who put you onto Noor Ahmad as an option in the first place?
No, I can't remember who had spotted him first, but it was somebody who'd seen Afghanistan domestic cricket. Glenn Maxwell's just in the middle of the outfield at the moment, in the middle of the wicket, just doing some yoga, stretching out the back. But he has been put down a couple of times today.
And then was most of the communication through translation? Was Noor speaking Pashto or?
Yes, he was at the time. He speaks very good English, even being able to chat to him before the game, and it was more comfortable communicating in his local or his mother language.
Just imagining being a 15-year-old landing up in a foreign country. Quite the experience. Sweep shot from Maxwell. Lobs up in the air to keepers claiming a catch. The umpire's not interested. Just bobbled up off the pad. Mujeeb is bowling his 8th over. He's got none for 39 so far. So the spin attack continues. Maxwell clears his front leg and slaps to cover right back on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, all the fielders inside the circle right back on the edge. Almost encouraging Maxwell to give a single so that Mujeeb can bowl majority of his balls at Pat Cummins.
Still only going at 11 overs an hour. The current over rate. Maxwell hits down the ground over the bowler's head. Plans that, shuffles away to the leg side, opens up the space to give himself room and slaps the full ball dead straight. 176 for 7. He's up to 90.
It's extraordinary how quick this score has ticked along. It's quite a difficult field for Mujeeb to bowl to as the lights have taken effect more and more. The wicket seems like it's skidding on.
Mujeeb to Maxwell, who hits him long. Down the ground for 6. That is enormous. They've been trying to clear people out of the dressing room above the sight screen. That's one way to do it. He's just smashed a ball up into that spot. And people would have been running for cover. Maxwell has lamped that. It was a full length. It's 182 for 7, and he's gone to 96.
Yeah, it was a wrong-un from Mujeeb, and it was just in the slot. Maxwell giving himself some room to ball before, this time just standing dead still, hitting with the turn through the line. And again, the Afghanistan fielders come from everywhere to talk to Mujeeb.
96 from 73 balls so far, Glenn Maxwell. 10 fours, 3 sixes. Australia 182 for 7 as Mujeeb bowls to Maxwell. He tries to repeat the shot. He gets a thick outside edge out to deep point. They run 1. Maxwell says that'll do. Thank you, Patrick Cummins at the far end. 183 for 7, 1 ball remaining in the over.
Just the ease of the swing from Glenn Maxwell. He didn't try and overhit it. Just backed his skill and backed his eye. That was a long way back.
Majid will bowl to Cummins, who is defending with pads close together, bat straight, doing his bit at the other end to the run scorer. So Maxwell on 97, Cummins on 8 from 33 balls in a one-day international. Australia chasing 292, which means they need 109 more from 108. Maxwell on 97, the key to that. Still unlikely, but possible. Afghanistan 3 overs behind on their over rate. Well, if it got that far, if it got past the 47th, then things would be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. It's one way or the other.
It's an early finish regardless.
But what this just goes to show is how good the wicket has got in this second half. And right throughout the tournament, we've seen a lot of wickets fall in that initial 10-over power play. And then teams, regardless of what happens, are able to build a score. That's one thing that Australia will be absolutely ruining. They'll 4 down inside 9 overs today.
Maxwell on 97, waits for Noor Ahmed, goes back, cuts with power, out into the deep. The cover sweeper running around, fumbles it. They'll get back for a second comfortably. They were going to take on the arm regardless. Maxwell goes to 99. He's faced 75 balls. This is extraordinary, given the collapse, the early slump from Australia, the position they were in. They were 69 for 5. They were 87 for 6. They were 91 for 7. Maxwell on 99, waits for Noor, goes back and punches the ball out to deep cover. And that is one of the more extraordinary centuries you will ever see in one-day international cricket. Glenn Maxwell, with Australia at 6s and 7s, they have fallen apart around him, and he has made 100 from 76 balls, 10 4s and 3 6s. And Maxwell is standing alone, 186 for 7. After Australia fell to pieces early in this reply to Afghanistan's 292. Salutes the crowd. This is, in a way, even more astonishing than the 100 he made against Netherlands a few games ago.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's an amazing 100. The ability to take on all the pressure, all the responsibility. After Australia slumped to 91 for 7. That's a remarkable innings.
Noor Ahmed comes up to bowl to Cummins, who tries to cut a wide delivery. Umpire says it's okay. 186 for 7. Early in the over.
Went from 50 to 125 deliveries.
That's a bit slow then compared to the Netherlands knock.
13 balls in that one. Slightly different situation with Australia pushing towards 400 that day. Noor bowls quick outside the off stump. Cummins misses the cut and throws his head back as if to say, I should have plonked that away. There was a deep point out, so he would only have got 1 if he'd hit it.
And that's a leg break from around the wicket. What I mean is I'd love him to over the wicket. That would make his wrong more effective. It'd give him the chance to spin a leg spinner down the line.
Noor bowls to Cummins, beaten as the ball zips past the outside edge. That was the googly again.
It was, but it's still from around the wicket. Pat Cummins can get across his stumps and down the wicket enough that he will cover both edges of the bat. Every now and then you'll get one that's a beauty and you can't do anything about it. But if he's over the wicket, the slip comes into play, the LBW comes into play as well.
Slip waits. Noor bowls to Cummins, who leaves outside the off stump. He's happy to shoulder arms to that one. The 33rd over finishes. Maxwell 100 even. Cummins on 8 from 37 balls. Australia need 106 from 102. Phil Long.
Yeah, well, Maxwell went from 50 to 125 balls. As we just mentioned there, Pat Cummins has scored in the same period of time. Scored 2 off 19.
Brilliant partnership batting.
What does it mean to you to see? Well, we'll come back to that when Aaron Finch is able to join us another time. He's got a lot of TV commitments to get to. It's 186 for 7. And we've had 33 overs bowled, so 102 balls remaining. Australia with 106 required to win, and that will just be floating in their minds as a possibility. Yes, it's very distant, and if Afghanistan get the wicket of Maxwell, they'll be thinking they can wrap this up very quickly. If they get the wicket of Cummins as well, it opens up that other end. He's been staunch resistance. And at the moment, sometimes, particularly playing in India, you just need to find a way to plug things up. 186 for 7 is the score. Michael Vaughan's back with us.
Yeah, that's one of the great hundreds. You know, you can't really play any better than what Glenn Maxwell's just played. 76 balls, had a bit of fortune, but pure striking skill against an outstanding spin attack, in particular from Afghanistan.
Well, Mohammad Nabi will bowl his first over of the night, remarkably. Bowls short, and Maxwell cuts him for 4. Welcome to the bowling crease. Usually they use Nabi as someone to screw the scoring down. He can be very economical, but Maxwell's just hammered him for 4, 190 for 7.
Yeah, he just seems to have this ability, Maxwell, to know exactly where the ball's going to be. Gives him so much time. He's got so much skill. The break of the wrist there to smash it through the offside.
He's cut that off his off stump. If he misses that, he's bowled, and he's backed away to give himself room. It's audacious. That's why sometimes it comes undone, but sometimes it looks tremendous. And tonight, he hasn't been wildly going after everything, but 100 from 76 balls is a very good clip for any player in a good situation, let alone up against it, as Australia does.
You know, there's only a small few players in the world that have that tag genius. You know, he has got that ability to do things that not many in the history of cricket can do.
And I suppose when you look around at the top level, when you're one of those players, you see your peers, and then you see players who can do things that nobody else at that level is able to do.
Particularly in the middle of the innings. There's many at the top of the order that can play great innings, hit the ball a long way, play explosive power plays, but we've got problems with the
LED screens.
Yeah, there you go.
The boundary, the ones that ring the boundary, one of them's blinking down in front of the sight screen. It's got a bright red light, which is not very helpful, even if you're facing a white ball. So Maxwell is content now. Face the second ball of Mohammad Nabi's over. Now the umpire's holding up Nabi. He wants something else to happen. They're waiting for the television broadcast to resume, perhaps. We're ready now at long last. And Nabi comes up to bowl an off break to Maxwell, who backs away and slaps him out through covers for 4 more. Not quite as much of a cut shot, more of a slash, but he gives himself room and he tees off. Maxwell's got 108. Australia need 98 from 100 balls, and the required rate comes under 6 and over for the first time.
Yeah, just a bit fuller this time from Nabi, but he plays exactly the same shot. He just knows where the space is. He's looking at gaps in the field and he's working his skill. Partnership's now 103 from 90. Cummins has got 8.
Oh, well, Nabi up to Maxwell, who tries to slam him down the ground over the bowler's head, but just gets a thick bottom edge out to Hashmatullah at short mid-wicket. So he's still got to choose his options, when to attack. Maxwell holds up the bowler, won't let Nabi just rush through and over. Playing the innings on his terms, and he goes back on his stumps and tries to turn square, doesn't get a run.
All I'll say, Geoff, about Afghanistan and the tactics, that, you know, Asmat's only bowled 5 overs. Where is he?
He was terrific first up.
Why not use him for a couple of... Probably should have used him about 6 or 7 overs ago.
Potentially before the ball had got quite as old as this. But Nabi bowls to Maxwell, who walks at him and drives a run down to long on, happy to take the single. 5th ball of the over, 195 for 7. We've noticed a pattern with Hashmatullah too, that he takes wickets early in the innings when he comes on around the 12th over, and he gets slotted when he comes back and bowls between overs 40 and 50. So,
well, it's worth a try for Afghanistan. It's just in one pace, it's just spin. Maxwell's a brilliant player of spin.
Nabi bowled to Cummins, who will just defend his 38th delivery for the 8 runs that he has scored. It doesn't matter at this point, as long as Maxwell is scoring at his rate at the other end. Australia need 97 from 96 remaining deliveries, 34 overs bowled, 195 for 7, the score.
Yeah, and it might be worth, I mean, you bring the seamer on and maybe challenge Glenn Maxwell with a couple of short balls as well, and just put a few back on the leg side boundary, because you know he's going to take it on. Yeah, it might cost you a 6, but could also get the wicket. You get Maxwell out within the next 5 or 6 overs, it's game done. If he bats for another 10, if he's still there at we have 16 overs left. If he's there at the 42nd, they're not going to score at 2s and 3s for the next 8 overs, are they?
Not the way that he's going about things at the moment. There's
Zampa's in form.
Zampa is in form, hit 29, his second highest score in any format for Australia the other night.
I wouldn't want to leave too much for Hazelwood.
No.
If I was Australia. He didn't looking great, Nick, the other day.
I wouldn't want to leave more than 4 runs for Hazelwood. He might have a boundary in him, but he usually doesn't have much more
through
than
the
that.
gap, yeah.
He's got quite a good back foot push through cover. He's quite good at hitting a length ball away for 4 through cover, but he doesn't usually middle more than 1.
Yeah, this is the other thing about batting in India, well, in any part of the world, particularly when it's hot and you've been in the field as well for 3 or 4 hours and you're out batting. You know, the physios are out there now working with Maxwell, rubbing his legs, just trying to get some action in him. Got to be so fit to play this game now and be so proactive in the game that you're playing. I mean, Max is everywhere in the field, isn't he? Bowls as well. And now he's out there. He's been out there for 2 hours batting, 2 hours 5 minutes.
Bowled his 10 today. And he's been batting for most of the innings. He's drenched in sweat at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good calorie count day, isn't it, for Max? He can unleash whatever he wants after the game. When the dietitian says you can't, well, you can eat whatever you want.
Cheat day. He's earned a cheat day at this point.
A few tablets coming out as well.
He's had a massage on his back lying on the field. This is a long delay, though. I mean, I know it is tough out there, but umpires are just hanging out, letting this happen. Nobody's been timed out as yet. Phil?
Barrett's just given me a tap on the shoulder, reminded me that Australia versus Netherlands earlier on in this World Cup, Glenn Maxwell and Pat Cummins added 100 in that game as well. And Pat Cummins' contribution in that was 8.
Consistent.
He's found a rhythm. They found a rhythm together that works. Let's go out and do things our own way. So finally, the Australian support contingent is walking off the field. Maxwell will continue.
Yeah, I mean, Pat Cummins, I just go back to Edgbaston in that Ashes Test match, the first of the summer. And he just held his nerve with a bat in hand. It was that over from
Joe Root.
It was a Joe Root over, then hit 2 sixes down the ground that sprung him into life.
Yeah, just at a point where it looked like Ben Stokes would wrest that Test match away. He put the catch down off Nathan Lyon as well. That was a little...
yeah, that was in front of the Hollies, wasn't it, diving back?
It was like his one against South Africa in the opening match of the 2019 World Cup. Stokes running back with the flight, one hand going back. It felt like a little fixer-upper for Nathan Lyon for Headingley 2019, the fumbled run out. Stokes gave him one back 4 years later. So it's 195 for 7. Australia need 291, which means they're 97 runs away, but only 3 wickets in hand. Maxwell on 109. It all rests on him. Cummins his support, but Maxwell's on strike. And Naveen ul Haq will bowl, and he'll bowl on a length, and Maxwell's punching it down to mid-on. So the only specialist fast bowler picked by Afghanistan today has 5 overs left to bowl.
Yeah, it's due, isn't it, that the seamers come back on and just ask Glenn Maxwell a different question. We saw when he first went out there, he edged the first ball. It was a hat-trick ball. Then he had a bouncer that flew past his nose, and pretty much since then he's been facing spin.
Well, he'll have to switch up his reflexes. Waits for Naveen. Bowls to Maxwell. Short ball, pulls it away in the air. He's got pretty good placement on that. Attempted save succeeds out at deep backward square leg. In the end, they only get 1 run for that. I would have thought they'd be pushing back for 2.
Yeah, he didn't run the first one fast at all. I think he just thought it was going straight to him, or maybe he thought it was going for 4. Yeah, he could definitely have got back for a second if they run that first one hard.
He might just be exhausted. Maxwell's leaning on his knees at the non-striker's end. He might just be struggling to run those fast 2s now. It's so humid out there, even though it's night time now. It's still hot, but it's very sticky.
Yeah, Cummins might have to come to the party here and strike a few.
If he's going to do it, it's probably against the faster bowling. 196 for 7. Cummins facing on 8. Naveen bowls to him, and he's driving out to deep point, and will take a single here. Immediately looks more comfortable, Pat Cummins, he's got dirt all the way down the front of his trousers, the thighs, on his pads, on his shirt, from diving in to make his ground earlier. 197 for 7. Maxwell back on strike. Australia need 95. Just had the feeling that Maxwell's at that point of exhaustion where he's going to play a tired shot soon.
Yeah, those 2 fielders on the onside boundary, a cow corner and a square leg's just gone behind square by about 15-20 yards. Get ready.
Short ball telegraphed. Short fine leg as well. Naveen does bowl short. It doesn't get up though, and Maxwell's able to baseball a slower bouncer away for a single. 198 for 7. He's got 111. Australia need 94 from 92.
Mark Howard's just strolled in the box. Here we're getting excited. He likes Maxi.
Well, when he's played an innings like this, it's impossible not to. There are always some people who find a way to criticise anything, I suppose. Oh, it's only against Afghanistan is what I'm sure we'll hear tomorrow. We've had Australia 7 for nothing earlier. 7 for something now. Naveen bowls to Cummins. Full toss on the pads. Flicked away behind square. They'll just take one. Again, Maxwell's almost hobbling through. Must be starting to cramp. Getting a touch of the Mohammad Rizwan's out there. 199 for 7.
Yeah, he is. You can see now that, I don't know if it's his right calf or his left calf, maybe both. But he's certainly struggling, is Glenn Maxwell. Can he find just a little bit more energy? Mid-on's going back on the boundary. Looks like third is coming up into the circle.
So deep point, long on, deep mid-wicket. Naveen, Maxwell pulls away.
I think it's the camera.
It's the spider cam. It's right in his way. It's just lifting up from behind the bowler.
He's trying to get closer to the action, is the spider.
It moved away like a naughty child, didn't it, when he pointed at it?
Well, even the fielders, even out at deep backward square leg, the boundary rider there is kneeling down. Finally stands up as the bowler's coming in, so the fielders are getting tired. Imagine how the batter, who scored 100, is feeling. Naveen pitches up, slower ball, change of pace, and he steers it away to backward point and gets another trotted single. 35 overs completed, 200 for 7. Australia need 92 from 90 balls. Glenn Maxwell just trying to hold body and soul together at this point.
Yeah, but he's just got an amazing ability to see the field. They've just brought third up, and he then tries to work the ball into that space where they've just created, and he's just got all the skills. He's got the wrist. He just has this amazing ability to just work his body and work his angles to find the space. But he is struggling. You can see there he's just bending down. The skipper will be saying, come on, mate, can you just keep going for another 40 minutes? If you give us another 40, that'll take us to about 30, and we'll have to do a bit for you. But if you can give us another 60 somehow.
It's quite the ask on 112. Can you just make 170, 180 for us? That'd be great.
Yeah, I think this is a really big over because he's going to go. He's going to try and hit Nabi. Nabi's going to come around the wicket, that mid-wicket region. It's quite a big hit. It's probably the biggest side to go for, that cow corner, that side.
It does feel like there's some urgency, like it needs to be now to try to break the back of it, get well ahead of the ball's remaining equation. Nabi is bowling round the wicket to Maxwell, who doesn't play a big shot. He just plays a little whip away to short mid-wicket inside the circle. No run. Certainly wasn't shaping to hit anything powerful there. Back in his stance. Open leg, and he goes away and flips it over short fine, and it runs away for 4. Little paddle scoop shot from Maxwell, catches up with it, and just a little salt in the wound for Mujeeb, who dropped him in that position earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Glenn Maxwell's wagon wheel, because he really has played 360. We've seen him play that reverse ramp. Now he plays the scoop. He's gone down the ground, he's gone through extra, he's gone through mid-wicket. This might be a bit fuller.
Nabi. Up to Maxwell. It's on a leg. Slapped away. Over the leg side. High and gone. Into the crowd. Another 6 for Glenn Maxwell. His 4th of the night. He goes to 122 from 88 balls. Australia need 82 more to win.
I tell you what, Geoff, I think the young chap in the crowd with I think it's a purple jumper on, he's taking a good catch because it's gone over the fence. Just watch this.
Into the crowd.
Oh, straight in the basket.
Absolutely shelling peas. Nabi comes up to Maxwell, who cuts a short ball out to the offside. Only one out to the deep point sweeper. 211 for 7.
It's not an easy catch, though, because it's coming over the fence.
Yep. And it's high in that sky. You've got a lot of glare in the smog from the floodlights here. And it was coming down from a long way up, too. So 211 for 7.
Looks like he's got all his family around him. They're all celebrating, hugging him.
Nabi back over the wicket for Cummins, who defends back to the bowler. Phil?
Yeah, that 6 from Glenn Maxwell made this the best ever 8th wicket partnership in World Cup history.
Wow.
Well, they needed to make history to get anywhere close tonight. They're not exactly close, but they're a lot closer than they were. Cummins thinks about a run out to point, doesn't take it to end the over. And it's 211 for 7 with 14 overs to go. 81 runs required from 84 balls.
Yeah, the previous best, Butchart and Houghton, 117 for the 8th wicket against New Zealand in Hyderabad in the Deccan back in the 1987 World Cup. That
Davy
was
Houghton
for Zimbabwe, yeah.
Yeah. Is that right? I've just seen on the screen there that, look at the Pat Cummins, the Aussie skipper, he's striking it at 23.8. 10 off 42. That's the way to play it. He's playing the perfect foil, exactly what's required for Australia.
It's like Hashim Amla batting for a draw.
Absolutely. 81 required from 84. Here he comes, Rashid Khan. He's got 3 remaining, 2 for 30 so far.
They're just starting to get a bit nervous, Afghanistan. They still have 81 runs to defend, which should be more than enough. They should win this game. At some point, the mistake has to come. At some point, Maxwell will hit one up in the air, get caught, and they'll be able to get through the last couple, Zampa and Hazelwood. That is the way this should play out, statistically. Probability dictates. But that's why we watch the games, because sometimes the unexpected thing does happen. You wouldn't have expected Afghanistan to rip 7 wickets out against this Australian side. Rashid bowls in at the leg stump of Maxwell, who'll happily take a run out to deep mid-wicket and let Cummins face Rashid Khan. So that's an interesting decision here. 212 for 7.
Well, I think Rashid Khan can bamboozle Pat Cummins. He's that good. And this is going to be the challenge for Pat Cummins to... Yeah, I think it's right here. They're putting a slip in place. The President Nabi, he's going to slip, and this is good from Afghanistan. They've just got to think about getting Pat Cummins out.
Might have faced him a little bit in the IPL, Cummins. Just trying to think.
Yeah, maybe.
So, wouldn't be totally unfamiliar. He's played very little Big Bash cricket, Cummins, where Rashid does play, and Cummins keeps the ball out of his pads. Rashid hunting for that LBW, the one that skids on quickly, 94 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, and with the slip in, I think he will try and take it away from the edge.
Rashid up to Cummins, who gets forward and defends and cover into field. No run there. Very quickly through the overs, as he always does. Rashid to Cummins, who looks for a run to backward point now. Noor Ahmed cuts that off. 3 dot balls.
He's got an incredible arm, Noor Ahmed. He's got a real whip in his throwing action. Fizzes it over the top of the stumps on a regular basis.
Cummins has faced 45 deliveries now for his 10 runs.
He's going to come around the wicket, just change the angle.
Probably they've decided there's no point attacking Rashid. We can try to get the runs from the other bowlers. Let's just get through this. Round the wicket to Cummins, who drives back past Maxwell for a run down to long off. Maxwell will face the last ball of the over. 213 for 7. 213. Wasn't that the score in the tied semi-final of 1999?
Edgbaston. Lance Klusner, Alan Donald. Didn't quite get the communication right, did they?
Poor old Alan Donald. He got stitched up. There was never a run there. Klusner went for it. Rashid into Maxwell, who takes a run off the inside edge, and he's hobbling now. He's limping down to the non-striker's end. 214 for 7. Maxwell up to 125. 37 overs gone. 78 from 78 balls needed.
Yeah, and it might be this that wins Afghanistan the game. The fact that Glenn Maxwell just looks absolutely knackered. He's clearly cramping up. He's calling for, looks like the physios and the 12s to come out and give him more tablets. More drinks,
more pickle juice.
Whatever they can give him, they'll try and get it down his neck.
Let me tell you, Geoff, that's 6 that Glenn Maxwell hit in the last over.
Oops, just lost you there for a second.
There we go. That 6 that Glenn Maxwell hit in the previous over brought him to 37 World Cup sixes, level with David Warner and A.B. de Villiers, 2 players ahead of those 3. Rohit Sharma on 45 and Chris Gale on 49.
49 World Cup sixes. Well, that's a pretty long way away. If he gets close to that tonight, then Australia win the game comfortably. But at the moment, it's Maxwell battling against himself as much as against the Afghan bowlers. 13 overs to go. Australia needs 78 from 78.
Let me tell you about number 6s in World Cup. High score by number 6 in the World Cup. Kapil Dev's famous 175 not out versus Zimbabwe at Tunbridge Wells. And the second highest score in the World Cup and the highest by an Australian from a number 6, 143 not out. Andrew Simons versus Pakistan in Joburg in 2003.
What an innings that was, replacing Shane Warne in the side after an unfortunate encounter with a diet supplement. Naveen ul Haq will come up to bowl to Maxwell, who digs out a full ball, absolutely smokes it actually on the drive, but straight at Nabi at cover. A couple of metres either side, that's 4, 214 for 7. Alex Hartley back with us.
Well, what a knock this has been from Glenn Maxwell. We talk about how much cricket he's played and the maturity that he's got. Today, for me, has been on another level. Yes, he's had a couple of chances here and there, but he's been so mature. He's done a job for his team so far, but it's not done yet.
Well, it's a long way from done. Just the 78 more to get, Glenn. You're already on 125. Naveen bowls to him and he pulls across the line. He'll just take the one. He can't get back for the second. In any other innings, Maxwell would be herring back for 2 there, but he's done. There won't be any more 2s unless it goes into a massive gap, 215 for 7.
Well, he's got a huge smile on his face, so I don't think he's too worried. Oh, yeah, he just cramped up as he hit that into the leg side.
Get him a salt lick.
You need pickle juice. Apparently you need to have pickle juice, but you're not meant to swallow it. You're meant to spit it out. The mistake is that people then swallow it.
Heard that. 215 for 7. It's all about electrolytes. Salts in suspension. Naveen up to Cummins, who drives with a bit of power but hits it straight at backward point. There's no run. Got a sub-fielder on. Najib at backward point.
I should have been better at reading your sign language there, shouldn't I?
Well, I was just trying to work out who's off the field.
Who's gone off, because he wasn't there before.
He was not. He fielded a few overs there earlier, Najibullah. Back on the field now in a substituting capacity. Naveen to Cummins, who comes forward and defends. Well, Cummins has to come to the party at some point. Needs to help Maxwell score a few of these runs. He's 11 off 48 balls, and he did just need to hang around for a while, but now that Maxwell's struggling, he's down on the ground again. Maxwell at the non-striker's end is trying to stretch out his back, I think. His back is seizing up. He's on all fours. He's doing a bit of downward dog.
Oh, struggling to get up, wasn't he?
Almost the hello, boys. He's back on his feet now, but I don't know that Glenn Maxwell is physically capable of scoring another 77 runs.
In terms of balls faced, this is Pat Cummins' longest ODI innings.
Must be his slowest strike rate as well. 215 for 7. Cummins waits for Naveen down the leg side. That's a wide. Every little bit helps. Australia needs 76 from 74 balls.
Must be taking every inch of Pat Cummins as well, because we know he likes to strike the ball. Taking all these, the devil on your shoulder going, you could have hit that. You could have hit that. You should have hit that. And he's going, no, wait there. I'm going to hold up an end. I'm going to do my job. And he is doing his job, don't get me wrong.
Well, if you're the captain, you have to. But, yeah, he would remember how sweet it feels when one comes out of the middle.
Oh, I'm telling you, as a tail end of that, little devil's always on your shoulders just going, hit it for 6.
Hit it for 6. It'd be fun, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be fun?
I had that and I never hit a 6.
216 for 7. Naveen up to Cummins, who does hit one, but back past the bowler to mid-off. 216 for 7, Phil.
That crazy 22nd over where Glenn Maxwell thought he was at LBW. He sort of half walked off. It was overturned on appeal. Then he was dropped. At that point, he was on 34. Pat Cummins was out there. He was on 5.
So he had 1/7 of Glenn Maxwell's score, and now he has 1/13 of Glenn Maxwell's score.
He did say he contributed nicely, didn't he, in that game? He said he thought it was a brilliant partnership.
Cummins on 11. One ball to come in this over. Just the single and the wide from it so far. Cummins needs to find something just to tick that scoreboard over. He does play a big drive and misses it through into the gloves of Ikram Ali Kill. 38 overs gone, and Cummins raises his half century. That is a balls faced. He's faced 50 for his 11 runs so far. 38 overs gone. Australia needs 76 from 72, and Glenn Maxwell will get another treatment break with the physio out on the field.
Well, the physio's come out and he's just going to have a little look at Glenn. He's actually giving him a little bit. I think it is pickle juice that he's got there. A shot of something. And I think he swallowed it, though. I'm just watching him on the TV. No, he's not. He spit it out. There you go.
What, it's the juice from, what, a pickled onion jar?
Yeah, it is literally. See, it's obviously a brand of pickle juice, but literally you could have it out of a pickled onion jar if you had nothing else available.
Why would you swallow it?
It's the mistake. I think if you swallow it, you then feel sick as well as feeling crampy.
Take your mind off the cramp.
Hello, Al.
Hello, Henry.
216 for 7 then. 76 from 72. Would this be the finest innings in a chase in World Cup history?
Without a doubt. With the trouble that Australia were in when they were 91 for 7, and now they're 216 for 7. Maxwell 126 not out. He's struggling out there. He's hot. He's cramping. We've seen a lot of players cramping this World Cup through due to the heat. Not forgetting the first ball. Was it first ball he faced? They thought they had him caught behind LBW.
Yeah, the whole gambit. And then he almost chipped the ball to cover. And then there was the one that was so out on LBW and given out, so it seemed. He reviewed it almost out of desperation. And it was, despite the fact he was walking off, shown to be missing. And he turned on his heel. And I thought, well, I'll have another go then. He looked surprised about it.
He actually said, what? I don't know, that wasn't out.
And then he walked off again before he was dropped by Mujeeb, chipping the ball to short fine leg in the 30s. And every time Glenn Maxwell has scored a run, or a boundary really, Mujeeb has had his head in his hands. Here comes Rashid Khan, and Maxwell has hit that into the leg side. It's gone for 6. He's cramping up again. He's standing on one leg. He's just going to have to swing and hope he can swing it to win it. 222 for 7. He stands a gladiator in the middle. And he's trying on his own, on one leg, to take Australia through to the semi-finals.
Well, that shot was literally hit off one leg. As soon as he made connection with it, he went again in a couple of places. And you feel the way Glenn Maxwell's going and the way he's batting, you just think he's going to have to get out soon, isn't he?
132 from 94 for Maxwell, his second 100 of this World Cup. And so many times with Glenn Maxwell, people have said, oh, but he never really does it. He occasionally have a flashy 50 here or there, and he went years without scoring a 6, I think, even in the IPL. He had a really funny run of it.
Oh, that was when he played for KKR.
But he's had such talent, always. Rashid bowling, and deep in the crease is Maxwell, and he walks not unlike my father when he's got out of bed in the morning. As he picks up a single, 2-2-3 for 7.
I reckon your father might be slightly older than Glenn Maxwell, who literally cannot run between the wickets.
No, I think they share little, I would say, bar the movement at this stage. Something like that. Brilliant against spin. 2-2-3 for 7. 4 balls left of the 39th over. 69 needed from 70. Here comes Rashid Khan. He's bowling to Pat Cummins, who's got 11 from 50, but don't make any mistake about it, his contribution's vital. And he'll get a run there, his 12th. Oh, there's a little bit of a risk, and they've got to be careful with this, and they won't get the run, because, of course, Cummins' instinct is, yeah, easy run, but he's not counting on the fact that there is a borderline geriatric at the non-striker's end.
Using that bat as a walking stick, isn't
Well,
he?
he sort of is. Rashid Khan bowls, and again, there won't be a run there, because...
Do you think if it's at the non-striker's end, he could have 2 bats and almost shimmy himself down like 2 walking sticks, and then he gets down to the other end and runs it off? Well, he can't run it off.
Zimmer frame.
Yeah, give himself a cricket bat Zimmer frame.
Maybe.
What are the rules about having 2 bats at the non-striker's end?
Rashid bowls. Oh, it turns in the googly, and Cummins does well actually to play it across his pads down to fine leg.
Cummins has actually picked the googly quite nicely this evening and played it well. Just knocking the ball on its head into the leg side a few times.
1 ball and 1 over left of Rashid Khan's spell, by the way. He's in now, tossing it up, played back towards the bowler, and it's almost into the hands. Almost, but not quite, crucially. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 40. And there's a hush around this ground because there is a sense that something has to give. The tension is ratcheting up, the injury, the fact that the partnership is just giving Australia belief. How will that affect them? How will it affect Afghanistan, who had this game won? Australia found themselves at 91 for 7, and since then 132 runs have been added. Maxwell doing the vast bulk of the work, but they are giving themselves a chance.
I just had to ask Vaughan that does cramp disappear? So I've never batted for long enough to have cramp. I've never had it, never even had it in normal life, and just had to double check. It's one of those, if you carry on battling through, will it ease up? But he reckons no, he reckons that'll be Maxwell for the remainder of the innings.
And what's the thinking behind aggravating an injury? Because clearly when you've got cramp in the calf, if you stay out there, are you going to make it worse? Is it doing damage as you sort of put pressure on it?
If you have cramp, you are then in danger of tearing a muscle.
Yeah.
Because it's obviously seized. But I guess Australia, they lose today. They don't want to put pressure on themselves to have to win their next one, especially they're in a position now where they could win.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. They've given themselves that chance. That's what makes it so interesting, the psychology of it. Who will handle that pressure? 2, 3 for 7. 39 overs gone. The end of his mark, Naveen, who's got 3 overs left to bowl, is going to come in and bowl to Glenn Maxwell deep in his crease. And he swings hard at it, down the ground it goes, and he runs on through. He's not going to run through, he can't. And it's quite difficult to watch. I mean, it's like that agonising moment when you see someone trying to chase a bus and you just know they're not going to catch it. It's just sort of...
That's such an ick, by the way.
What's that?
People running for a bus that they're not going to get.
What do you mean it's an ick? What about people who need to get somewhere?
Deal breaker.
You are, honestly...
waving at a bus.
Naveen running into bowl, and Maxwell on 133 swings into the leg side. He's got a piece of it, a good piece of it, and 4 runs as well. Well, not a great ball, that, to be honest. Field wasn't set for it. And are we beginning to see some cracks in this Afghanistan bowling attack?
Well, Glenn Maxwell didn't even move. He stands still, decides that he's having an open stance. He's not even going to move his feet or his legs. He's just going to trust his bat swing there and trust his upper body. Pat Cummins laughs at him and says, what a ridiculous shot. And that's because it was.
There's a shake of a head of a few of the Afghanistan fielders who need to rally round. They've got to keep their heads up, know that 1 wicket changes everything. 65 from 64. Maxwell's on 137. Only Zampa and Hazelwood to come. Naveen bowling to Maxwell. He's hit the ball back down the ground for 4. It's remarkable. It really is. He's not moved. He's just swung and trusted his eyes. It's about the only part of him not aching at the moment. 2, 3, 1 for 7.
And he just walks away. I mean, he hasn't moved his feet an inch with that shot. Just stands still, exactly the same, hits the ball in a different area. Tries not to cramp up, gets the nod of approval from the skipper. Who, I think he's trying not to laugh, Pat Cummins, at the non-striker's end.
He is. Maxwell was about to face up with the wrong side of the bat facing the bowler.
Was he actually?
He was. He's realised there was a problem. In comes Naveen, and Maxwell will walk on through for a single. And by walk, I mean walk. Honestly, it's quite hard to watch.
And we're now watching the highest ever 8th wicket partnership in one-day internationals.
No!
There we are.
Oh, I thought I could see you being a bit excited.
Well, there's a lot going on. There's sixes and there's partnerships, and how Glenn Maxwell goes from 100 to, he's going through the... Oh, there's too much going on.
Too much going on. 60 needed from 62. If they were 4 down, you'd say this is a done deal.
I feel really bad laughing as well.
I know.
But it's funny.
But it's because it's cramp, and you know that it's not something that, it shouldn't be too long-term. It is the sort of thing that is a little bit more comical. Just because of the way he's having to run. 2, 3, 2 for 7. Cummins on 11. waiting for Naveen, and he's almost trapped in the crease, but he defends well. He does this so effectively, Pat Cummins. If he gets in, he's a very competent player. So we see a replay of Maxwell's 6 over mid-wicket that went some distance, 75 metres, and from one leg, he's hit that with such ferocity.
We saw the same with Rizwan from Pakistan.
Yeah.
He was cramping up. He was on the floor every second ball.
Well, that's it. You know, he is fighting out there. He stands at the non-striker's end. I don't think there's any danger of a run out at that end. As Cummins will push the ball towards short third. No run. And Naveen will conclude the over. 40 gone. 2-3-2 for 7. 60 needed at a ball. So, what a game this is. Peter says, howdy folks, I'm with Alex on the bus rule. Never run for a bus. Either you make it, and you're the obnoxious one panting and sweating. Or you miss it and everyone sees it and laughs at you. Neither's attractive, therefore an ick.
Yes, Peter. I must admit though, I live across from a tram stop, and I look at the tram timetable and go, it takes me 3 minutes to get there. There's one due in 3 minutes, so I go downstairs, and when it's there I go, oh, I got to run. Always make it. I've ran it a few times in high heels, which can't be attractive.
So you are your own walking ick.
Oh yeah.
But if I miss that bus and the next one's in 2 hours, I'd rather be the sweaty fool getting on that bus than the non-sweaty fool waiting at the bus stop.
Always.
Always.
Especially with some of those 5 a.m. buses you've been getting to Armid about.
Exactly. Gosh, I'm, waiting 24 hours for the next bus.
Exactly.
I want to be on board that bus.
There's no chance of you missing one, Phil. You get up too early.
You've had 3 chai teas by the time boarding comes round. Nor's going to bowl. He's got 2 overs left, with Australia needing 60 from 60. Maxwell's on 142, but he's also on 1 leg. Could be set for one of the all-time great finishes here. Maxwell looks around, fielders in the deep on the leg side. Nor comes in and bowls, and Maxwell swings the blade, and he might have got 4 here. I don't believe it, he has. Somehow he finds the gap on the offside, just opening the blade, and he does manage to pound the ball away through cover. And as the music goes up, a few pale-coloured birds just emerge from the shadows high above us.
It's the crack of his wrists. Just stands still and nails the ball past extra cover. And he was taking 1. He thought he was just going to be 1. He was trying to get up the other end.
2-3-6 for 7. 56 needed from 59 deliveries. What a game. Nor am I bowling to Maxwell. I don't think he'll find a boundary this time. He wants a single, and he's hobbling through for it, and he'll get there. Oh, good. Oh, no, he's down again. Oh, no, it's like watching a game of Jenga. Down he goes. He's in agony. Poor Glenn Maxwell, honestly. It's a really tough thing, this, and there's a degree to which, as you say, it sort of is kind of amusing, because Pat Cummins is standing there saying, well, what can I do? But could they retire him hurt and get him back on? They could, but you're asking a little bit of a risk.
And I'll tell you what, Rashid Khan's got Afghanistan round here to talk to all of his players, all of his members, and as he's done so many times in this World Cup, to just give everyone a pep talk, as the physio is trying to do anything he can for Maxwell, who actually now is in a lot of pain. Before it was funny, and when he went down like he'd been hit when he got to the other end there.
Yeah. I mean, if he does get out and has to walk off, it'd be quite bold of Afghanistan to appeal the timed out for the next man in. No.
But is that... Can you retire somebody out and bring them back on?
Retire them hurt, not retired out. That would be the difference.
Yeah, well, yeah. So if he retires hurt, he can come back. So is it worth giving Zampa a little dart?
It could be.
He's in form.
He is, yeah. It's a thought. The question is, if Maxwell stops, are you going to start him again?
Is that going to be everyone start the spirit of cricket debate again, though?
Yeah. Well, Chris in the Brecon Beacon says, spare a thought for Zampa and Hazelwood right now. They could be thrust into bat, needing less than a run a ball, and as 10 and 11, brackets, I know the feeling, they'll be feeling sick right now, and praying that Maxwell can survive.
Well, Cummins has made a signal that he might be retiring hurt here. You know, the roll-on, roll-off sub, and we can see someone coming down the stairs, and it is Adam Zampa.
Right then, another twist.
but it's how are you going to get Glenn Maxwell off this field? And Jonathan Trott, the coach of Afghanistan, is currently talking to the fourth umpire.
Well, Shafadullah is the reserve umpire, and is having a long chat with Jonathan Trott. I don't know what Jonathan Trott can be asking, really, because Maxwell is now up on his haunches, but he's leaning on his knees, readjusting his pads, and there's no certainty that Zampa's coming out here. He's doing some shadow strokes at the far end of the ground.
He'll be practicing his slug sweep.
If you've just joined us, by the way, when this partnership came together chasing 292, the score was 91 for 7, 201 rather exactly needed. Now it is down to 55 from 58 for long.
Yes, his partnership worth 146. It's come from 131 balls. The breakdown of that of the partnership: Glenn Maxwell 125 of them off 75, Pat Cummins 11 off 56.
Well, I think he's staying out here, you know. There's a long conversation taking place between Abbott, the physio, and Zampa's now headed back. And must be, as we heard.
Well, the gloves are coming off.
Chris, I mean, you do spare a thought for those yet to bat.
Oh, it's an awful situation. Zampa there going, am I ready? Am I not? Am I going in? Am I not? I'd love to know what Jonathan Trott is saying to the umpire.
Well, Zampa is climbing the steps two at a time back up to the dressing room, but he's left his gloves and his bat down by the boundary edge. I think he senses it's not too long until he'll be out there. Maxwell stands at the non-striker's end. He's going to continue. Nor bowling to Cummins, outer half of the bat. There would, in normal times, perhaps be a scrambled single there. No way when Maxwell's in this position.
So I've seen batters obviously be retired hurt when you thought, you know, they've gone in the hamstring or whatever. Famously, Stefani Taylor did it in the West Indies, off in an ambulance, back out to bat the next wicket.
Cummins deep in the crease, plays at a ball, and it goes through to the gloves of the keeper.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone go off retired hurt for cramp.
Well, yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where you do see it, and I mean, this would be a sort of good example of it, a good use of it, really. Noor Ahmed round the wicket to bowl to Cummins, who lunges forward. Doesn't kick it, and there's no run.
Well, it's gone all the way to deep mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But there's also a problem here potentially for Australia if there are too many dot balls, because there's time to catch up. But if, say, a wicket fell, as Maxwell again looks away, leans on his bat, and now turns to face the action. Final ball of the 41st over, pushed into the offside, no run.
Well, I think the conversation what he will have had with the captain, Pat Cummins, is, do you just want me to have a swing? Just stand still, swing, and risk me getting out.
Yeah.
You know, Maxwell's not even, it's the end of the over, not even walking out to the middle. You know, how batters both meet in the middle. He's staying in his crease, he's staying there. There's conversations going on. The Australian physio is on the walkie-talkie, which is an absolute throwback, by the way, a walkie-talkie.
What do you mean? Sort of Christmas of 1998?
Like walkie-talkies are, so 1995, aren't they?
There'd be a certain department store catalogue you might circle them before Christmas. Yeah. I think they need to use them, because I think sometimes mobile phone signals and mobile signals in general can be quite difficult when there's a lot of people in the stadium. So the walkie-talkie is a reliable enough system, and so they use them. And I quite like it, sort of.
We used to have them. My brother had one, my mum and dad had another, because we were on a cruise ship, so mum and dad would go out for dinner and just put me and my brother to bed.
Yeah.
And say, there's a walkie-talkie in case you need us.
That's a good idea.
So obviously as kids we'd just ring them all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure. I dread to think. 237 for 7, 55 from 54. Maxwell waits on 147. And he does swing at it. He won't get a run. He might get 4. He won't quite. He stands there waiting as Pat Cummins leaning, almost as if he's leaning on an umbrella, watching the game as a spectator, because he knows he can't run.
Well, it's got to be 4 or 6. There's no singles, there's no 2s, because that is an easy 2. There's nothing but boundaries here for Maxwell. You just worry, how is he going to get up the other end to face the next over?
Maxwell waiting, trying a reverse hit, misses, and it goes through to the keeper. And I think at the moment the required rate 6.35 isn't a problem. If 10 dot balls go past at this stage of an innings and you've got Zampa and Hazelwood to come, then it starts getting a little bit awkward, and you have to think about the risk and reward of keeping Maxwell out there.
And that reverse there for Maxwell, just staying completely still, not moving his feet. And we know when he plays that shot, he likes to move around the crease.
Asmat bowling, and Maxwell whips the ball away in the air, into the leg side, and for 4. He's a remarkable cricketer. There was a fielder waiting at long on, he couldn't stop it, and it's 151 not out. All of those in green and gold acknowledge the effort of Glenn Maxwell, who with that brings up 151 from 104 balls. He's barely got the energy to wave his bat to the crowd, but he does.
What an innings, what a knock, what a player.
And he's giving them a chance. 51 from 51 needed. Asmat bowling to Maxwell, and he can't move. I mean, it's for a country that advertises quite a lot of cement. Glenn Maxwell's feet are absolutely caught in it at the moment, aren't they?
Well, you know, he's a big IPL player. Maybe he's found himself.
Bit of ambusha.
A sponsorship. It brings up the 150 partnership as well.
Yeah, to which Cummins has contributed 11.
But also, the brilliant thing is the camera keeps going to the Australian dugout and the dressing room, and all of them are giggling.
2-4-1 for 7. Asmat bowls, and Maxwell with a reverse hit for 4. Down for a vacant third. It's another boundary. There are smiles on the faces of the Australian camp, because they know this game is suddenly theirs.
This is remarkable. And when I tell you he has not moved the leg he keeps getting cramping, the only leg he's moved is his back leg, and he's moved it in front of the stumps.
And I say the game is theirs. It's theirs now as an opportunity to win when they had no right.
Well, 90 for 7 they were.
2-4-5 for 7. 47 needed from 49. Maxwell waiting. Asmat in and bowls. It's dug into the ground. And
oh, he's going to try and get one.
Is he? No, he's not time.
Oh.
There's just not time. Honestly.
He's plinked it too well.
He has. He needed just
There was about 15 seconds, wasn't there? And there wasn't time.
Remark 2-4-5 for 7, Alex Hartley.
Yeah, and this has been just what a knock. I mean, Glenn Maxwell coming out. He's used to striking at 150. He was striking at less than a run a ball for a while of his innings, and now he's caught up. He had a mammoth over. The partnership 154, and Pat Cummins 11 off 60 has also played a great role in this partnership. Cricket is all about partnerships, batting or bowling, and you can look at Pat Cummins and say, wow, could he have got a few singles here and there, but he's supported his teammate Maxwell. He's striking the ball unbelievably well, just perfectly out in the middle.
Well, he's played his role exactly as he needed to, and actually it's good captaincy, isn't it?
Wow, how does he play this over, Pat Cummins?
Yeah, that I'm actually not sure about. I'm not sure about, to be honest, because there's so many options for singles. So there's a long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and deep cover, but they can't get singles. Glenn Maxwell cannot possibly run.
There's a slip in place. Here comes Moran, the wicket, and oh, that was close to the outside edge. Very, very close. The left arm wrist spin, almost doing the business.
The only way you're going to get a single is if you hit the ball back past the bowler or knock it into the onside and it just goes out the ring.
Yeah.
Do you know when batters hit it for 2? That's the only way they're going to get a single.
Well, he's not backing up because he can't. This is onto the pads of...
and he's done exactly that, and there's still...
There's no chance. I think they'll play out a maiden, probably. 47 needed from 46. Unless it's a filthy full toss that he might try and clobber out of the ground.
Try one as a bowler.
Well, it's a thought, actually. See what you can do. 47 from 46, slip in place. And this is slashed away behind square again. There won't be a run. There would have been in any other game of cricket in the world, but not tonight. And the stand's still very well populated. Those Afghanistan flags that have been waving most of the night, they're just hanging a little limply over to our right. One of them gets readjusted. 47 from 45, 2-4-5 for 7 the score. nor bowls. Deep in the crease is Cummins, and again there would have been a run, but he chooses not to take it into the leg side.
What Pat Cummins is doing here is going to play out the maiden, and he's going to back Glenn Maxwell like he did the previous over, just to hit 4s and 6s. And that's all he can do, that's all they can do. They've got enough balls left of this game. They need 6 and over.
Noor Ahmed coming in, slip in place. And this is a punch out towards the deep where there would have been 2, but there aren't.
And Pat Cummins forgot then and tried to go for 1.
This is a difficult thing, isn't it? Because your instincts take over as a cricketer. You know, you look up, you hit the ball, see space and run. It's the inevitable reaction, but Maxwell can't go anywhere. Nor again, over the wicket this time. To bowl to Pat Cummins, who lunges forward, pushes the ball away defensively. And it is 47 from 43. And again, doesn't move forward other than the fact that it's now, 47 from 42. The required rate 6.7. There is a hush around this ground. Normally the sort of hush reserved for dismissal of India's number 3.
Yeah, Noor Ahmed, 10 overs, none for 53. Bowled really nicely. And Pat Cummins patting out the maiden. And again, the 12th man comes on to give Glenn Maxwell a little energy drink. Anything that they can get their hands on to try and help him. The umpire's now going in and having a word and probably telling them that they need to get on with it and hurry up.
Well, it is coming up now to 10 p.m. local time. We've still got, in theory, 7 overs left. Yeah. A reminder, Australia will qualify for the semi-finals with victory. They're currently on 10 points. Afghanistan on 8 points would join them on 10 with victory themselves. And would just need to beat South Africa in their final game to be in the semi-final. Australia could yet qualify if they lose this game and their next one. It's a slightly complicated picture. Here's Azmat to bowl to Maxwell, who swung hard at that. He's going to get runs, he's going to get 4. I don't know how, it's beaten the fielder at fine leg. It wasn't a controlled stroke, but it is an effective one. 4 from the first ball of the over, 43 now needed from 41.
I think that was just a huge inside edge from Glenn Maxwell, who's, again, not moving his feet. I'm going to stop saying it. And it is an inside edge through his legs for 4.
Well, through his legs that do not move. He can't move them.
Glenn Maxwell now has the highest score in the second innings of a World Cup match.
Very good, Phil.
You're the man with all the knowledge, Phil.
Glenn Maxwell's helping me out here.
159 from 108. That is Glenn Maxwell's amazing total. 249 for 7, 43 needed from 41. Azmat bowls to him, into the leg side it goes, but there is a fielder running round to pick up, and it is collected very well by Noor Ahmed. 43 now from 40.
This is remarkable watching,
isn't it?
It's dot or 4.
Yeah, it's cricket like you're not used to seeing, let's be perfectly honest. There's a fielder at deep cover, backward square leg, mid wicket.
The reverse ramp coming out.
Could be on. Fine leg and short thirder up. There's a long on and a long off. 5 outside the circle in the final 10. 43 needed from 40. Azmat running in. And Maxwell tries to reverse it. Oh, it's unbelievable. He's hit it for 6. Can you believe that shot? Can you believe this player? 37 from 39. And I'm not sure he's even on one leg, but he's played the most remarkably timed shot for 6 runs. It's 255 for 7. Alex Hartley, talk us through that, and then Geoff Lemon.
I'm not being funny. That is absolutely outrageous from Glenn Maxwell. It's a full ball. It's a Yorker. He goes deep in his crease, only moving his back leg, doesn't move his front leg, and he scoops the ball over backward point for 6. And Josh Inglis is in the Australian dugout, dressing room, with his hand over his mouth. He cannot believe what he's just seen, and neither can I.
I just did the same thing, the full Stuart Broad. Couldn't help it reflexively. Goodness me. Switch hit, pull shot, effectively, for 6 from a guy who can't move his feet. 255 for 7. And he plays a pull shot into the deep. He's hit that for 4 as well. That's gone between long on and deep mid-wicket, and he has picked the gap to perfection. Glenn Maxwell is playing one of the most extraordinary innings in the history of one-day international cricket. He's 169 from 111 balls, and he can't move.
It's just the way he's staying still for me. He literally I know I've said it time and time again, but he's not moving his feet. He can't move his feet. Every time he tries to run, walk, move, he gets cramp. So he is literally standing still and striking the ball, and he's now hit 24s.
259 for 7. They need 33 from 38 balls, Australia. Maxwell waiting for Azmatullah. Short ball, slower ball bouncer, and he pulls it to the man at deep mid-wicket and would ordinarily take one, but can't. 259 for 7. Well, there are so many commentators over the years who've said, oh, Glenn Maxwell, if he would just stop moving around the crease so much, stand still and hit the ball, maybe he would be a more consistent player. They're all feeling very good about themselves right now.
I knew we should have been standing still this whole time.
He's hit... This over has gone 4.64, and he gets a slower ball bouncer and tries to walk the run. He's hobbling down to the non-striker's end to keep striking. He has to really hobble as quickly as he can to get through. He was like a pensioner getting down to the pay office and make sure they get in line on payday. 260 for 7 after 44 overs. Glenn Maxwell has 170. Well, that's roughly what we said that he would need. What, about an hour ago, when he was bringing up his 100, said he'd need to make something outrageous like that to give Australia a chance. Well, he's given them a chance. They need 32 from 36 balls. Even if Maxwell's out at this point, and Cummins, Zampa, Hazelwood could get them home from here, because they'd actually be able to run between the wickets. Cummins is middling the ball very nicely at the moment. There are so many shots where he would have been picking up 1s and 2s if he had a partner who could run. But he has a partner who can smash boundaries, and that is what Maxwell has done. 6 sixes and 20 fours in this innings. 170 from 113 balls. Australia were 7 down for 91, and they're now 7 down for 260. The partnership, Michael Vaughan, is 169.
Yeah, and Pat Cummins has got 11, striking at 16.7. But what an 11 it is! It's well, this Maxwell 170. It's special. We haven't had many close games in the World Cup, but when Australia were 91 for 7, I think we were all thinking, well, it's going to be another one of those nights here in Mumbai. But this superhuman's just arrived and played the most remarkable innings.
Well, the remarkable thing is just how human he's been. His body is letting him down, but his hands and his eye, they're still finding the middle of the bat. Naveen Ul-Haq runs up to Maxwell, who hits him for 6 over the leg side. Stand and deliver. Second decker once again into the top of the VJ Merchant Pavilion. He just stands still and lifts it off his pads towards the big screen, which will soon show a replay of that shot. 266 for 7. Maxwell's got 176.
Yeah, and just 26 now for Australia from 35 deliveries. Remarkable. Its length, it's in the slots. It's almost as if Afghanistan are bowling, just expecting one to go in the air. Just bowling slot balls. Yes, he can't move his body, he can't move his feet, but he's so skillful. Well, no bounces, nothing, no kind of wide Yorkers. Everything's been in the slot.
Certainly went in the air. It just went a long way in the air. First ball of the over, hit for 6, Naveen. Bowls to Maxwell, full, slower ball Yorker, and he drives it down to long on with power to Nabi and won't attempt to hobble through for a run.
I tell you what, there'll be a few kids watching this and going to the coaches and saying, wait a minute, coach, you keep telling me to move my feet.
What's the point? Waste of energy.
This fella don't move his feet, he whacks it miles.
Maybe if he hadn't moved his feet so much earlier, he wouldn't have spent so much energy and started cramping. Naveen. It's 2 for 46 so far today. Started brilliantly. He's into his 9th over. Desperately needs to make that 3 wickets. Bowls to Maxwell, who tries to flick off the pads the same shot, but he doesn't get any timing on it. Smashes into the outside of his front knee. Now he's hobbling off with an injury there.
I shouldn't chuckle, but if he needed any more pain in his legs, I think that one's just missed the thigh pad. I think it's just gone under. He was laughing. There'll be a bruise there tomorrow.
Maxwell's laughing about it. I suppose the good thing is he probably can't feel anything in those legs anymore. Be numb Overtaken by the cramps. He's been flat on his back, flat on his stomach. He's standing up now, though, on 176, Glenn Maxwell. Gets a length ball from Naveen, tries to pull it, and gets a little under edge into the ground through to the keeper on the bounce.
It's a bit better, though, Geoff. You know, a slower ball into the deck. It's got a little bit of something on it. It's not just on pace, length. Maxwell's too good. He's seen it too well, so you've just got to vary it. Just try a few slow balls, bowl him a bouncer, bowl him a wide one. Just get him manoeuvring. Just don't allow him just to stand dead still and to put it on a plate. Extra cover straight into the bowler. He's missed it. President Nabi's had to come and get it from long gone.
The fielding is starting to suffer a little bit, and the ball might be dewy because Nabi's drying it on the towel that he keeps in the back of his waistband. The score is 266 for 7. That means Australia need 26 more from 32 balls. This partnership for the 8th wicket worth 175. Naveen up to Maxwell, who's defending a ball down the ground, just pushes at it on a length on his leg stump. One ball to come. Just
a good thing for the game is, you know, yesterday was controversy, and I guess in these kind of tight situations you start thinking, oh, mancats. There's no chance of a mancat.
Cummins is not moving.
And Maxwell doesn't move when Cummins on strike.
Well, unless Maxwell can somehow hit the ball twice.
Well, where can he find a singer? That's probably what the conversation just was with Pat Cummins.
It's going to need to be a long single.
Probably square the wicket on the onside. There's quite a big gap there.
Is it legal to use a skateboard? Maxwell waits for Naveen and digs out a full Yorker just past the bowler. He'll try to hobble through. He's going to have to hurry. And he makes it because coming in, Noor Ahmad doesn't release the throw.
It's like
coming
a penguin.
It really was waddling through. He was like, how can I move without extending my legs more than 6 inches? It was 267 for 7. It was like when you're sitting down in the bathroom and somebody rings the phone rings and you have to try to get it with your pants around your ankles. That's how Glenn Maxwell is running.
Well, there'll be a gif very soon of Glenn Maxwell with a penguin, I'm pretty sure.
Just power walking down to the far end.
Well, you have to say Australia are favourites, 25 from 30. This partnership's now 176.
25 from 30. Maxwell 177. Cummins has made 11 in this partnership. So
here we go, Rashid Khan, he's got one left.
He's got one, and how do they play it? Does Maxwell just try to play this one out? This is good strategically because they have played Rashid out up until this point. He's got 2 for 40 off 9. They've just looked to block him out. But then that means Maxwell would need to get back on strike. So he goes back and plays a little helicopter whip, and he's going to try to take the single. He's hobbling through. He wants to get down the other end as quickly as he can so that he can be on strike for the next over, I reckon. And he wants Cummins to block out this over.
Yeah, clever. Really clever from Maxwell. Just get down the other end.
While the field's really deep set. Before they could bring fielders up. Well, the fielders come up for Cummins.
Well, I think they have to. I think they've got to gamble here, Afghanistan, and almost force Pat Cummins into a big stroke. He's just going to look to defend the next 5 balls. Get a slip in. Got to get Pat Cummins out.
Got a backward point, a short third. Rashid bowls on the leg stump, and it goes down the leg side for a wide. That goes in Australia's favour too. 23 to win from 29 balls.
Yeah, Afghanistan aren't reading this because Pat Cummins is striking at 16.7. He's suddenly not going to come into life. He's just playing the blocker.
And the long on, the deep mid-wicket maybe not required, but Cummins plays a hefty shot at cover. He tumbles across the field, Hashmatullah.
Even bring mid on up. Just try and make him play the big shot.
Can hit the ball a long way. Patrick Cummins. Rashid bowls to him and he goes back and defends. Upright bat, pads close together. He's 11 from 68 balls. They're hobbling through for a run. Well, I'm not sure why, because they got Maxwell up the end where he really wanted to be. And a couple of balls to come in this Rashid Khan over.
He still stands with Maxwell. If he gets one in his arc, he will try and launch it, probably over mid-on.
Just not the bowler that, from an Australian perspective, you want to see him trying to launch. 270 for 7. Rashid bowls to him and he blocks out the ball. So again, 1 ball to come, 2 to come. Given the wide.
Pat Cummins is just coming down here to Glenn Maxwell. He's probably going to say, look, he's got 2 left. Is it worth just play him out? I don't think he thinks like that.
Deep mid-wicket, so deep set, they could hobble a run out there. Maxwell on 178. And he will try to take a run into the leg side. He won't because the bowler's off after it. That's good from Rashid, who was sharp. Ran out.
You know those little penguins when you have to turn the wheel to make them go a bit faster? Yeah, he needs winding up.
The key in his back. Get the physio out there.
Yeah.
So last ball of the over, but they don't bring the field up. Rashid in at the stumps, and Maxwell will try to take the run here down to long on, and he's able to get through a little more freely. He actually looks like he's moving a bit better than he was 2 or 3 overs ago, so maybe some of those salt tablets and all the rest of it are taking effect. 271 for 7 after 46 overs. Australia need 21 from 24 balls. Phil Long.
Glenn Maxwell moves on to 179. That's the highest innings by an Australian batter in World Cup history. Beats David Warner's 178 against Afghanistan in Perth in 2015.
That is an incredible achievement.
Alex doesn't miss a trick. Straight on social media. Glenn Maxwell running between the wickets, and there you go. She's got a penguin.
Penguin gift. Got to keep him happy with the socials. 271 for 7, Australia.
How's Mujeeb feeling that catch? What was Maxwell on when that catch went down? I don't think he'd got
Not
50,
many.
had he?
30. Phil will have it.
33.
33.
Oh, straightforward one at short, fine.
It wasn't even as tricky as the one against New Zealand, where he went lazily with one hand but only had one hand. This one he got 2 hands to it.
Well, he can get him out here, can't he, and pay him back.
He's got a bowl now. None for 50 from his 8. Mujeeb is switched around to the other end. And Maxwell tries a big swipe across the line and bottom edge into the ground. Mujeeb bowling from the northern end.
Well, he sounds bizarre because of the way that he's played, but they could just knock it around. I mean, they only need 5s. Don't think it's in his repertoire.
Mujeeb. Maxwell clears it out over long on for 6. Another one goes 30 rows back. He's not just hitting 6s, he's hitting monsters into the Sachin Tendulkar stand. And even that man never played an innings quite like this. 277 for 7. Maxwell is up to 185. Australia need 15 to win. He could rack up a double ton here.
Yeah.
Cummins isn't pinching any runs from him.
He's not thinking about runs, Pat.
He's just leaning at the non-striker's end. Not even any signal that he'll be moving, Pat Cummins. Leaning on his bat. Whistling, watching the world pass by. Maxwell 185. Australia need 15. Mujeeb to Maxwell, who goes again. Might not have got all of it, but it's into the gap. It's just carried the rope again. It's gone for 6. It could have been caught if they had a fielder on the rope, but they had a long on and a deep mid-wicket, and it crosses the rope about a metre high. Out at wide long on. 283 for 7. Maxwell has 191. From 126 balls, 24s, 9 6s. Australia 9 runs away. A hit and a half for Maxwell. Mujeeb to him, and he cracks it off the back foot, out through cover. Might beat the fielder and long off it will. Najibullah, the sub, runs around and throws the ball back in with fury. Maxwell has 195. Australia need 5 to win. And surely, even if he can't take them over the line, they'll get there from here. Mujeeb, 287 for 7. Bowls to Maxwell, who hits him. Over square leg for 6. It is a double century for Glenn Maxwell in one-day international cricket. Australia win by 3 wickets in the most extraordinary game of one-day international cricket you could ever see. 293 for 7. They've done it inside 47 overs. Maxwell, 201 from 128 balls. Australia are in the semi-finals of the World Cup in the most extraordinary way of getting there. They were 91 for 7. The partnership is 202 to take them home. Maxwell 201, Cummins 12 of 68 balls. Have you ever seen anything like it?
No, I haven't. I mean, it's the greatest ODI knock of all time, without any doubt, in my opinion. And you're going to probably get people say it's potentially the greatest innings of all time. I've never seen anything like that. 91 for 7, Australia. The partnership's 202. Pat Cummins has got 12 of those 202. 201 of 128 deliveries, 10 6s, 21 4s. Most of the time in that last 100 he was on one leg. I've never, ever seen an innings like that. Extraordinary.
First Australian double century in one day, Phil? Is that?
To go with the first ever double century in the second innings of a one-day international.
That is probably the best stat of them all. I think that is the most telling statistic. What Glenn Maxwell has done tonight is a miracle. The hand-eye coordination, to make the 100 in that heat, to be sweating the way he was, to have the exhaustion, to have the physios out, the back rubs, the drinks, the supplements to try to get him back on his feet, and then at the point where he couldn't stand, couldn't walk, hobbled through for a single, collapsed on the ground in absolute agony, he's managed, with his feet in concrete, to stand there in middle, more balls than he's missed. He went 6-6, 4-6 to finish the game from the bowling of Mujib, who dropped him on 33. You don't get punished much harder than that. 201 from 128 balls. Australia 293 for 7, and they've won.
Yeah, and just I mentioned for Pat Cummins as well. He's got 12 off 68, and it's his kind of repertoire of keeping calm. Yes, Glenn Maxwell's played all the shots, brilliant shots all the way around the ground. His wagon wheel will just have all areas of the ground covered. It's not one zone that he was picking on. More over mid-wicket later on, because that's the only way he could score, because he couldn't move his legs. But what an innings. I mean, this Australian side are now 6 in 6. They've suddenly found something. When you win a game like that you had no right at all to win, the belief and the confidence that will bring when you've got someone like that playing the way that he's done. So he's now in the World Cup, got a 40-ball 100. And now he's got a double century off 128 to take his team over the line from 91 for 7. Extraordinary.
And at a strike rate of 157, that's slower than his usual World Cup strike rate across his career to this point. I mean, we've seen some extraordinary things. Stokes at Headingley, 2019 World Cup final. AB de Villiers at Port Elizabeth in 2018. But that innings is the equal of any that I've ever seen covering this game.
I think you're right, Joe. I mean, I've been so lucky. I was there at Headingley. I think you were for Ben Stokes' knock at Lords this year. The World Cup final was there. To think that we're here again to see this in Mumbai. I mean, this tournament hasn't had enough close games. It's had wonderful individual performances, but that surpasses them all. That is just... it's extraordinary what we've just witnessed. It was funny, about an hour ago, I was sat at the back on the sofas and someone walked past. I said, this could be on. You could just sense that Maxwell was just... Because what you get at the back on the sofa, you get a delay. You don't get it real time. It's about a 4-second delay, and then you hear the noise, and there was another 6, then another 6. And he has all the skill and all the control to hit spin in particular. I think Afghanistan, they left it too late with the seamers, and by the time that the seamers came back on, it was very difficult for them. So they'll be in that dressing room, probably proud of competing, but they'll be absolutely distraught.
How did they let that slip, is what they'll be thinking all night.
That catch, Mujib, you've got to take that catch. You take that catch, would have been probably in our hotels an hour and a half ago. That's Afghanistan's fielding tonight wasn't to scratch. There was a lot of fumbles. They looked like they just panicked a bit in that last half an hour as well, understandably, when you're up against a genius. And I say that lightly, but he is a genius, Glenn Maxwell, to play those shots with that pain. It's not just the cramp that you can't, the pain that he would have been going through. No idea what tablets they were giving it, but I want some.
Whatever it took, whatever got him going, the smile on Pat Cummins' face just beaming from side to side as he embraced Maxwell, gets the embraces of all of his teammates. We might hear from him if he's able to hobble over to the TV interview in a moment. Afghanistan would have thought they had that in the bag. Ibrahim Zadran made their first World Cup 100, 129 not out from him. Gurbaz made 21 at the top of the order. Ramat Shah 30. Hashmatullah made 26. Azmatullah 22 in quick time. Nabi 12. And Rashid Khan 35 off 18 at the end after he was reprieved. A controversial moment, a catch that looked like Marcus Stoinis had held it. Third umpire ruled otherwise. And they
player of the match tonight for an incredible undefeated double 100.
Let's hear from Glenn Maxwell now with Natalie Jamanis.
Player of the match award will be presented by Nilesh Malani, Executive President, Chief Marketing Officer of Polycab.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you.
Glenn, first things first. Physically, how are you doing?
Horrific. I feel shocking. Yeah, it was obviously quite hot when we were fielding today, and
I haven't really done a whole lot of high-intensity exercise, I suppose, in the heat, and it certainly got a hold of me today. And just luckily enough, we came out with a plan to sort of stay at the same end for a little bit until I could sort of get some movement back, and luckily enough, I was able to stick it out to the end.
Talking about plans, your team at one stage was 91 for 7. It looked like that was it. It would have been a record chase anyway at this ground. What were the plans at that stage?
Not too much, to be honest. It was basically to, I suppose, stick to our own batting plans for as much as we possibly could. And I suppose for me, it was still trying to be positive, still trying to take them on and trying to produce bad balls or something else I could score off. And I felt like if I just defended my way through that, they would have been able to sort of put a bit of pressure. And even with the LBW that was just going over the top, that was probably the kickstart I needed to sort of tell myself I need to start playing some shots and be a bit more proactive.
Obviously, we know it was quite warm, but tell us a little bit about the surface. Did it change as the match kind of went on?
Oh, I think you obviously saw a little bit more swing and nip around, I think, under lights, as it always happens throughout this tournament. But to credit to them, they bowled absolutely beautifully up front and put us on the back foot, and their spinners were straight on it as well. So what we probably struggled to do is take early wickets and put them under pressure, but credit to them, they bowled really well up front.
We already saw a record-breaking 100 from you in the tournament against the Netherlands. Slightly different situation, of course. How does this 100 rank in your career?
Yeah, look, it would have been nice if it was chanceless, but I certainly had my chances. I led a charmed life out there. I was very lucky, and I suppose just made the most of that. I feel like I've had those types of innings before where I've given a chance and I haven't made the most of it. So to make the most of it and go on with it tonight is probably the most pleasing thing. But to see it out, be not out with Paddy at the end is something I'm really proud of.
You're through to the semi-finals now as well. A big queue next to the name of Australia. How does that feel?
Yeah, amazing. I think after the first 2 games, everyone was pretty quick to write us off, and to come back and win, 6 straight now is a great effort from this group. The belief is always there, and to win a game like tonight, hopefully that belief spreads through the change room.
Well, I hope the ice bath helps you out tonight. Congratulations. Brilliant to watch.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Well, Glenn Maxwell speaking to Natalie Germanos. Quite simply, the greatest one-day international innings of all time. I think that people who have watched what we've seen in Mumbai this evening will be hard-pushed to find one better. Glenn Maxwell hitting 201 from 128 deliveries to get Australia home and through to the semi-finals of this Men's World Cup. Australia at one stage, chasing 292, were on 91 for 7. Glenn Maxwell and Pat Cummins shared a partnership of 202. Cummins finished on 12 not out. Maxwell on 201 not out. 21 fours, 10 sixes. Does not begin to tell the half of it. It has been an extraordinary night here at the Wankhede Stadium. The headline is that Australia are through. Afghanistan can no longer qualify for the semi-final. And Geoff Lemon, Alex Hartley alongside me. Alex, you know Glenn Maxwell very well. He's a good friend of yours, and that was the sort of innings that when you see a mate do that, you can't believe it. I don't think any of us can believe it.
You honestly can't believe it. Already sent messages to his wife in the group chat. You know he's going to read them in 5 or 10 minutes, and you just can't. You cannot believe it. You know, they call him the Big Show, and tonight he was the Big Show. He was unbelievable, and I think for me, for the first time actually watching him play cricket, and this is going to sound ridiculous because he's had some unbelievable innings throughout his career, but there's that extra sense of pride because, you know, he obviously had the concussion, he fell off the back of a buggy, and there was a lot of scrutiny around him. There's always a lot of scrutiny around Glenn Maxwell, but tonight he was unreal.
Geoff, you've watched a lot of Glenn Maxwell's career and you've watched an awful lot of cricket. Just given the fact we've had a little bit of time to process it, where does it rank?
Trying to process it. I mean, anytime somebody makes a double 100 in a one-day match, in itself, that's hugely significant. There haven't been many of them. Rohit Sharma's made 3. Fakhar Zaman's made 1. You know, there have been a couple floating around, Gale, Guptill, and so on. But they're generally, well, up until now, that's the first one in the second innings. So that when a team's batting first and monstering the opposition, smashing up a big total, and you don't have that pressure of the chase, to be in this position, to be in a position where they were over 200 runs short at the time that the 7th wicket fell, and you know that if you're Glenn Maxwell, you are the only player who can possibly do anything about it. It's so distant, it's so remote. The possibility of doing it is so remote. And I'm sure when they were 200 away, he wasn't thinking, well, we can win the game. He was thinking, let's just bat for a while and see what happens. You almost have to forestall the idea of winning it because that's so remote. But as they got closer, as that became a possibility, once it got under 100 runs to win, the possibility was real, and that's when things can fail. That's when you can fall over. That's when that pressure of it becoming possible can become too much. And that's what he was able to resist and to keep going through all the way to the end.
For me, it was the maturity for someone that is quite immature. And we know that he goes out and he likes to strike the ball at 150, 160. He had that 40-ball 100 earlier on in the competition. But when he went out, his team were in real trouble. And then they were 90 for 7. He almost had to adjust the way he batted. So he was knocking the ball around for ones and he was being really sensible. Then he had a big over where he got a couple of boundaries away. And then he was cramping up, which was actually quite hilarious because he couldn't run between the wickets. But for him and Cummins to come up with the plan that Pat Cummins would happily bat out a maiden at one end, and he trusted Maxwell to just strike the ball from the other and keep up with the run rate and get them ahead of the run rate. That, for me, was an outstanding bit of captaincy and cricket from both of them out there in the middle.
Well, it was selfless from Cummins because he knew that he had to do what was right for the team. There was no glory shots. He was tempted so many times by Afghanistan with the little ones that were tossed up and, see if he can hit this. But 12 off 68 he finished with at a strike rate of 17.6. Now the cramping of Maxwell. He was variously described on commentary as looking like a penguin, looking like a sort of 85-year-old trying to make a bus. He looked like he was running with a Zimmer frame. And you said, I think most eloquently, Geoff, he looked like somebody who's got their trousers around their ankle in the bathroom when the front door rings and they have to sort of shuffle their ways to try and get it. It was like that. He could barely move.
Yeah, and it was comical up to a point, and then there was the point where he shuffled through for that run and literally collapsed and was rigid on the ground, like he was in the school play and had been told to play dead, hands by his side, stiff as a board, because he was in searing pain. It was obviously really painful. And it's one of those things that you end up laughing at other people's pain, but it wouldn't have been remotely funny at the time. To recover from that point, they almost subbed him off. They had Adam Zampa come down the steps with his kit and his bat ready to come in while Maxwell retired hurt for a while and hopefully got bought 15 or 20 minutes to try to get himself back together. And then in the end, Maxwell said, it's okay, I will carry on, and somehow kept making it back to the striker's end. The ability to middle sixes while being unable to move your feet, while having shooting pain through your thighs, your calves, every time you shuffle slightly to try to shift your weight. I mean, he missed a few shots, but he middled so many. He finished off with 6-6, 4-6 in consecutive balls. Nobody can do this. Nobody else can do this.
Not an easy time for you, I'm sure.
Afghanistan captain,
cricket can be a very...
Well, just leave that there for a second. I'm speechless. Glenn Maxwell, 201, not out, 128 balls, 21 fours, 10 sixes. Australia wins. They'll play semis. So will India and South Africa. Tomorrow night, England, Netherlands, as our World Cup coverage continues. Enjoy your morning. That's all from us. Incredible.